All right, there you go. YouTubers can enjoy now as well. That's a bit weird. And there we go. Drafts created. So, Anatand versus Scatterbrained here. Map draft. We've got half finals. Okay. I keep getting confused about that. Basically, the way that Shondo refers to it, he doesn't call it semifinals or whatever. Like, well, it is technically, I guess, it's a semi, but like he puts 1/2. So there'll only be 3 picks, which is interesting because they do have 4 civs at this point. Grand finals is also going to be a best of 3, by the way. I wonder if a BO5 might have been a little bit more intriguing. Ah. I see. He's put the brackets on a Discord. So give me a second. And what I can do is I can implement le bracket. Très bien. We'll use my KPMM scene for it for the moment. So bear with me a second, guys, and we'll just replace this with this. Very brightly colored. So there you can see the full options available. Basically, Anatan can pick Jean, HRE, Biz. I think that makes the most sense. And Scatterbrain's reaction is likely going to be like what? I think mountain clearing, if it comes in, he'll be okay with the Chinese/Malian pick there. So like then you pick Japanese for maybe some more hybridization. I think I quite like that idea. Feels like it would give him a little bit more rotundness to his draft. Other side though, like we said, I mean, Sas has like got a solid low going in, dude. If he gets, I'm thinking about this actually. Like when we go into the grand finals, I feel as if Southside bracket better. Rus Juji, Order the Dragon French. Compared to like top 6, it's gonna be Chinese, HRE, Byzantines, and like what, Jean? Yeah, no, dude. Like 100%. I actually think Southside's better. What are we missing here? No, it's 16 civs. Yeah, I would say like Southside has a better draft in the finals. Now, player quality is going to matter, but if you think about like Rus is always getting banned at the moment. French is a top tier pick. Juji is like a variant ban. HRE is kind of in there as a ban. We're in a Pro Scouts meta. Like looking at the map draft again, in terms of the maps available, like there's a lot of Pro Scout shenanigans here. Lipany, Canal, I think, can actually be a Pro Scouts map. We just haven't seen it so far. Dry Arabia, Cliffside. The only ones that really aren't to the extreme is Kawasan and Mountain Clearing. Oh, sorry, 4 Lakes and Mountain Clearing. I think even maybe Kawasan theoretically could be. Scatters looks the worst? No, this hybrid is good. He beat English with Chinese and Mountain Clearing, which was interesting. I guess the English player didn't go for the short bow rush, or maybe he did. I don't know. I feel like I've been seeing the short bow rush fail a little bit more recently. Not as good as it once was. Okay, is my draft bugged out, or is one of them just not turning up? Wait, where'd the other drafts go? Ah, there they are. Okay, yeah, we just haven't started yet. But yeah, no, there's some interesting results that came through so far. Like for example, Wan vs MSM was I'm still kind of shocked by the Lipany win for Hybrids. But for example, Scatterbrain beat El Yona with Mountain Clearing, Chinese versus English. In terms of Anatan's, like he had a pretty orderly one, Dry Arabia. But like, wait, did Sass just? Okay, I was about to say, I hope he didn't just get all Dry Arabias. That'd be so dirty. I'm still intrigued by the Cliffside win with Ottomans, actually, now that I think about it. I mean, Cliffside is a little bit of a tighter map, but it's still quite open, so it just feels like you can get rolled, if I'm being totally honest with you. I don't know, I'm kind of shocked by that. Have you seen Wham MSN game? No, like this is the thing. I'll be totally honest with you. I was looking at the draft because there was a bunch that were looking like they weren't going to fill in time. I was like, look, to keep it simple, just in case we have issues, we'll go live for day number 2, which I think in my brain was logical at the time. I'm a little bit gutted now. Like maybe tomorrow we go back and we have a look at like Wham vs MSN and Sass vs Gully. That could be interesting. I think there's some peculiar games in there that I was not really expecting those outcomes for. So it could be fun. 1,200 miles cycling challenge. Took you almost a year. You've been cycling non-stop for a year. I can't do it for 5 minutes. I'm doomed. All right, chat, help me choose. Are we doing apricot strawberry? Are we doing gummy bear? Or are we doing watermelon flavored? And there's that variance we were talking about. So Kawasan, good choice by Anatan. He's seen the draft Scatterbrain's got. Scatterbrain's draft is just very good for these more, hybridized maps. You want to get rid of all of them where you can. And mountain clearing. Okay, so like this is a little bit scary for Anno. He has got like Biz in there, potentially HRE as well for mountain clearing, but his opponent has Chinese and English. And in terms of going for the Kawasan pick, like you can see there, he has got the variants of like Japanese. I don't know, man. I actually think draft-wise, this worked out quite nicely for Scatterbrain. Likely going to be a 3-game series, to be honest with you, but I could easily see the edge coming in for Scatterbrain here. And he's not a pushover. We've seen him take games off of top players, right? So I wouldn't write him off as like, but Anatan is just so good at the game. And there you go. So as a result, Anatan has to flip things up. He bails on the HRE entirely. Oh, sorry, I got banned. There we go. I was about to say, I'd be shocked if he didn't pick it. So yeah, HRE gets banned out. Chinese gets banned out in response. So now you've got like Malians, Japanese, English. 2 of these civs can be viable on mountain clearing. For Anatan, I don't know, man. Like, is it not just Biz? So then that makes you a little bit weaker on, I'd say, Dry Arabia? Against, like, because you're probably going to pick, what, Jean there? And then Kawasan is Abba. So if Jean's coming out on Dry Arabia, I mean, can Scatterbrain make English work? I feel like you probably just go Malians, right? And then you play English into mountain clearing against Biz. Watermelon? All right. You win. We'll go watermelon. I like them melons. All right, so let me just update Rakit. And we'll swap over. Yeah, man, I don't know. I think this is going to be an interesting series for sure. By the way, big shout out. I see we're almost at 100 users already for Opera GX. Keep it cooking, guys. Make sure to download. Make sure you are installing it and creating an account. It lets them know that I sent you and maybe gets them to come back again next month to support the channel, ensuring that we can do more and more tournaments in the future. Thank you, thank you. Just checking in the details behind the scenes. One sec. There we go. All right. So, game 1, we said it's going to be mountain clearing, right? Like, is there a curveball Anno could throw here is what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what is the wildest thing you could do that would get you an edge? Like, if you're Anatan, do you just try to play this out, like, thematically? Just the logical way that the draft should be approached and say, I feel confident in my skills that I'm good enough to just beat him in a long roll. Because I'm not entirely sold. Like, he'll know as well, like, Scatterbrain, I'm pretty sure, has practiced a lot of Anatan historically. Both Belarusians, both formerly in 3D Clan, or at different points. What if you Jean? Hear me out. What if you Jean Outpost Rush? Because the berries usually spawn on the ford, so you can switch to berries afterwards. You can keep her in the area. I think it's good if your opponent goes Malians. It's bad if your opponent goes English, right? Because if you outpost rush Jean, I don't know. Like, I've never seen English shortbows try to kill Jean when she's outpost rushing. So I am fearing whether like it's possible to kill. I'm pretty sure you can kill her in time. Because if you're outpost rushing in a way that matters, that's going to put you close enough to the enemy TC that they will have the attack speed aura. If they didn't have the attack speed aura, I think it would be a lot closer. But it's still, like, building an outpost takes a minute by default. With Jean, it's going to take you, like, what, 40 seconds? 40 seconds is a long freaking time. Villagers are going to attack every, like, what, 5 seconds with short bows at 5 base damage. You pull 5 of them, you do 25 damage. So the guy needs 40 seconds. You can do 8 volleys of attacks in that time. So that ends up being 200 damage. And the Jean villager only has 150 HP. It's like, I don't think you can get, like, super creative there. I think, like, if you go for that type of outpost rush, you die. So, opening game is going to be mountain clearing, and he goes for the Byzantine pick. Okay, so nothing crazy out of the box. Pretty much what we expected to see here. Streamer show us game. Game isn't ready yet, mate. They're literally getting into game. You calm your tits. We'll be in soon. Stuttering when in max pop. Anyone have an idea? Build a new PC. Build it with the parts down in my link below. You'll find me. Like, wait. I've got the best detail. My PC is so cool. It can even do this. What's that? Oh, wait. Did I open? I'm pretty sure I opened IQ. IQ, hello. I don't think I opened IQ. It can do this. There you go. You thought I was watching JD build already? No, we're theory crafting out like things you could do creatively to be different. All right, I'm gonna run 1.5 minutes of ads now, guys, and then I'll start predictions as well. So I'll give you 5 minutes. Speaking of JD, what do you think about accumulating experience beyond tier upgrades? I think it would fundamentally, like, I think it kind of break the game in an unintended way. Because, like, then you can't, the counterplays change dramatically. I also think getting level 3 becomes a bit too easy. And I think, especially with Jean, as she is currently quite strong, that gives her way too much variance play. It'd make her too good. I don't think you can do it. I thought about it in the past because it's like, in Inferior, it sounds pretty crazy. It's because it is. It'd be too strong. Yeah. Q idea just does not work out as well as you'd like. What do you guys think? Are you back in Anatan or Scatterbrain on this one? Because I see literally 1 point invested in Scatterbrain. What is that slander? Outrageous. I swear people sleep on this guy. He's been improving quite a bit. How about a villager hero that upgrades to a better villager builder? People have talked about that, like a third arc. It'd be kind of interesting. The problem is finding a way to make it creatively indulgent and not just tedious. And also, by adding one more arc, it's not just adding one arc, right? Because then you have to have... The biggest problem you have is you have to have sidestep options. Like, if I go, melee Jean, and then I'm kind of like choosing an extra detail further down the line. Like, what's the extra details on getting his building form? How does that mix? Is there a way to get back to military from age 3 onwards? It's a bit tricky. And Camion, that's exactly what I referred to it as. Yeah, it's like a Highlander mode. Yeah, there can be only one. You lob them off and you absorb their powers. It's definitely interesting. I kind of like it more than One Trick Pony to a certain degree. Just because One Trick Pony is like... You can literally only ever play that Sith. It's like, I think if I had to assess like what One Trick Pony should have done different, it's probably that it needed to be a round robin type thing. Right? When's the random only tourney? Jesus. What, with random maps only as well, right? Oh, I didn't get my melon. One hand. That's the good stuff. Let's get ready. Welcome to Highlander in tournament format. One and all, we are here for King of Civilization, a tournament that's been hosted by Jean Do. Very interesting tournament, actually, as you can see there. We've got Anatan versus Scatterbrained, and they only have access to civs from enemies that they have slain. You did hear that correctly. It's a very unique format they went for. I really love it. The whole concept is that you are somewhat predictable in your draft, but you have a little bit of leniency. And Anatan is going to need a lot of leniency because although on paper his picks Byzantine, Jean, and HRA look sick, in reality, with this map pool, they might prove a bit problematic. Scatterbrained starts off this series with English. On mountain clearing, And to follow up, remember, he's going to have access to Japanese and Malians. That's important info to keep in mind, considering the other two maps to be played in this series are Dry Arabia and Kawasan. That's right. People, before they knew that info, would have looked at this series and been like, Anatan's got this on lock. Easy peasy. Nothing can stop him. But I'm already seeing an improvement from 99% for Anatan to 83%. So Scatterbrain getting a little bit more of the gamba, as he rightly should. This is a great start, with the English pick just being one of the historically most dominant on mountain clearing. Pulling to the villager can bring its own danger sometimes against certain civs, but not here. No, there could have been a theoretical cool play for Anatan where he uses Akratoy and then rushes the forward resource. The problem, though, is you're just going to get kited. So then you're just idling your eco who idle your opponents, which gets you nowhere. The worry I have here is, like, with this forward ball plus the berries, the potential to set up maybe the council hall here, this could be a very quick game. So Anatan just needs to rush the age up. Has got the deer shoving coming through, so I love this little detail. And he's kind of forsook the sheep, right? He hasn't gone out on the flanks to get the additional. He only got the initial rotation around the south side. One thing that does scare me, guys, is Scatterbrain, he can lock out the berries. Anatan is essentially playing a mercenary-less game. At which point, you're playing what? What does your Civ do? Does it exist? Does it function? Because this is the only option, right? It has to be the Hippodrome. So yeah, Anatan on the way with the Imperial Hippodrome. Horseman and nothing else. So Scatterbrain, the prior here is getting H2. If he can get H2 quick enough, he can play spears, and then things become quite clean cut for him. He's yet to start the tech up, though. In fact, he may have miscalibrated his economy here. And to make matters worse, yeah, he has to waste time with the short bows because the scout. Oh, that's sick. Anatan. He sees the injury and he makes sure he cuts the wound even deeper here. Should be able to get the final hit. Wait, no, you coward. Oh, no, Anatan. Okay, that is kind of tragic. I actually think he could have quite easily got the kill there in time. Maybe it's a little bit risky if Scatterbrain micros the villagers wider and that's what he's worried about, but you know, I think it's worth the risk. Yes, you could lose the scout, but he's building a hippodrome. Remember, so that means he would have access to the ability to replace scout. So we'll pull back home safely. Scatterbrain, not going to lose the village at all. Does have the council hall on the way. That is rough, man. I just think his brain was too switched to this idea of, like, you know, you're used to Grand Winery. I'd understand it fully if he just didn't have a stables already coming, but I don't think it really makes much sense without. So we have got the horseman opening. Scatterbrain is going to leave the area. You might be wondering, why the hell did he do this? Well, he got the gathering rate, and most importantly, Anatan didn't. And on top of that, Anatan was threatened off of his berry batch, which he will now at least look to claim. And if you're wondering, why is Scatterbrain looking to feed to horsemen? Why is he not building spearmen? Remember, with English, you don't get access to spearmen until H2. The trade-off is you get them hardened automatically. It does mean Anatan has a small window to try and shove him away here. Otherwise, like, if this is a civ that can build spears in Dark Age, I don't think Anatan would have really bothered with a hippodrome like this. Now he's going to go for the outpost secure. Smart man here. Means that Scatterbrain is going to have to lean even harder into spears, most likely. One thing I don't like about the outpost slightly is the placement. He's kind of forced to place it south or north side of the boar, but it means the boar is technically ahead of the outpost. So longbows could creep in here a little bit later from north side. Overall, it does make sense. Like, he's placed it here because his opponent is south, right? So in theory, if he goes wide on the north, he puts himself further away from safety. So first spear's on the way. Is there anything exploitable about these spawns? Not really. Anatan is one of those guys that likes to go for stone, but remember, you've got two stone options here, both close to the base, so that's not a risk or an issue. Gold is also retracted. The only point of contest was the berries. So mill is at least going to be removed. First spears are out. Notice the Scatterbrain isn't rushing forward yet. No, he needs to make sure he's got a necessary amount of spear force here to contest, because if he does rush out with, say, let's say 3 spearmen against 4 horsemen, which sounds good usually, the Triumph will kill him. So this is interesting. Triumph is usually an ability that it feels better to never use than rather use. Keeping the threat there of being able to use it is better. But this might be the map that is the exception because of how short it is. If you can find an exploitable fight, the follow-up engagement is so swift that it could just win you the game. Very rare you get to say that about this particular landmark. No, he's going to be going archers as expected. And this means that you open yourself up to potentially going, I'd say javelins down the line again, right? Usually, like, javelins here means your opponent's going to be stabby spears and just run through you. But right now, he's ignoring the... He's actually just ignoring Merxel entirely. I mean, this can't be Keshik down the line. That would feel a little bit weird. Scatterbrain, meanwhile, has fully encapsulated himself. That's not going to stop a dive, though. Got to be careful. Yeah, no poke on the wall, though. Okay, this wall is actually unnecessary. Scatterbrain just doesn't know it. I'm pretty sure you can't squeeze through there. Maybe if you have a Skyrim horse. So yeah, he's just playing it extra safe. He has got this north side still exposed, though. Like, there is a rotation all the way around into the gold. It's very linear, though, which means he should see it coming. I say he should, but we see the vision now. In fact, Anatan knows the vision. He's using it against him. And he might actually get all the way close to the gold. If he runs in the choke point, he can actually stop these villagers from running home quick enough. There's no wheelbarrow. Ringing the bell there, Scatterbrained. Quick on the pull away. So avoids the problem. But what's the idea here for Scatterbrain? There's no way this is a fast castle build. Could it be for Anatan, though? I mean, he's in a strong position. He hasn't even leveraged mercenaries yet. Going fast castle here would feel a little bit silly. If only you can still do chop throughs. Yes, let's walk a villager all the way around that. Now, in seriousness, though, I kind of... This is another example on the list of reasons why I'd love to see, like, wood on a tree go from 150 to 100. It makes strategic chop throughs return. Not in a way that you cheese it, but in a way that you earn it. 150 wood is still too much. I think in general, 150 wood per tree is too much resource on the map. Like, I hear people talking and crying all the time about limiting the amount of gold and more, and, you know, bringing like a 4k vein down to a 3k. Why are we then saying that trees don't need that change? This is a castle race, guys. Wall's going up. He finally moved out for it in the end. Now, I'm wondering, can you get away with King's Palace here? Also, I don't know, like, what's the idea mercenary-wise once you tech up? Is there a world in which we sippy cup? Wait, I think we sippy cup. We need more wood on prairie? Yeah, that's fine. We can find an alteration. In fact, here's a genius alternative. What if there were different sized trees? Boom, there you go. Prairie can still have 150 wood, but let's say like Dry Arabia or Highview gets 100 wood or 50 wood respectively. It's almost like it is just a number integer on an entity. Like I'm gonna blow our mind here. We could literally make this 1500 if you just went in the editor. Right? Okay, so it's gonna be Golden Horn Tower, but this is interesting position-wise. Anatan, it's not just safety away from the Lombo harass. He's shoved it all the way into the corner, so his opponent can't see it. He even optimized the system placement so it always attach itself to the very edge. Other side, here's gonna be the King's Palace. So Scatterbrain playing for that greed as expected. Relic timing isn't going to be super aggressive for Anatan either. Remember, he did not go for the Grand Winery. Okay, so we trend into a castle. Where is the win for Byzantines in castle here? Because this matchup to me always felt like Byzantines is more threatening and feudal. Once you go castle age, you have what? Varangian versus men-at-arms with armorclad. That's a loss. Even without attack speed, that's a loss. If you have mass olive groves, in theory, in Castle Age, you can spam longbows a lot better than English can. But, like, outside that, Cataphrax, he doesn't seem to be interested. I thought maybe we see Varangian with the healing. It's going to be the monastery drop straight away, so obviously need to hoover up those safe relics. He is going to be adding in the Cataphract. Interesting. So I think what Scatterbrain, like what Anatan is trying to do to Scatterbrain here, is just trying to go for that Uno reverse. The classic, when you play English, you shouldn't build spears, right? Because if you build spears, you're just setting yourself up to feed the Lombos that do notably more damage than normal archers, right? They do an extra 2 damage in feudal alone. So I think what he's trying to do is just bait Scatterbrain into over-investing spears to defend, catch him with the Uno reverse, and then sweep him with the cavalry. I kind of like it because one big problem for Scatterbrain, he hasn't really been able to snoop on what's coming because of the horsemen. It's not often you see horsemen able to dictate flow so easily on such a small map. A little bit of poke dive. Does reveal the cataphract. So that's going to make Scatterbrain, yeah, paranoid, and he goes to crossbows. But this is good for Anatan because it means that Lombos can win. Just needs to make sure he's got enough olive oil, but that does mean he's going to have to consider moving out onto flank resources, which is going to put him dangerously close to Scatterbrain's base. How did everyone spend their first Friday in 16 weeks without being able to watch KPMM? Oh, mate, I spent it relaxing. Some Hom, some magic sprinkled in with some Monster Hunter, some time with the family. Oh. Okay, so Sacred Site's locked in. You think if Scatterbrain's just chills is going to be fine? I don't know about that. Like, you've got a timer now. I think Anatan played this right. If he rushes a castle, or rather just double outpost Mangonel placements, this becomes very difficult for Scatter. Because he still doesn't even know what's around that, right? So I'd actually say you gave him a little bit wider, like outpost here, outpost here. Your opponent doesn't have a clue what's going on. In fact, we've already got one outpost back here, which has indeed been upgraded with a Mangonel. What do I think of the Monster Hunter storyline? I think genuinely, like, their cinematics were beautiful, but they need to stop trying to be a serious narrative written game. Or they need to take it more seriously to write it. I don't know. I think, like, the weak point of Monster Hunter Wilds, if I had to come up with one, is while the story is probably better than a lot of the previous entries, it's still not good. It's too long. I was like, I spent 20 hours the whole way along going, so when do I just get to murder monsters non-stop, like how I want? Like, can we stop doing Booba blacksmith scenes? Actually, I can do those anyway. I don't need the story. So, like, what's going on? Anyway, back to the AoE4 action. Timer is ticking. Scatterbrain. I don't know, man. Crossbows here. With the movement out onto the berries, I'm a little bit worried Lombos sweep you. Also, the Mangonel towers. Like, I can't get beyond the Mangonel tower issue with this. Scatterbrain doesn't have a solution for that. Doesn't even have something that tanky to stand on the Sacred Site while it's being hit. Skip cutscenes? No, dude. The cutscenes are the good part. It's the, like, writing and the blub around it is, like, 90% who cares. Right. Like, going through the Monster Hunter Wild story is like listening to Gully Deckle say he wants to have Marlene's buffed. It's like, I need to get back to my family. Help me. I'm like, dude, I want to murder some monsters. I want to see a little bit of HRE, a little bit of Byzantines, maybe some English. I want more Marlians. Okay, so we are getting the men at arms. Wait, but why? Okay, so Scatterbrain's gonna end up losing this game because he hasn't scouted. Like, that's the issue I'm seeing now in this game. Info is key. Like, the crazy thing is, Anno, like, look at what he keeps doing. He keeps glimpsing and like, okay, so what's he got now? Okay, what's he got now? Oh, what's he up to? Meanwhile, Scatterbrain doesn't know about any of this. This is ridiculous. Sorry, Gully doesn't know why I'm obsessed with Marlians when it's all I ever seem to catch him playing. After he had that HRE cheese to top 10 and then just went to Marlians, you know. Like, literally, I was watching MSN stream earlier and he was just watching you play against Vortex. Actually, were you HRE in that game? Sorry, no, you were... Wow, yeah, you went back to the HRE for a change. So there we go, we found your two. So Clash coming in, Anno, I mean, he just gave a lot of free information to Scatterbrain, actually. SB only has 2 farms set up so far. This isn't like crazy income. So you can't just flood men-at-arms obsessively. I don't know, man. Like, Anatan, if he fails the Sacred Site timer, I think he's screwed. But getting the win on that Sacred Site fight is a giant question mark right now for Scatterbrain. Because think about it, Anatan doesn't have any groves at all. He hasn't set up for late game economy. Like, what he needs to be doing now is rushing stone for additional emplacements. And there we go. Yeah, so you get like 4 of these outposts up of Mangonel emplacements, you can just trade out the fight easily. I wouldn't even be surprised if Scatterbrain lobbing men at arms encourages Anatan to go into Springles. What are my favorite civs? These days? Maybe Japanese, French. So when the game was like in demo mode, beta mode before it released, I fast locked into the H3 fast castle. I discovered it. I was like, this seems broken. And then the game released, and at first I quite enjoyed the Roost minigame, and then I got bored of it. And then I think like French is the one I leaned into because I just like the idea of micro matter. I'm not really a guy who's obsessed with macro. I prefer micro. Which is why this game, for 16 minutes, them just staring at each other. Oh, God. Someone click. No, so... This is going to get pretty oppressive pretty quickly. Like, this game is going to leave a very deflated feeling in Scatterbrain. Because the worry here is, like, Dry Arabia, to me, was the one map that should have been good for Anatan in this best of 3. This should have been the bad map, right? This should have been the scary map. I think this should have been the most Scatterbrain favored map. The Dry Arabia should have been the most Anatan favored map, and then Kawasan should have been the decider. Instead, we now have a very risky 2-0 could happen situation. If not, I'm feeling like 2-1 to Anatan. Scatterbrain is going to have to follow this up by finding a win on Kawasan, in which I do think he has a more favorable Civ matchup, but it's not as favorable as what this should have been. So Mangonel placements revealed, and I would not blame Gorn GG, because this whole time, Anatan has been holding that triumph charge until the very end. And look at these machines! We talked about gold! No, I want everything healing. Lombos also were trying to rotate. Looks like he's trying to go after the berry gathering. Will be found there as well. Good micro by Anatan pulling away fairly quickly here. And this looks over. I mean, yeah, I get it. You want to say, but Scatterbrain has got a 15 villager lead. Who cares? Militarily, he's at half the value. He's got 4 minutes on the clock, and these mango towers, collectively with 4 of them, is going to be worth like an extra 30 military pop. Because Scatterbrain doesn't have an answer to it. That was cheeky. Landschnechter into the farms, not quite able to find. But guess what, guys? He has 2 monks on the map. He can actually heal these guys up. Build an aqueduct to the sacred site so the happy stickman he drew gets a neck. Nah, dude. What you need to do is you need to build a cistern here so that you can activate Presidium. And boom. Then you're good to go. That's all you care about. Like, I would say the Giga Chad play is just add in Presidium for a 25% damage reduct on all these outposts. And then I can finally, in the title, be like, Presidium, good. Tick box.
To don some work.
Oh, well, here come the trebs. If Scatterbrain was building trebs earlier, maybe, but like, I don't think he could have. If anyone who's going to sit here and go, Scatterbrain's a noob because he didn't build trebs, you're dead wrong. By the time you realize what was happening here, Anatan already had mass Cataphragm. If you build trebuchets, they just die. Right, so like, you need to try and find a fight. I think Scatterbrain, if he scouted earlier, we could have been seeing more spear, more crossbow a little bit quicker as a prio. And that would have been important, right? Because then you can test the berries as a result of that, which means that Anatan can't just blob 30 lombos. Oh, I get it. You want him to make the stickman. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because he's got the sacred site as the head already. Well, yeah, but his stickman only has 1 leg. Like, why are you mutilating the stickman, bro? Chill. Here we go. You have to approach them, but that means approaching these outposts. I'm pretty confident Anatan could just A-click the fight with Trample and look away from his PC and win. Like, his army, from a value standpoint, is massive. There we go. A-click. Straight in! Exactly like that. Oh my god. There's too much beef on this cattle. Let's go let Anatan milk his way to an easy opening win against his fellow Belarusian here in the King of Civilization. Still at least 1 more game to go. But Anatan, I think, is confidently looking to speedrun into that grand finals. The lesson in this game, folks, scout. Scout your heart out. Such a small map as well. That's wild. Well, GG's. Good start for Anna Chad. One game on the board. So that was the Biz versus English for the win. He was 15 bills ahead. I know, right? How can, like, just pull out the short bows, man. Stop being a pussy about it. Make them fight. We win. Question mark? So it is going to be Kawasan next, as expected, and the draft is as expected here. It's going to be ABBA versus Japanese. I think Japan's okay here. I think the way you want to play Japan on the opening, this is going to sound a little bit wild, but I legit think you need to rush either an Archer Ranger or Stables. If you rush Feudal, you can block your opponent out pawns. Because the problem is, if you try to like just greed it first, Anno can prep for a fast military wing play and ram you off the docks, right? But Shinobi should still be the S tier unit. It all comes down to how Scatterbrain wants to open this. Guys, I'm going to run 1.5 minute ads now. So Anatan with the dub. Dude, the amount of people who are baited by that board, they're like, oh my god, Scatterbrain's going to win this! and then that. Oh no. 1 second. There we go. Someone lost one whole Gamba point. Get it right. Is there any potential for Akratoy for a start of the game rush to the enemy gold with starting system? On that map, if you like losing quicker. Because the gold is in range of the TC. You just die. Well, like some maps, you know, I think when the Biz first came out, there was like some cheesy outpost rushes like what you're describing. So it can work. You know what I'm going to have to do? When we do my Road to Conk, I'm going to have to play Byzantines, and I'm going to do the one true tower rush. Do you know what it's going to be, chat? It's going to be tower rushing them, and then following up with dropping your Golden Horn Tower on their gold. The biggest tower rush in the world. That's what we'll call it. Just can't beat this brain. All right, did we... Oh, we didn't start predictions, did we? Let's start now. Give you guys 2 minutes this time around. One and all, this site... Wait, site? One and all, this map is a sight for sore eyes. I don't remember the last time we got to cast it. It is, of course, good old Kawasan, and a classic matchup at that. Japanese in the hands of 3D Clan Scatterbrained, and then Volta Esports Anatan on the Abbasids. Crazy series already, considering that when you look at the draft and the civs available, with Mountain Clearing and now Kawasan, you've got to be scratching your head and be wondering, how is Scatterbrained not up? Why is he not ending this in 2-0? It's looking like Anatan might be able to dominate in here. Japanese versus Abbas is a particularly interesting matchup on this map. The military wing rush for Abba was becoming quite popular when Kawasan was last in rotation, and with Anatan already placing the House of Wisdom and not moving out with a villager, I think we are seeing that OP build. No, honestly though, guys, like a lot of players felt this felt a little bit broken. Scatterbrain isn't going to take the bait though. He's done the correct thing here. We were talking in the pregame that in this matchup, you know, if you go for a dock here, Abba will ram rush you with military wing. You'll die. Scatterbrain, aware of that, isn't going to take the bait. But the other thing is, if Anatan had been docking, it's good for Scatterbrain because he can now start to sabotage those docks. Not to mention the opening Shinobi play can be out the opening military wing play. You just obviously have to add a little bit more pump into it. So, you know, what you'd have to do as Scatterbrain is invest double extra Shinobi. So 3 Shinobi should be capable of taking out the 2 archers as long as like your micro is on point. An easier way to go here would even be to consider just going straight for stables or an archery range. Archery range is kind of underrated sometimes, I feel, with Japanese on a map like this against Abba. But Horseman just feels a lot more organic. Okay, here's a thought for you guys. Imagine if we went like this whole game without anyone touching the water. I don't think that's going to happen, but just imagine it for a second. That does sound pretty wild. I don't think we've ever had a Kawasan game like that. Someone always eventually says, oh, I like fish. These boys like following the established meta, so it's going to be melee wing. Coca on the other side. Follow-up play here. If Anatan cedes away from the land at all, his golds are stacked in one location. It's a problem. Scatterbrain has a similar issue, though. This is quite interesting. I actually think from a balancing standpoint, the spawns are fairly similar at key points. The only difference I'd say is, like, obviously Scatterbrain got a little bit more density with his berries being on the fort as well. Whereas Anatan split the other side. It's like, from a if I get all in's perspective, Anatan has more options, whereas Scatterbrain is more condensed. But yeah, I think they both have exposed elements here that the other can take advantage of. Here we go, Anatan now moving up for that dock timing. Yeah, this is looking pretty good, right? Double dock seems greedy until you remember that he's only paying 75 wood. So what Anatan is doing is he's diversifying the counterplay. Scatterbrain should be able to win one of these ponds, especially if he invests into more land to guarantee he beats the military wing. But winning 2 ponds should prove difficult for Scatterbrain. Okay, so Scout does reveal what's happening. Dock's already going up, so they both know which pond it's going to be. This means that Anatan can now choose to just add in fishing safely here, and then save this side for aggression. So really good position to be in. You can see that he's actually not even spending initially on the fishing boats. He's actually waiting, I think, until he's got what he can get to get into an archer ship. Because once you have an archer ship, it's much harder for the shinobi to deny you here. And be warned, the bracket command has not been updated yet. That is not the correct one. That's midweek muster. You have to remind me after this game. It's archer ship on the way. Scatterbrain is hanging around with the villager. A little bit surprised by that. I wonder if he was just planning to eventually walk it over for the second pond. May have to get out of there quickly, though, because we do already have the archer spears moving out. Wait. How did you kill him that fast? Oh my god. Yeah, we actually have a worker kill there. Scatterbrain, he got the murder. Now his villager is going to be moving over to the other side, but we already have the archer ship out, so Anatan does protect his investment pond first. As long as he doesn't get the timing wrong, he should be safe. Like, the timing would be when you're patrolling here to the south side, villager comes in to start docking. But fortunately for Scatterbrain, instead it's going to be the opposite end of the spectrum. Worst possible time. We'll at least be quick enough on the pull away, so we'll survive. Other side of this, Anatan, this is where you can save up for the ram. I'd say it's ill-advised right now because of the shinobi count. If he builds a ram, he loses the fight. So for Anno, now that he sees the shinobi, it's much better for you to just try and get an archer ship on the other pond. And there's a Shinshin in. Good micro, love that. Just use the spearman to attack. Archers to kite. Unfortunately, does hang around a little bit too long with one of them. Needs to be careful here, actually. We'll be able to get an additional kill. Shinshin past. Anatan doesn't react running back towards him quick enough. So, double spear, by the way. I think it would beat one shinobi. Not quite. He needs to get another hit in there, and I think Scatterbrain knows it. He could actually get a double kill. Yeah, look, he's waiting for the heal. He's legitimately just waiting for the heal. Anatan realizes it does pull away, but it's too little too late. So this is what I meant about the shinobi versus military wing opening dynamic. Is unless Anno wanted to blob archers, he's never going to win this fight. We do, however, have him adding in camel archers. My only concern is you're now giving over water. Yeah, and camel archers won't be able to protect against shinobi saboing if there's boats there to protect them as well. This is very surprising. What was Anatan's thought process behind not trying to rush a boat out here? Did he just think he wouldn't get it out quick enough? If it's an archer ship, a shinobi can dodge, right? If it's a springald ship, the attack speed is so low that you can rotate in full health shinobi. So I guess that's where Anno was coming from. He'd rather have camels to try and guarantee he can use this dock eventually than play for a boat, gamble, lose, and game be over. That first camel archer out. And remember, these camels do double damage against shinobi. It only takes 4 hits to get a kill. Scatterbrain quickly reacts, though. He could actually kill you instead. Scout. Oh, Anno's watching for it. Will be Shinshin in, only gets the 1 stab initially. Anno did hang around a little bit too long there. And it seems to be spreading far between the two, so we'll be able to get the final shot out there. Kobe dunks him, and at this point, Scatterbrain is now negative on this trade. Yeah, and although he's denied the dock, he hasn't blown it up. He could even lose the final shinobi here, so should be trying to Shunshin away. He did go for the disguise, but didn't realize that Anatan kept the scout nearby. Now, this is where Scatterbrain needs to find it out. Playing long feudal here is usually how you lose. This matchup was figured out quite a while ago. The dynamics of which is that Abba can try for the melee wing play. If it doesn't work, they have a fallback plan, which is long feudal. Japan's goal is to try and get an edge and get out of that feudal. Because the longer you're in feudal age, the more that camel archers build. The more camel archers, the quicker your entire army comp dies. Right? Shinobi melt. Even when you go castle age and think about Mounted Samurai, mass camel archers with the kite can still deal you quite well. The other concern is, once you have enough of these camels, diving the enemy base is quite easy to do. 150 HP in a horseback unit in feudal? That's ludicrous to say out loud. Good reaction from the outpost from Scatterbrain. Bit unfortunate with the gold spawn. He can't build an outpost tighter towards the vein. That's important because it means his villagers, most of them are optimally going to be here, as you're seeing. That puts them further away from an outpost to garrison. I know, a little bit of harassment. We have got a castle race on the way between the two. Meanwhile, Scatterbrain up to, what, 6 fishing boats? Meanwhile, it's 8 for Anatan. He actually went for the double dock to inflate quicker. Quite liking Anno's position here, actually. Only negative is that he already used military wings, so he can't follow up with the camel opening. But I think Eco Wing could make a lot of sense here as a secondary. It sounds greedy, but the only alternative is you're doing what? Like combo archer builds where Culture Wing feels a little bit better. Do you really want to be doing Culture Wing builds against Japanese? Considering it's most likely Mount Samurai. I mean, it would give you a solid solution against the follow-up Onimusha. But my opinion on it, if you're going to be up against Onimusha as a follow-up, Mount Samurai as a primary, you're much better off as Abbas is just rushing into crossbows. Because crossbows will address the Mount Samurai, and then crossbows are just a more cost-efficient version of Onimusha with higher base damage. So it's just win-win-win. So there you go. Eco Wing's going to be coming through, and that obviously gives him the flexibility now if he ever needs to think about 2PC. Even if he doesn't, eventually you're going to want farms, right? There's only so much deep water fish here for you to tap. Alright, 1s if you prefer Anatan's position in this game. 2s if you prefer Scatterbrain's. I think where Scatterbrain can get an edge is trying to rush the relics. Anno is blobbing additional archers, which is very surprising here. Archers and horsemen. I guess he just wants to try and use resources while he's got it. Because the alternative is you have to set up a lot more production, and that's a temporary boost in terms of your output. You prefer KP's position? You're a smart lad. See, me, I win no matter who wins. You know? Yeah, you could argue the YouTube brain, I actually win more if Scatterbrain wins, because that's like an upset in a lot of people's brains. But in general, this is the thing I always say I've loved about being a caster. If I tried to compete in some of these different games, like not necessarily AV4, but earlier on in my life, Call of Duty, anyone, highs are higher when you're winning, but the lows are low when you're losing. For me, I'm always happy. Well, as long as I'm getting hired. So I guess I'm not always happy. But statistically, I'm more likely to be happy, I think. It's confusing sometimes. You lose no matter who wins if it was a bad game. In some ways that is true, but also in some ways that's false. If I'm working on someone else's event, I actually win because I just still get paid. All right, if I'm working on an event and someone gets 3-0'd and then it's a 3-0 and then it's a 4-0 and the day's done, I win. Technically, I've won because I've reclaimed more of my time. At least that's how some of my colleagues think. I don't know. I always just feel scammed when it's just a stomp. I'd rather have it be double the length in time, but epic games all the way. Have I considered a Baldur's Gate free stream? Maybe one day. I think there's some games sitting in the backlog I've got like that, like Cyberpunk, Baldur's Gate free, and Elden Ring. Maybe it's I don't know, streamathon challenges or something. That'd be an interesting way of doing those. At this point, my brain is like, there's no rush to go and do it now. Ram being built up now. Looks like Anatan is coming back to try and secure the pawns. Fully. Not just his own. Scatbrain, surprisingly weak on his tech timing, actually. It's got to be said. What happened here? How on earth have you ended up in a state where you've got almost enough to go Imperial with? There's no way this is a fast Imperial build, right? No, he just queued up 6 mounted samurai from double stables? And Nani? And what is up with that? Jinx, I see you with a Prime sub. Thank you very much. Welcome to Swarm, bud. Guys, get those Prime subs in. They'll be part of this perplexing moment. I can't believe that. Scatbrain just completely mistimed the tech up. Had no sheep. I think you also maybe just like underestimated then overestimated the deep water fish. Kind of feels like that's what happened here. I mean, he still had berries and he still had 1 sheep apparently in his base. So I don't know if that's entirely the case. He came out on the deer, right, and got harassed off a little bit. So I guess that's where the gap came. It's just kind of crazy how awkward the Castlage looks. Now, Anno, how good are things going to look for him? Remember, there's a lot of berries in the center of this map. Another thing that I think makes ABBA versus Japanese particularly intriguing is that these are 2 of the civs most likely to die for the central berries. Both of them tap an insane gathering rate out of this resource. For the ABBA, it is an extra 33%. At this stage of the game for Scatbrain, it can be an extra 75%. I wonder if Scatbrain could go back, would he have like tried to deer shove in slightly and outposted here as a secondary? Because then that protects the east side of your gold, but then it would have also protected the berries and the deer. Like hindsight realization, right? But that would have been huge for him in this game. Crazy thing is like, you know, he didn't even go for Takazaiku, so any other times walking back and forth have stung him hard. You remember the Dragavan Biz pick? Oh god, we don't talk about that. That was the one where you built the Hippodrome in the middle of the map, right? Kawasan is definitely an interesting map at times. Cameron is a very intriguing pick coming out here. There's just too many mounted samurai, so that debuff is too valuable. Scatbrain, a perplexing choice here. We now have him going into Yuumi. Oh boy. Oh, sorry, yeah, it's Grand Winery, not Hippodrome, that's right. Yeah, this is getting awkward, man. Anno's about to deny him off of water, which is why Scatbrain is going Yuumi. He just doesn't have food. But there's no value point to Yuumi at all here. This is possibly, I'm trying to think about, this may actually be the worst civ in the game to build Yuumi against. Maybe Zhuji's worse. So the reason why it's one of the worst is that they can just now go into composite bows, and they have boot camp already. So while you're like an Archer Light, these are like an Archer Deluxe. That is then also going to have Gatling gun attack speed to just wipe all these squishy boys. So you can't even make the argument like, at least if it's longbow versus Yuumi, your opponent overkills you a lot. These things are just going to clean you up. Oh, we have got an attempt to build up the dock here. Villagers are being sniped, but admittedly not quick enough. No, the archers now start to take out the fishing boats, but there we go. Anatan finds his way into the pond. Yes, it costs him some villagers, but remember, Anno has gone free TC. He doesn't give a toss about this. Does Scatbrain even realize Anno is free TC? I mean, he can have an inkling about it. You know it's either Culture Wing or Eco Wing here. This isn't really a good map for Trade Wing due to the central trade posts. I'd say you expect Eco Wing. Because of what we talked about earlier, the culture and where it's useful. Flash coming in though. Like the positioning, understand using the berries as a natural barrier against melee units. I don't like this dive from Scatbrain. He's not respecting the outburst. It's what's making this an undesirable. And the camels just make it so much worse. Now everything feels so tanky. The Uma Bannerman effect has been completely buffed off by the camel effect. And although it looks like Scat's going to break through, the reality check here is that there's nothing left. 4 Mad Samurai cannot stay here. A failure of a fight. An admirable attempt to die, but is going to work out against him. For Anatan, chilling out is not a negative, remember. He's got the free TC in effect. We have got a Euroshiro drop from Scatterbrain, but it's still going to be a 2x multiplication phasing for Anasand, right? It's 3 TC versus, not even 1.5, 1.25. I bet Scatterbrain is outraged he didn't get like a proper water micro map, because he seems to quite like things such as Holy Island and Archipelago. Whereas Anatan, I think, isn't... I don't think he likes it as much. I think for Anatan, he's more interested in having it so that like the water involved in a map is the distraction that he can use on his opponent, if that makes sense. Right? Like if you think about the way that Anatan plays Holy Island, it's almost like he's trying to get off of water as quickly as possible in one way or another. It's like, yeah, that would have actually been a beneficial like element for Scatterbrain if like maybe something like Canal got through, gives him that early micro potential. Yeah, this game, by comparison, I don't know. I don't know if to say it felt decided by like the opening plays. I actually think the inefficiencies around food gathering is really what killed Scatterbrain here. From the berries to the deer to the lack of sheep, like those hurt him more than anything else. Demo. He's going to detonate Anatan's attempt to sneak onto the pond, but the reality check is this is just pinning his opponent here while he keeps on scaling. We've now got Mass Camel. Yeah, Mass Camel gets scary for more reasons than is initially apparent, guys. It's not just the unease now, it's also the barding. So you've got the +3 melee armor, and you're already negating about another 4 damage from your opponent. That's ridiculous, right? That means that these samurai are going to feel like they're actually Keshiks. I think the other frustration about the Camel versus Samurai matchup, like it's a matchup that you should already lose anyway, but what makes it even worse for you is the fact that your opponent doesn't charge, right? He just attacks regularly. So like in a way, you're missing out on removing this high value initial hit in an engagement. Thought Abba was the best Civ and still do. I think Abba, Mongols maybe as well, actually. I think Mongols is actually quite surprising for the idea of the Magadai currently. It's like you bait them onto water and then you small Magadai raid. We've been seeing more and more of that. Demo detonation though, and that's the step we've been waiting for. This is pretty much forfeit now. He's only got an archer ship defending. Anno, meanwhile, is just blobbing for an all-in. We have Mangoes getting added in. Looks like it's going to be no upset on this side of the bracket. I'm going to check in on the SAS vs Myriad series after this. That might even actually been concluded. In which case, we'll hop straight into the finals, which will likely be Anatan versus... Do I think SAS or Myriad would take it on paper? We talked about the draft earlier, actually. I like Myriad's a bit more against what SAS had in particular. But like in finals, I think SAS's draft is more powerful against what Anatan Scatterbrain had. So yeah, interesting dynamics at play there. I think Mongols are more a reactionary Civ, right? It's like you're designed to force errors out of people early on, but at the absolute highest level, people don't really make as many errors on Kawasan. But because we've got a lot of up-and-comers that wouldn't really have experienced Kawasan, if you revisit Kawasan now, Mongols can be surprisingly effective because they don't know what to do. And there's OP handling coming in. Because for some reason, we can make camels as quick as horsemen. Yeah, I always felt it was weird that this tech affected camel archers, actually. I at least kind of forgave it for riders, even though I think riders are, like, statistically ridiculous. They just don't get enough appreciation. Anyway, this outpost has stood the test of time. Finally, it is going to be removed from the equation, but at this stage, he's just got more outposts behind it. This is looking like Scatterbrain's final clash. Start step back. The camels are held far in reserve. Now going to show themselves. You can't give too much away either, because remember the Mangoes will get shredded by the camel riders with the double damage. So we'll be peeling back just a little bit, but ultimately this is too much of a dive now. Scatterbrain is doing a decent job of getting rid of the emplacements. The issue is he won't be anywhere near the enemy base to punish him after the tech up completes. Not that he could, right? Like Anatan is sitting on, what, 3,000 in the bank before he even reaches Imperial Age. This is the interesting thing about Abba. Abba is I'd say, much harder to punish for tech ups than any other civ in the game. Because by the time you hear the tech trigger off, they have not used any of their villages to build that tech up. They've just been building a reserve to use once they're aged. Scabrain. We're down to like 5 Mountain Samurai at this stage. He has at least kept his fishing alive. But the dynamic of the game rather has fundamentally changed, right? Shogunate Castle coming in is cute. If he wants to play this out long con, it will make him very hard to dive. But I genuinely wouldn't be surprised if he just waves the white flag. Maybe. If Scabrain could go for Castle the Crow himself here, maybe. It feels like a big ask, though. His army isn't that big, so standing here, building a landmark in front of your opponent, it doesn't just feel scary, it feels almost impossible. We even have the camel riding rider barding 2 coming in. And the melee tech. Are you just kidding me? Just get all of it, apparently. Yeah, I like that he switched that over. The ranged armor 3 is a lot more valuable in these fights than the melee armor 1. Just because your opponent has leaned into Yuumi so hard. And no. He's lucky that archer ship didn't keep firing, actually. Unluckily, too much time has passed. We have got elite camel riders on the way in a matter of seconds. Upgrade about to juice them up. They've already got the 5 armor, now the 320 HP. This is over. Anatan will make it a swift 2-0 to make the finals of Jean Do's King of Civilizations tournament, in which there will only be one victor standing by the end of the day. And I gotta say, Anatan, with how cleanly executed on that game 1, with the vision to see it through a mountain clearing, he's definitely my man I have coined to take the tournament. Oh god, just get out of here. Like, 49 villages. Well, we did mention those gold spawns were going to be interesting for the aggro in the mid game. And they've proven so. I thought we'd get more upsets, to be honest, after that bracket. Yeah, it just got mentioned about, like, Wham losing to MSN. But no, we're back on course. We're back on the charter. Anatan through to the grand finals already. Okay, GG's to Mr. Anashad. That's going to be a 2-0 victory there. And I'm going to check on the other series, but I have a feeling it's probably already over, because theirs started slightly earlier than this one. So, SAS versus Myriad. No. Have they only played one game so far? Alright, so we can switch across to SAS versus Myriad then. It looks like they've only played one game, if I'm not mistaken. Which is a little bit surprising, actually. I thought they would have burnt through more by now. So game 1 was Deli versus French, is that right? Let me have a look at this. Because here, like, we're looking in here. So that was a SAS MSN game earlier. Myriad versus SAS. Myriad beat him. Order the Dragon versus Ottomans, though, which is like, why? I mean, he has to use Ottomans, right? Is game 2 bugged? Or have they just not started it yet? Give me a second. Yo, what is up, Finn? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. Welcome back to the Swarm. Happily welcomed. Yeah, like this is weird because SAS shows is like in lobby and Myriad shows is in game. Let me restart my game and see if there's a problem there. Some funky stoof seems to be happening. So bear with me, guys, and we'll get that up. And then I think if this is like, because it'll be a short stream otherwise, what we can do after this is we can check out some pub games. Just finished? Okay, so that's why. Got it. So it's a 2-0 for Myriad. So he won with Deli against French. OTD beat Ottomans. Okay, so confirmation in. That series is now done. So don't worry, you haven't missed a thing. This is your place to be. Which means we can start prepping for grand finals. So I believe the lads will probably have the draft cooking up in just a second. We should be getting an updated graph in a moment, I think. Interesting one, though. I don't know. I think, like, draft-wise, I don't know. I said I quite liked Sass's robustness with what he had, right? Because he had French Rus. I'm guessing Rus got banned, though. So that left him with Ayabit Ottoman. That's kind of problematic. Whereas, like, what do you ban from Myriad? Probably Juji, and then he's got OTD Deli. And Deli should be able to, like, beat Ayu. But Ottomans need that Deli matchup to be good. I don't know. I think Sass on Cliffside, he was expecting Myriad to go Deli, and Myriad went OTD, and he lost. Right? Like, if that had been Ottoman versus Deli, I think you can actually, like, skill match that and beat Deli with Ottomans. And it's a different, like, an entirely different series, right? What's up, Mr. Myriad? I see your series is already completed, mate, so we can't catch that one. Are you guys setting up the draft now? I don't see it on good old AOE2. The what? Oh, you guys, we need to update the thingy command, don't we? The Nightbot command, the new bracket. Oh, dude, what was the command? What can I remember what the Nightbot command was to update the? I can't remember what it was. Chat update command line. Is that add? It wouldn't be add, right? It'd be edit, I think. It's command, edit, and then bracket. Is that right? That doesn't seem to be right. What the fudge? I could have sworn that's how you update it. I'm double checking this now. I'm pretty sure that's how you update it. Nightbot. Twitch chat update command. Oh, is it editcom? Boom, there we go. That's why. Okay, there you go, guys. So that'll link you through to the bracket of the tournament. For those wondering, we basically... And let me put music back on while we wait, so we have some vibes. So... This just completed with a Myriad win, if I'm not mistaken. It was a 2-0. Also, did my game close itself again? It did. Which means we are going to be getting Myriad versus Anatand. Going to be very interesting considering the map, the draft pool, rather. Honestly, I don't know, man. Like, Myriad, you should, like, ask John Doe. He should upgrade this to a BO5, right? Nah, Myriad doesn't want that. He's like looking at the draft. He's like, I don't know, man. I don't really want a best of 5. That guy's got HRE, Byzantine, Sean, Chinese, Malians. No. And there's water maps, so he's got Japanese ABBA. I think we talked about this, right? Like, that. Who did I say favored? So, like, Pro Scouts logic. I don't know. I think probably Myriad's draft is a bit better, but, like, the robustness of the map pool with the hybrid maps, I kind of favor the north side draft a bit more now. I'm trying to remember what I said earlier. Have I just like full on 1-8? So just confirming on his profile. Victory, victory. Look at that, guys. Look at this Chad Lord. That's why Myriad came in here and was like, score question mark. Oh, sorry. Oh, you asked about Anno's. Yes, Anno 1-2. Yeah, yeah. The quarter semi-finals draft, but finals he's weaker. Based on what? Like, elaborate. Because, like, remember, there's only going to be 3 maps. I think if it was a BO5, I'd be inclined to agree. But on, like, a BO3, there's just too many maps to eradicate. Right? For his draft. To be weak. That's my feeling anyway. Like, you know. What do you do here? If you, I know you're probably taking out... I guess the crap he has? You probably want Lipany gone. And maybe Cliffside? Because he's got like Deli, Juji. Yeah, and then for... I think what Myriad does is he tries to remove... Canal? I think you probably want Canal gone. Actually, no, he's got Ottomans, right? Now you keep Canal because if you can bait Japanese into Ottomans, you're really good. So like, I think you get rid of 4 lakes. And then you get rid of maybe Kawasan. Because your opponent has Japanese Abba. So that will leave Dry Arabia, Canal, Mountain Clearing. Ah, crap, dude. Yeah, I guess like the only one that doesn't solve for is he's going to have an issue with Mountain Clearing. So maybe he flips one of those to get rid of Mountain Clearing. Because like he has nothing for Mountain Clearing compared to like Anatan. Anatan's draft is just so much better for Mountain Clearing. It's not even funny. Let's keep the vibes. Okay, so let's see if we got the draft up. All right, there we go. So, Myriad removed Canal and Kawasan when he had the Ottoman pick. Canal's a little bit surprising there. He left Lipany in. With what? I mean, yeah, okay, I get it. He's got Deli. In fairness, yeah, he likes his Deli and he likes it there, so I can kind of see that. But your opponent can just pick HRE there, no? Isn't HRE just favored? I guess Lipany is the one that would be best for a Deli pick. All right, one sec, guys. We're just going to reset everything and then we'll enter the map. So we said 4 lakes, Dry Arabia, Lipany. And now the draft underway. Okay, so double ban in mind. Yeah, no surprise about the Rus. I guess for like the second ban, it gets a little bit... Does it get more muddied? I don't know if I want to say it gets more muddied. Like, it's still pretty linear. Doesn't mean Juji gets through. In response, that does mean that, like, Jean is... Wait, actually, like, He opens with the Japanese pick. 4 lakes, right? I wonder if you can hybridize this to a different map as well, though. Kind of complicate it a bit. What do you think, guys? Wait, which ship got... So, no ABBA, which is Keck W. So, no ABBA and no English. I mean, they didn't pick Mountain Clearing, right? So, that's not surprising. And there's that Deli pick at the end. I mean, so I think what Miro tried to do here is, like, I get it with, like, masking the Deli intent. But am I the only one looking here going, no way was Anatan expecting anything other than Deli there, right? Because you picked Juji, OTD, Iabids. You couldn't pick French and Rus. So, like, your final picks were either going to be Deli, Mongols, or Ottomans. No doubt in my brain, I'm like, I'm expecting you to pick Lipany every day of the week there. I respect what Miro tried to do. It's just, like, when he priors Lipany as a pick, I think his intent is way too obvious. Knowing, like, Miro as a player, like, in my brain, is too obvious. There we go. So, first map is going to be Lipany. Does Myriad have some flexibility here? Maybe try Arabia for Deli? What's up, Stapes? Appreciate the resub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. Smart lad there. He used his prime sub. The question mark is why so many of you not using those prime subs? It's a smart use. Especially considering that we've got a LAN in a few days and this channel will be running all the games. So you don't want to worry about ads in a LAN. Oh no. Never know what will be happening. Like, for all you know, at any given point, Dumu could get up, right? Like, put his literal boxing gloves on and go over in his like boxing shorts and start punching at Beastie on the stage, and you might miss it. Wouldn't have to worry about that. That'd be caught on the feed, and that'd then be showing on this channel for Garrison. Not much, but it's honest work. Hell yeah, brother. Mirror could still easily win the BO3 with a win on OTD and maybe snipe with OTD on John. Yeah, but where's John going to be? Dry Arabia, right? Ah, dude, I don't think it's that obvious. You think Anno's going to open John? I think he's going to open Biz. So I think Myriad's brain set has to be set to counter Biz mode. Now, the question mark is, does anything other than Deli do that well against Shuji? Against Biz, rather. This is why, by the way, I was kind of curious. Why didn't John upgrade it? All right, guys, we might have something cool to do. Do you guys want do you guys want a solo cast to be turned into a duo cast? All right, stream together mode. Start shared chat. How the hell does this crap work? I've never used this before. Invite guest. Crackety. Okay. So I think basically the stream together functions a little bit like I think it functions like Discord. But the cool thing is we're basically going to be able to share our chats. So you guys will be able to talk to his people and... Hello? Mr. Crackmeister? Can Dustin hear me, yeah? I've never used this before, so this may be cursed. We'll find out, though. We've got 4 minutes to figure it out, though. So hopefully we're smart. Hopefully. Crackety, can you hear me? You're muted, if you can hear me.
All right, now I can hear you. There
nice,
we go.
There we go.
Perfect.
Okay. Because I haven't used it before, so like, it's interesting with this stream together thing. Like, one of the people I know was using it, and they can basically put other people's cameras on their streams and stuff.
I see.
We won't
Give me
bother
one
that crap.
second, I quickly gotta put it up as well. The audio.
Oh yeah. Actually, I might turn you up a bit as well. There we go. 200% crackety.
Ooh, okay. There we go.
Nice, easily done. But like we're just saying, like this is interesting. So opening game, yeah, it's gonna be the Deli Biz. I wondered if Mirrored was gonna try to do some creative here, because like I don't know, like, were you feeling it too, where the Deli pick at the end is almost like he's trying to be sneaky, but it's kind of obvious when he picks Lipany.
Like the Deli pick, I just saw him play Deli versus Sass earlier as well.
Yeah.
I think Deli is just too good to pass up, and Lipany for sure. It's like one of the maps that synergizes best with Deli. Like on the other hand side, like he gets two civilizations that synergizes both the Ayubids and the Deli with it.
Mm-hmm. No, agreed on that one. I think the other interesting though is the Biz pick. Like I just saw it coming a mile off of Anatan. You know why, right? Like he's the only player in comp that will use that back trade post that spawns near your base.
True, Anatan does like to do
hey!
that, but always depends.
What's
like,
up,
it's an
Yukanda?
opportunity play.
Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate
it's
the prime
really
sub.
nice that it gives you like baseline, the bonus speed on the production.
Oh yeah,
and you
50%,
can then combine
right?
it with a cistern.
Yeah,
and you can combine it with a cistern, then you get really, really quick mercenaries out of that.
I think it's sick as well because Anatan's also one of those players that will quite frequently go for the mining camp quite early to get the level 3 cistern in. So like it's very interesting this matchup because it gives you a very aggressive timing against a Civ that's usually meant to eclipse your military count. But the only worry I have, man, is like I was saying to Jonto, I kind of wish this was a best of 5. There's enough Civs for it. Because sometimes, you know how it is, BO3s can get super snowbally, especially with this type of format.
Imagine best of 3s, imagine best of 1s. Like,
dude, like I heard about
MSN1 versus WAN.
I was like, I'm not going to go live for the first day because I saw the qualifiers hadn't resolved. And I was like, some of these are going to be like stomp matchups. I was like, well, I didn't expect that stomp.
Yeah, it was a little bit weird with the scheduling, right? Like, some games happened before the time they were supposed to, some happened after, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna observe it myself. And I was just watching there. I'm just sitting there and I was like, wait, is Wham dead? And then it happened.
By the way,
That's crazy.
Art Cascade, you piece of shit. I can see you in my chat. I see that.
Wait. Oh yeah, true. We have shared.
Yeah,
chat
dude.
now.
He thought he was hidden. That's a perma. But dude, MSN saying he beat Wham in a best of 9. I mean, dude, there's weeklies for him to figure that out. You know, like.
That is very ambitious.
I mean, yeah, like Emerson's like, yeah, you just need to let me have Rus, Juji, HRE, Byzantines. I got this.
MSN will just play Iobits.
Of course, every single game.
Did you actually see the game that he played with Wham? He's got a very creative, fast pro scout.
He done the pro scouts, but I heard, yeah, like I've seen him do it in the past. He's the most obsessive person of that build. Like some people joined in, like the gimmicky element for a few days, and then they just like moved on. But he's been relentless with it. But you know what? This is going to be a fun one. One and all, it is time for the grand finals of King of Civilization. Anatan going up against Myriad, and it all kicks off here on Lipany.
And we do have Byzantines up against Deli here. I played this matchup quite a while ago, up against Cat. I found it very hard for the Deli's alternate to play against Byzantines. Even with all of these little bonuses that the Deli get, just the pure mass of units that Byzantines can pump out can be very, very scary for a civilization like Deli that also like to pump units to deal with.
Mm-hmm. I think this is like the interesting thing to me is that because of the way the systems operate, Byzantines have this own skill point that will allow them to compete. Because like normally when you look at this matchup, the primary complaint you'll hear from people who face off against Deli is I just can't keep pace. No matter what I do, he always seems to have more. And that's oppressive, right? Especially when you consider the objectives on the map. Other small details that I find quite impressive about this matchup, these are two of the best civs at leveraging Lipany for its berry detail.
Exactly. All of the olive oil that you can get in KPI, I just looked at the market of the trade post next to Anaton's base.
What did we
Do
get?
you think we'll see like elephants versus elephants here potentially?
We're thinking deep down the line if that's going to happen. I mean, I would at least thought you were going to lean to the Zhuge Nu idea. Theoretically, it's kind of cool against Deli.
It is, but like it takes like Zhuge Nu only really become broken when you reach like 50 of them, because then it doesn't matter what unit your opponent throws against you, they die after a volley. It's kind of hard getting to that 50 point with olive oil. But what's interesting is you only need to put the mercenary house next to the trade post, and if you get the Golden Horn Tower, you will automatically get the mercenaries every now and then from your trade post. So we could passively see elephants coming in for Anaton.
A man can dream. See, this now kind of makes me wish he'd go Hippodrome. He's not going to, but just think about it for a second, because otherwise your opponent can get speedy elephants and you can't.
Speedy elephants that regenerate. Granted, it's not a lot of regeneration, but if you get such a large health pool, at least you can fully make usage of that. Plus 4 damage when you already do 50 damage with the main attack.
Wow, look at that. I've already blown a hole in his chest, but now I've also cut him across the arm. Yeah, it is kind of weird the way that Hippodrome scales, right? Because it's just, if it's not horsemen or scouts, it feels pretty terrible for Triumph.
It used to, I feel like it used to be a percentage, because when Byzantines got released, it said that it was a percentage, a pretty high one as well. I think it was 20%.
and I reckon they were like, ooh, we may have just broken cataphracts, right? Let's change that.
Never a percentage. It was always +4. No matter what year, it was always +4. And they just, I think that was something that they had in development and never changed the tooltip until a lot of time later.
Mm-hmm.
2 patches afterwards.
I mean, it's always interesting when you find this one. I'm trying to think. There's been some other ones that are hilarious over the years. Where you're like, that's not how that works. It's tripped me up on cast before, where you trust it and you theory craft it based on what it says. You're like, by the way, and pro comes to your chat by the way, that doesn't actually work at all.
Yeah, we've had a lot of those things.
It keeps the game spicy, you know. It's those that are paying attention, those that actually go and find the secret strats. Kind of like a certain Emerson that we mentioned earlier loved his clown carring back when it was viable. But we do have everything normie coming in here. Despite all this talk about Hippodrome, it's just going to be a Grand Winery versus Dome of Faith. Likely, we're going to be looking at Limitane opening. Usually, this matchup tends to trend Limitane into javelins. I have seen a very intriguing iteration, though, where you go longbow horseman as well with Byzantines.
Longbow horseman, like pretty much anything works when you get enough horsemen, enough longbows in. Just having the meat shield, that's the important part. But yeah, horsemen in general are great because you can separate them off and just go for raids in between, like at the drop of a hat, just immediately send horsemen in for raids. That's something that you can't really do with Midnight. Then will it's a slow push.
Hold up. Am I seeing that right? You don't do this. You don't do this on Byzantines. This is absolutely wild out of Anatan.
I feel like it makes sense, right? Like, you get the synergy with Dialecticus. We're getting Pro Scouts at a pretty quick pacing here.
Yeah.
The main thing that you always have to think about, like, if you don't Pro Scout, your opponent will.
So it's Deli get it for free, right?
Yeah, they're doing it for free. So do you just want to let them have it for free?
It's interesting, though, because, like, I talked about this just the other day. The weird thing that's polarizing about Byzantines, the obvious detail to talk about is we want mercenaries. Mercenaries are good. It's actually more deeply complex than that. Like, the efficient route to go for Pro Scouts would require you to go Grand Winery, so you save on the mill, so that you can just start getting Pro Scouts straight away. But then the trade-off is you still have to build a stable. Whereas if you go for the Hippodrome, you save 150 wood, but you now have to build a mill anyway. So it's like, there's almost the way that the Byzantines early game is designed, it's almost like it's discouraging you either way when you're thinking about Pro Scouts. Like, it gives you just enough to say, hey, look at this. But you know it's always going to feel worse than, like, China, Juji, Rus, HRE, Malians, basically half the civs in the game doing it.
I agree. Then again, like, Grand Winery already kind of, like, pays for itself after the first... Like, you can only benefit from the first berry bushes anyways, so it makes a lot of sense to just still very quickly exhaust the first berries that you get. That's enough for a minimum of two mercenary camps. If you go for Keshiks, which you typically don't do, even 3. And then, like, Pro Scouts just kind of makes the Castle Age transition even faster and smoother. And once you get Golden Horn Tower, you're getting mercenaries one way or the other.
Makes me wonder, actually, with Pro Scouts, whether the idea of, like, catering up and going for gulps would be worth it here at all. I guess it comes down to the timing, right? Like, if you play a long feudal, it's probably less desirable.
A long feudal... I mean, that's the thing as well, right? Like, long feudal still isn't bad for Byzantines. If it's a long feudal age, they can add in more and more olive groves as well as time goes on. And you don't need to have all your villagers gathering the deer. You can still have, like, groups of, like, 5 villagers out on the berries gathering up that olive oil. You don't need to commit everything there. Actually, it's a little bit better even when you don't have all of your villagers at the same spot. Because if it comes to the point where your opponent might, like, want to go for a dive, that's something that Baltune always criticizes when I do it. I do the mistake a lot of times where I just have a lot of villagers, like, let's say 15, 20 villagers on berries or at, like, the same berry bush or something like that when I'm about to, like, do a transition.
Yeah. I call it, like, the...
earlier.
You know, like, I call it, like, the Doomy play, because, like, Doomy does this a lot, but it's crazy how often he makes it work. You know what I'm talking about? Where, like, he'll gather up 3,000 gold. It's like, what the Ben, this is too much. He's like, no, I'm the frugal saver. I'll be able to afford a house soon. And then just all of a sudden, he just reallocates perfectly. But it is crazy to watch. Like, some players love that. There's the classic, which is Marine Lord with the wood, right? Is the other one that people always love to talk about because he then adds in, like, 15 farms. But, you know, there are ways to make it work. One thing I will say, by the way, now you're going to be in Germany as well. Baltune is going to be there. So now, when you cast his games, you just need to keep an eye out for him making that mistake.
Like, maybe for that, but I also have to be very careful with if I criticize him or not, because I'm actually sharing a hotel room with him.
I love Baltune, but to be honest, if he wanted to start a fight, I'm pretty sure you break him in 2.
The dude has flick shot, like the wrists, man. Like, you see how he controlled. You're gonna see. Like, you were there in Bergen. You see how he flick shots.
Oh, yeah,
I feel like he could just take my wrist or something like that with those flick shots.
I think the problem, though, is, like, he's probably got, like, his arms are reasonably toned, but, like, he's got no chest, you know what I mean? Right? Like, you just picture, like, that big monster with the oversized arms that punches, but it's got, like, small body. So, like, you can just body him, man. Just body him. Kind of like how Mira's trying to body this fight, but the Limitane, There's a lot of them right now. Myriad has got this cool timing coming to archers, and I think we're seeing where Anatan's a little bit weak. Usually by now you have the second group of javelins out. Because of the Pro Scouts play, he's delayed his timing. He's going to get those second javs out closer to 10 minutes.
Yeah, the delay is there, but for the time being, he managed to discourage Myriad from taking that middle sacred site. One sacred site did get neutralized, but the Scholar's already there to start recapturing that one up. And whenever you start taking these sacred sites, even for just a minute, like that's a lot of gold coming in. That means that Myriad is going to be able to pump out Scholars nonstop. He's already got 5 out with 2 more in queue. At any one point in time, like Piety is something that you... I don't know why. I don't know who got the idea of having Piety be a feudal age technology. But Scholars don't take any bonus damage, and it's 130 HP worth of meat shield value that you get there.
I am still the opinion that military efficiency should be pulled to feudal age so that this gets delayed, right? Because then if you think about it has a huge ramification to make that change, right? Piety comes in a lot later, Sanctity comes in a lot later. Deli can still play for this feudal control, but it's not so quick that you just feel like you're going to want to GG out the game at 10 minutes. Deer is getting interesting, by the way. So he's been able to snatch some from Myriad's side. Pro Scouts only just completed for Myriad. And I believe... yeah, Myriad, he hasn't scouted the southern corner. He doesn't realize that Anatan's got a deer stack right tight up in the south side.
Yeah, overall, Anatan is going to take the lion's share here of the deer. Archers, not quite enough yet in order to one-shot the Lemidnai with the shield wall. You need a lot for those. Gazi Raiders, though, like that's a pretty big mass that he has there. And something to keep in mind is when the shield wall is active on the Lemidnai, sure, they take a lot less range damage, but they also attack so slowly that it means that Gazi Raiders can actually take a lot better trades against them. They're still gonna die, but they trade out a lot better.
Especially when you consider that Gazi have higher health than standard horsemen, right? It's already a little bit harder to actually kill. The amount of times I watch Gazi walk away with 10 HP compared to horsemen that flop dead, I just lose control, inhibition over my ability to remain unbiased. Sometimes I watch Gazi, I'm like, I want you to die. I just want you to lose one engagement. But so far, that is not happening. Horsemen do get cut off here. Myriad is starting to stop half the castle age, but Anatan is going to have the edge on this timing.
Yeah, he is. I mean, that is a pretty damn impressive castle age time, I want to say. Granted, in theory, like when you think about just how much he invested into units, he's got a lot of units out there, but 8 of them, which would be very expensive, like 120 per Javelin Thrower, he didn't have to spend anything for them.
No.
That's a lot of value there. Little clash in the middle.
The Archer count is getting close to what he'd need. The problem now is with this castle age coming in, the Limitana get even tankier, not just because the extra health on the upgrade, it's also the effective HP, right? Like, Undermesh 2 is actually a big deal. Myriad...
yeah, it is.
His scholar count kind of concerns me because I don't think his veterancy time is going to be fast. He's going to be at like, what, probably about 9 scholars max, and half of them are going to be seeking relics. So although that gives you a big grab down the line, it just means you're going to be a lot weaker in this first fight where Anatan can rush his veterancies and you're going to be waiting an extra minute and a half.
Yeah, speaking of age up Myriad, he can't, like, up until now, he was only with 2 villagers in gold. He just pulled 5 more. But that still is gonna, like, really, really delay his age up timing. He's got the food, he just doesn't have the gold right now. So right now, he probably needs to still invest more into military just to have the numbers once he hits the castle age and maybe go for some raids with the Gaza Raiders. Right now, he's just not really doing anything with the resource that he has in the bank.
Sometimes I kind of wish the Deli matchup specifically had a timed Sacred Site captured / decaptured. It's very important. Anatan's been doing a good job of stripping that gold back, which is what's been inhibiting that scholar count and also the gold gen you just mentioned. So like that's why now Myriad, you can see the miss macro here, right? Because he just assumed that he'd be able to have 1 to 2 sacred sites at all given times. It's really hit his timing to lead to a lot of inequality in the economy.
Yeah. Phantom behind this, just with a couple of horsemen being very, very active. And I can, like, look at the waypoints that he's got set up. He's going for a loop around. He's got a sheep there, actually, so he knows that there are villagers that are on the berries.
Oh, that's sick! And this is no textiles. Myriad done the greedy Deli. So, horsemen, we would have found a few targets here. Wait, should be at least 1, maybe 2 kills.
That was a brilliant example of animation canceling being fixed there.
Yep, and I love the fact that he still pins them against the berries. He gets a double kill instead of a solo. And still more idle time to be achieved here. Myriad hasn't completed the tech up yet. And the worry I have is Myriad, he doesn't know exactly what he's up against here. Cataphract spam's on the way. Are you kidding me? This is still going.
A lot of value. It's still going, and the villagers are just running back.
It's like, quick, jump in the bushes. They won't see us. Yeah, I know you're wearing green and you're also carrying red, but I think these guys are smart enough to tell the difference between a berry bush and a Deli peasant.
6 villagers, 7 villagers down so far.
He's distracted.
Myriad at least gets the information on the archer ranges coming up and on the cataphracts that are already out. So he knows what he's going to have to deal with. The question is, can he?
Unbelievable. Cataphracts also now being dove onto. It looks like the trample did already get used, so at least find that 1 kill. But the amount of effort it's taken to get this 1 kill and what was gotten in return, this doesn't feel like it's worth it. You can really see that Anatan is posturing in the center of the map. He's ready to commit in if he sees any sign of weakness.
Suddenly 4 barracks getting dropped for Myriad?
What? Wow.
That's a lot of barracks. This can't be men-at-arm play, right? That can't be.
No, but like if this is spears to deal with cataphracts, why not crossbowmen? I guess the javelins holds them hostage, right? But like, this feels a little bit dicey. Also, wait, okay, this is just getting weirder though, because he went War Elephant at the same time as his queued up Portrait Rags, and his food income is quite pitiful, actually.
He had a lot of food in the bank, so I'm guessing, okay, he just wanted to get rid of his food in the bank, like quicker, but
you
just there with income.
But like you have scholars, right? Just put them in the racks when they get home, and then just get a delayed inflation. Oh no, this is feeling a little bit weird. Wallow's coming in. Oh, he's gonna lose both, isn't he? Oh my god.
Yeah.
He's gonna be down to 4 scholars in Castle Age.
That is not where you want to be with the Deli. Usually at this point in time, you want to have 10 scholars at the least. Like, usually with a little bit of a longer feud late, which we had here, it should have been at least like 12, 13.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, being down to 4 means that the technologies are also going to be a lot slower.
How many horseman kills attribute towards the scholar count, right? Like, I think this is the one on the south side. I think it's either 4th or 5th scholar that's been sniped by horsemen. That is insane. He doesn't even have bloomery tech, right? It actually takes quite a few hits here. It looks like maybe this scholar is going to survive as attention turns elsewhere, but I'm more worried about the rest of the map now for Myriad. The men-at-arms have been revealed early, and crossbows are already being prepped by Anatant.
Elephant coming in as well, but at least he was able to thin out the Midnight Mass a good little bit. He still has a good amount of infantry, and that's the important point. Like, when you have an elephant, you want to make sure that the elephant isn't getting surrounded. So if you have a lot of infantry, you're able to shield the elephant from the flanks.
But Cracker, look at the mini-map. Like, just look at all the yellow Scourge coming. This is ridiculous. There are so many troops moving. I thought Deli were the ones with mass, but you wouldn't think it. Look at this. Cataphracts. I'm going to have to trample away from the fight. I love that, like, wait, this is an elephant. We don't want any part of it. My concern is, like, looking back at this game, I think you can see the panic from Myriad. The fact he went men-at-arms and elephants, both of those things get countered by the same thing. So the moment you reveal one part of the comp, you can't hide the secondary. Crossbows are already coming. The elephant is already down. And Myriad now just has nothing to look forward to. The Jav still exists to counter his own crossbow play. And the crossbowman counter every other move he can make.
That's exactly it. We're also getting some camels in there as well, so they won't get countered by the crossbow. So he has a pretty big meat shield there as well with a cavalry unit that can take down both men-at-arms and crossbows.
And this is one of the few matchups where you can't just say, okay, tower elephants then. That'll recover me against your spears and crossbows, because the javelins, again, yes, a lot of ranged armor, but they just basically offset that with their bonus anyway. So, like, at this stage, I think Myriad is just, gonna call the GG. Just stuck in a hole with nowhere to go. I mean, early game, it looked like there was maybe some potential, but can't fault Anatant. Not often you see pro scouts work for the Byzantines.
Indeed. I mean, it's all about that food denial. If he doesn't get it, then his opponent will. So just getting it yourself, it's definitely worth it here. And Anatant realizing that makes use of the synergies that he has there as well for it. And in the end, just a big old clump of units. And that's typically what gets you in the end when you play up against the Byzantines.
Oh, yes. How much time we can reduce tech if I put 6 moss full of scholars? 6? That'd be 30 scholars.
That's a lot.
You'd be down to like 40?
Imperial tech in like 50 seconds, I want to say.
And I think like castle techs would go down to about 25, 30 seconds, something like that. It would be fast. Like, you'd need a lot. That is also at that point in the game, like if you're in Imperial, you're not rushing the elite techs as much as you're probably thinking you need techs, right?
Yeah.
There was I had an interesting game on the channel recently where there was a very, very intriguing choice made by one of the players. I think it's in the midweek muster. Yeah, I think it was Wham. He was 30 seconds away from elite tech, and he was getting dove. So he pulled all the scholars out of the Madrasa and just chain healed in the fight. And it looked like he was going to choke because basically he went from like 30 seconds out to like 4 minutes out. That heal is OP, man. I can't. He should not have been able to hold it. Oh, I don't know. Like I'm still of the opinion. Like I love. So on the one hand, I love the idea of healing as like it's an interactive element, like another way of using units. But in general, I do feel like healing across the board is broken.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the healing, it's also just having that big meat shield there as well on the front side. And especially when you like have fights, when you have like line formation units fighting off against each other, when you don't one-shot, it becomes a very big problem because suddenly you just don't kill anything anymore.
All right, so looks like we're getting ready for the next game. Zhuji is going to be coming out. Malian response from Anachad.
I struggle with this matchup. I'll be honest. As Zhuji up against Malians, I feel like pressured to do damage early on. And if you can't kill Mali early on, I feel like at this point in time, like a lot of players that play Mali or that play a lot of Mali have found ways to survive into the cow boom.
All right, one sec. Let me get the score flipped. And let's get ready to go. Want to know if my prestigious analyst Crackety can't figure out how to navigate this one? We're going to have to figure out which way Myriad can, because his back is up against the wall. Anatan now leading with Malians on Dry Arabia up against Myriad Juji. And Dry Arabia, I mean, it's the purest map, Crackety, right? If there was anywhere that you could just not blame RNG, and you'd have to say it's all skill-based, is this not the one?
Definitely, definitely. I mean, it's always still depending on the spawn, but looking at the spawn at the moment, we have back gold for both players, so all is looking fair so far, just judging from the spawn. Actually, it's looking really, really good when I'm looking at the second gold for Anatan as well.
Yeah, like retracted in corner, right? The alternative choice forward is rough, but I like he's got this double tree line. Usually, if they try to go for like a pressure-oriented all-in, the problem you have there is you usually lean into Zhuginu quite hard, and that type of tree line can ruin everything, and javelins can scale behind it. So, like, curious to see how Myriad wants to approach this. This is a classic pro scout warfare game. The difference is the Malians, I kind of categorize pro scout civs, right? Like you've got anti-pro scout civs and pro scout civs. Now that's confusing at first because what I'm saying is civs that will pro scouts but count you first, not civs that don't pro scouts. For example, despite what Anatan done in game 1, I'd say Byzantines are not an anti-pro scout civ. They don't do it. Malians, on the other hand, benefit, similar to HRE, from opening with counterplay and then taking the deer afterwards.
Something that's very interesting that we've seen a lot more recently, now that Pro Scout has been around for a little bit, is Dark Age aggression. Whenever you're up against a civilization that likes to go for Pro Scout, not in this particular matchup, but I feel like civilizations that used to not go for Dark Age aggression nowadays go for Dark Age aggression a lot more often when they're up against a civilization that likes to utilize Pro Scouts.
Yeah, it's tricky with Malians, right? Like, they used to be the #1 target for Dark Age aggression, but I actually kind of like it for Myriad that he didn't try this for multiple reasons. One, I think Juicy can be a bit weird for that Dark Age aggression, despite the fact they have the Imperial Official. 2 would have been the spawn, but 3 was the most recent patch we had a change. Houses have 50 more HP, the pit mine has 100 more HP. It doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're doing barely any torch damage in the Dark Age, it adds an extra half a minute onto your timings.
Yeah, definitely does. It's going to delay you a lot. Grand Juji still has pretty great timings, and we should be seeing that Meditation Garden coming in shortly.
Where's the broken
going
location?
with this one?
Double gold stone, maybe? Nah, it's too far out. That just feels depressing.
I mean, yeah, it's not as good as a Manzacori, that much is for sure. He's getting like roughly 50, maybe with a little bit of wood, like 60-ish resources here per minute.
He's literally getting, I think, 58. Because I think he's got 2 trees in range, 36 on the food, 25 on the gold, right? It's pretty underwhelming. The more depressing part is he actually stepped beyond originally because he was looking for a better spot. And then he's like, oh, there's no resources there.
Yeah, kind of delayed his timing a little bit as well. There is a spot a little bit further down where he could have gotten like double gold and stone in. That could have been nice, or even further at the bottom. But the more you walk out, the worse it becomes. Like there's a large berry bush and 2 stones next to it. That's a very good spot. That would net you like 100-ish resources per minute, but it's a lot of walking time, and sometimes it's just not worth it.
No, and he's checking if he got the bend spawn. That's why I refer to as good Juji Dry Arabia spawns. Whenever I would watch Dumu play Juji, he'd always get the 8 stack of berries right in the corner next to 2 like gold outcroppings or something. I don't know how. It's like marine lore, but very specific spawn.
Those are also the games where you see like 20 bold guys.
True, he does love doing that.
Out.
I think he's at this point in competitive play built more bold boys than the next 3 players combined.
Accurate.
It's kind of it's fitting, right? Like we've got a player here who has a different statistic. I'd say Anatan has built more neutral trade post mercenaries in pro games with Byzantines than the next 10 players combined. I don't think we've got a specific stat related to these 2 civs on our screen right now, but we are going to be looking at a play now into the pro scouts. You can see the times coming through nicely. Interesting thing, by the way, we're talking earlier about the Dark Age Rush. I don't know if you saw on the ladder, Puppypaw had a very interesting game for a counterplay to Dark Age Rushes when you play Malians. He built
Outpost on the gold,
yes,
or?
but he built a mill as well, and then dropped sheep off at the mill so that he would have villages to garrison the outposts. Because obviously the problem with the outpost defense is you just then have to keep 5 villages on gold when you have passive gold. It's stupid, right? It doesn't make sense. So he dropped like 4 or 5 sheep off, completely ruined Louis' H3 rush timing.
That's great. That's great. I love it when players like, there's this one step, right? Like we're building the outpost there, but then they think one step further.
Right.
That's what Puppypaw is doing with that.
It's smart, man. I like to see it as well. Like you can mold it as OP, but you know, I think the thing is, I was impressed. I was sitting there, I was like, man, this is like HRE. This is the best at rushing Malian on their gold, and it's just stopping them entirely. Like Louis even pulled his prelate to try and heal the spearman, and it still didn't work.
He pulled the prelate?
He pulled the prelate. I'm not kidding. I think he went mine work in the end, I think it was, and then he pulled the prelate across the map. But you know, we are going to have spears in this game. Myriad is going to be one to blink first. Anatan, he's already prepping the archers on the other side, though.
I love that, because you don't need spearmen to deny the pro scouts, because you're already getting warrior scouts. Your scouts are already a lot faster, a lot stronger, so you don't need the spearmen. You can just go for your immediate archer follow-up, or javelin throw follow-up even.
This is like the frustration, I think, sometimes when you have to deal with Malians, though. Is like, you know, any other civ, you see that they've got scouts, you build spears, makes sense, right? These guys, they'll wallop you, walk away, heal. On top of that, you kind of feel like you'd be better off going archers if you could, because they have no ranged armor, which is perfect for you. The issue is those javelins you mentioned, but also the fact that you move like a slug.
This hurts a lot right now. Anatan now also able to bring his own deer back. Granted, behind this, like Myriad still invested a lot more into Scout, so it's not like his Scout count got reduced by a lot. He's already pretty much gathered up the entirety of his first deer pack behind all of this. Which just is a testament to just how crazy fast Juji is when it comes to their pro scout timing.
I mean, Juji and Chinese, right? Like, both these civs are just unrivaled because not just the tech speed unlock, but the unit unlock. You know, other civs that are... Oh, wait, really?
Yeah, 8 villagers moving out to stone for Myriad.
That's...
I like that play, because if you stay on 1 TC, you're gonna lose to Cowboom.
Yeah,
if
but
you
wait.
don't, like, kill in Middle Age.
But what if Anno mirrors it? All right, like, I'm just thinking the gold is stockpiling quite a bit for him. We don't have any cows yet.
I think you'd be better off investing into cattle, though.
Yeah, I think so too.
Just because, like, Juji scales better with 2 TC than Mali does.
I love this, by the way. This is so, like, I think it's still a bit underrated. They recently buffed sofas in Feudal Age. Sofas were always a nice, cool pocketed strat. The idea being kind of similar to, like, Juji building Pal Scout in Feudal. Build a few, get a reaction, and then you go an age ahead. And all of a sudden, these units, they're inflated out to their ridiculous stats.
Yeah. The Sofa as well is just really, really good. They actually have more base damage than even a Keshik does.
Yeah.
They cost the same. Attack speed is... The crazy thing with attack speed is that it's like one of the lamest stats to scale into.
Oh, yeah. Like
having a lot of attack speed.
Because
it doesn't make that big of a difference.
Because if you scale too much attack speed on range units, just start step screws you. And if you scale attack speed on melee units, the problem is everything moves, right? So it's like, it is such a weird and polarizing stat. It's why I think we haven't really seen too many critical moments where Juji's Dali Horses has like broken a fight. Because like statistically, Dali Horses is worth it after 5 lances. But most players won't get it until after 10.
It's the reason why I think Keshiks are actually a lot weaker than Sofas.
Yeah. I mean, you said they're the same cost. They're actually like cheaper as well, right? It's Keshik's 200, Sofas are 180. Like, it's just, and also the Sofas move quicker. Like, and they scale better into Castle Age. I mean, at some point, there's a Mongol player in both our chats crying right now, going, why does Marlian do everything better?
At the same time, interestingly enough, Mongols kind of counter Marlians.
Yeah, it's a weird one. It's like one of the very few matchups where a Mongol player smiles. Oh, blimey. So a little bit of clash over here over the final tier. Almost everything home. Mira just needs to get his own. And the 2TC, I don't think Anno has revealed that yet. And he's been quite defensive. The scout is now moving in, so we'll definitely get confirmation shortly.
Yeah. Second TC already up behind this for Myriad. I think it only just came up within the last 10 seconds, so it's now starting to pull ahead when it comes to the villager count. Anatol also still scouting. And second pit mine scaling is coming in. Blacksmith is up now, so blacksmith upgrades are coming in as well. Jugunu switch up now for Myriad. I like Jugunu up against Sofa because they only get as much armor as horsemen. They feel a lot easier to kill than knights.
Yeah.
With Jugunu.
And the whole idea is if you can actually scale the Jugunu before your opponent really knows what's happening, he can't just rush castle to make them good again. Right? So it's all about scouting this, finding the timing. If Myriad gets scouted in the infancy of the Jugunu transition, Anno can even just start prepping the joust now and be content. In fact, Anatan, I wonder.
He's going for Castle Age.
This is a half Lani, right? Like, I like that. We've been seeing more and more of it.
It's so good because you just get the upgrades in first, and then once you buy yourself a little bit of breathing room, it is so insanely fast to be able to scale into more and more of these cattle.
I mean, it's the difference is the Pro Scouts, right? Like, before you actually needed to get the Fulani first because you just didn't have enough food. But with Pro Scouts, you have so much runway now. I mean, he's doing this while also scaling Sofa. We're about to go up to 6 of these. Meantime, sniping is looking good. Steel Arrow is prioritized, but Myriad, where's the blacksmith? He still doesn't have it.
Yet. He just wants to flood units, but now he's getting both outmassed and outclassed with the units.
Let's get worse than that. He even finds a villager on the flank here. So another pick in. Anatan in a very comfortable position. This is clearly going to have to be Fulani. He doesn't have anything that's upgradable for the Farimba right now. And I think that's right. Like, Farimba is very weird. It looked quirky for a week or two, but we've been seeing a lot more players just go back to the safety of economy. That economy, not looking so safe for Myriad.
It takes so long to kill these archers without the blacksmith upgrades.
And he's not,
Suddenly archers are able to make good trades.
Yeah, it's rough because he did stick to the supervision in the end, but it just doesn't matter. This fight, it's too late. The Sofa are going to get in. The villagers are going to try to run away. No textiles there either. Myriad, believe it or not, went 2 TC in this game, Crackety. Can you believe that? Because I don't.
Did, but it's not going to be enough, the 2 TC play. He's behind in villagers, actually. He's 12 villagers down already.
He's a whole army down as well, and he's about to be an entire age down. This game already looks over. I warned Jean Doe he should make it a best of 5. Because this one is like, what, half an hour long? Maybe 40 minutes to win a grand finals for Anno.
Just like that, yeah. 4 villagers behind, Grand Fulani Corral being rushed up now with 15 villagers. There's only 3 cattle, but 8 villagers on and double pit mines. I think after this, he's just going to pull like all the villagers from the Grand Fulani Corral onto gold as well.
Yeah, it's just cruise mode now, right? And Relic's also on the agenda. That is crippling for Juji because, like, you know, Myriad, in a way, his build here is very old school, right? When Juji were first introduced, you know for sure, this is what people done. They just went 2 TC. It was the optimal build. Nowadays, the optimal build is fast castle relic gathering with Shallow Monks. He's going to miss that timing entirely. So there's the issue that now Myriad has, and why I'm saying like this is GG, is the recovery mechanism that exists. The next step that's meant to get you back in the game isn't going to be there. It can all be removed.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, now it's just even going to be even more like Sofas. And Sofas at like a large scale, Spearman can't even match up to them anymore. And there it is. GG comes in. Anaton. This was so incredibly clean here from him.
Yeah, I mean, you can't fault him, right? Like, the strategy in game number 1 was quirky. I'd say, like, Myriad maybe was given a tiny bit more runway, but you always respect the Deli. But here, he pretty much just gave Myriad the rope to hang himself, right? Hoisted on his own petard, if you will. Like, he got the good opening with the Pro Scouts play. It almost felt like that encouraged Myriad to be more greedy. In some ways, I like this idea of trying to come back with aggression, but Marlians is one of those civs where you can't do this feigned greed into all-out aggression 2 TC, right? Like, if you're going to 2 TC against Marlians to stop Fulani, it needs to be early and quick. And in this game, nowhere near quick enough.
Yeah. looking at the map spawn again, I feel like double woodline forward, that's something that you could harass because Mali,
Yeah.
they do need wood. They scale with buildings, so being able to deny buildings, that's like one of the main ways you can punish them. But it's a rough one, right? Like it's still like the gold in the back as well means that it is going to be very, very difficult for you at the end of the day to really get units onto gold to deny it.
I think, like, looking back at this, I mean, Mira's saying it's on the micro. I think, like, the deer spawns were somewhat linear. Not linear enough, maybe. Because my thought is, we talked about Jiganu being better against the Warrior Scouts, right? But, like, the only way you make that work is if you have a clear target. I think to the point of the tree lines, in theory, maybe he could have made that work if you got a Jiganu timing going, but this is the frustration of Malians, right? It's like, oh, man, I've blocked their wood. Be a shame if the counter to my mass Jiganu costs food and gold, right? Be a shame if both of his golds are on the backside of the base and he can still build that.
Yeah, I mean, it's the reason why I believe that you got to kill Mali in Feudal Age as Zhuji. Because the further the game goes, the further the scaling goes, Zhuji is a very timing-oriented civ in that matchup, and you just, like, the timing is very tight against Malians. Very tight.
Yeah.
If you don't, like, already start pulling ahead early on, it's just going to get worse and worse for you.
Agreed. But commiserations, Mr. Myriad. I mean, I was still kind of shocked that the semis was a 2-0 the way it was, actually, now that I think about it. Like, I remember, like, I started the day by saying Sass's, like, draft kind of looks like low-key OP, right? Like, French, Rus.
It did look good. Like,
yeah.
French versus Deli as well. Like, that's a pretty decent matchup there to have. And I believe the first one, was Order of the Dragon up against Ottomans. That's still fine. Like, it's very fine, I want to say. Just because if you get to the point where you have Siege in, Siege is like the best counter to have up against OTD.
I liked what the thought process was there from Sass, right? Because I think what that is like he picked Ottomans because he was expecting Deli, which makes sense. Like, I'm still convinced, like, it's very hard to execute. But if you're talking highest level players, Ottos can beat Deli, right? They've been getting better at it again. In fact, in the grand finals we recently had, it was the final game between Wham and Beastie, and he almost pulled it off. He was so close, but in the end, like, Beastie slipped in one raid and it built a lead. But, like, the concept of, like, Sipahi with the meta, like, I don't know, I think
it's
melee
really
armor,
good.
It just gets slept on. When you have melee armor, it's so broken.
Yeah, I played a game like that matchup recently with Ottomans, and it's so natural to just go into Mass Sipahi like that. Like, you can really ruin Deli's time there.
You know what it
just
was?
Mass Sipahi.
I think, like, people have been scared of Sipahi for a long time because it's, like, very fragile. Yeah, very fragile, very expensive. Like, you might think, oh, yeah, but KP, people build into Ghazi all the time. Is it not the same concept? Dude, those things are so much more forgiving. They cost less per, they scale quicker. You have, like, mass healer boys. I think when you try to go mass Ottoman Sipahi, you're always scared you're going to be outblobbed. Whereas, like, when do you ever see a Deli player get outblobbed?
Yeah. That's true. That's true. All right.
250 APM? Whoa. Why you got to discredit him? It's like more like 280, okay?
250 effective APM,
I
think
think sorry,
means.
EAPM. Yeah, of course.
I mean, that's kind of crazy. Like, effective APM having like 200, I want to say, is like high end, and then 250, that's when you know, okay, somebody was locked in.
Yo, Myriad, actually, I'm curious. What was your response to Pro Scouts from Byzantines in Game 1? Like, what, like your feelings in that moment? And why was it, what the hell is this, and why is he doing it? I'm telling you, man, like, no one ever expects the Byzantine Pro Scouts. It's so weird.
It all makes sense when you're like, oh, man.
Yeah, there you go. He's like, oh, this can't be good for him. Unfortunate. I'm curious on, like, your thought process on the Deli final pick, by the way. Did you think you were, like, hiding something not obvious? Because I was saying, to me, from a drafting POV, knowing you as a player, I would always expect Deli to be your biggest priority. Because, like, these days, English and Ottoman suck.
I mean, there's still, like, Rus and French, right? I feel like the draft is so good either way, civ-wise, that kind of doesn't matter, maybe.
Yeah. Better civs that left. Yeah, I know. I don't know. It's like, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how you feel about, like, the drafting format for this. Both of you chip in. It's, like, tricky because of, like, the civs and whatever, but it's, like, I don't think there was that much opportunity to necessarily out-draft. Maybe that's good or bad. It almost felt kind of predictable what you're going to do with the bans.
I like the idea because Jondo like actually got player opinions in earlier about like Civ tier list wise.
Yo,
like, where
what's
the
up,
civs
Zaphras?
rank, and then he based the
Appreciate
bracket based on that, so that the final at least is gonna have like equalish S tier and A tier civilizations in them.
Yeah. No, I like the format as well. I was a little bit disappointed the grand finals weren't BO5. So I was like looking, I was like, we have enough civs. This could have been. But bless him, I don't think he I don't think he really expected the high level players to sign up. So shout out to him for putting it together though. He even reorganized it last second because I think it was the one trick pony was like dropped on his head out of nowhere. Because like he messaged me. He was like, okay, we're gonna expose him crackety. He messaged both of us asking us to be the official English coverage. Because like that's why we were casting together. Because Crackety messaged me a bit earlier, and John had messaged me back like in January, telling me about. I was like, oh, this sounds cool. And then I had to warn him. Oh, sorry, so it was Garrison, and I think it was the one trick pony. Was that the same weekend? So like, so we almost had 3 AOE 4 tournaments on the same weekend. Oops.
Yeah, the timing is always difficult, right? But lands always get priority, and the other one I think was just like not willing to move, which makes sense. It was higher budget and stuff like that.
Yeah. Wait. Is Mirad gonna fly to Hamburg and eradicate everyone?
He's gonna be there, yeah. He's gonna be playing the offline qualifier as well.
Look at that, man! I'm gonna have a busy day. I'm doing days. I'm gonna be doing the AoE2, and then they mentioned it's like maybe we find some time for you to be an AoE4. I'm like, maybe. I'm doing like the stage host and the desk host. So like, and you guys want me to do the pub quiz? So okay.
Busy day.
Mate, I'm so fudged because the pub quiz, like obviously loads of unique unit names, and there's gonna be a lot of beer. And I do a charity pub quiz with one of my friends, and I'm kind of infamous for mispronouncing things. I'm gonna be terrible.
Look at Core. He's cocky there. He wants Myriad on his bracket side.
Wait, is this Core who recently? Let me just check KPMM 16. I'm pretty sure it was a 2-0.
I mean, check ladder. Did you see that Core is ranked number 7 on ladder?
Wow, he's ranked number 7.
Yeah.
Wow.
For a second, I was gonna say rank number 4, but it's actually Beastie that renamed.
Yeah, I was about to say that caught me out early because I was like, oh man, I'm gonna probably like cast some games after the Jean Doe because it's gonna be so short. I was like, whoa, Louis versus Core. I was like, oh, okay, it's Beastie.
Fake Core spotted.
Yo, Core, have you are you still diversifying your time to Valorant, or have you given up and taken up Marvel Rivals Pro?
Striker is coming as well, yeah. Striker will be there.
Striker's there? Big pog, Mr. Striker. He's been honing his skills in the KPMMs. Did you, Crackety, have you seen the game he had against Voldemar?
I think I did. I'm quite sure I did, yeah.
It was ABBA versus... I can't remember which civ he's playing now. It was the wildest Anatolian Hills game we've ever had.
Yeah, I think I saw that. I was like, oh my god, this game's still going.
Dude, it's like I still can't believe he trebbed him. Oh, I don't know. Like, what do you think about Anatolian Hills?
It's an interesting one. I like the idea. I really, really like the idea of like the move out and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a really great map. Honestly, it's very dynamic with the way that it goes overall, like the pacing and whatnot, decision making on where you're gonna put down your landmarks, and I really just like to see maps that reward like clever thinking when it comes to like what your game plan is and where you're gonna put like your important buildings. I think whenever you have a map that like just promotes and encourages like clever thinking and like preparation, I think that's always great to have.
Yeah, like I think actually the feedback I need to give them is the only thing I'd change is I'd probably put more obstructions on your starting island. Because I think the only thing that maybe hampers it a bit is English and Malians, because they can just build at home, right? Like they can build economy at home quite well. But like I agree, I like this idea of, economy being exposed. It's conceptually like what the idea of playing out into Deer and Boar is meant to bring. It's like, you get something better, but there is a risk. Did you like, what was it? Did you hear about BC's feeling on last week's games?
No, what did he say?
I called it out because before grand finals, I watched the piece of the VOD. He almost lost a B. He was like, if there's any week that I lose, I said it was going to be this week because the meme maps. So I opened up midweek muster 16 and midweek muster 15. I was like, this map is less this week's maps are less memey than last week's. All right, so I'll do it on the stream as well. Like if you have a look at KPM 15 and KPM 16, you'll see. Like it's because he And 'cause they literally in their series had drafted out the Mimi maps. Like they actually worked together to get rid of them because one of them got rid of Anatolian and the other one got rid of Golden Heights, right? But midweek 15 was Anatolian, Coastal, Dry Arabia, Frisian, Golden Heights moving out Prairie. And then the next week we swapped out moving out, and I believe it was Frisian for Golden Heights? No, Golden Heights was in them both. It was Lipany and Prairie. Sorry, Lipany and my brain. What did I swap it out for? Holy Island, yeah. It's like we basically took out the Mimi water map and put in the like best balanced water map. And then we took out we brought in Lipany, which is like one of is like probably behind Dry Arabia considered the most balanced map in the game. So I don't know. I just found it hilarious. I was like,
I mean, say what you want, but people can always find stuff to complain about.
Dude, I tell you what, that grand finals, I was blown away. I was impressed by Wham actually. I'm curious.
Yeah, I agree.
Like
I still think he should have won that Ottoman versus John game.
Oh, dude,
like
don't get me started. I was like, that is the game was. Remember, like I don't know if you listened at the time. I was like, this is 99% over, and then he comes back, and I'm like, what?
I think it's the misplay of like just not switching over the Mehmet over to Springles because like after 2 mangonels, you just want to have Springles. I feel like 2-3 mangonels after that, just Springles.
Especially with the way they were fighting into choke points on that map in the end. Like that would have been perfect.
Choke points, and BC had only infantry.
Yeah, I just love the way
and it
BC
was melee shot, not range on, so he couldn't snipe Springles.
Yeah, like I still remember him. He just kept running behind the tree line because the Janissaries. Like I'm here to fight. Oh no. I will be waiting over here if you could please remove all those guns. We Europeans, we don't know how to deal with that many DACA, you know? That's an American speciality.
All right. I'm gonna go and lose some Elo and ladder.
All right, you have fun with your Elo. See ya, buddy.
See ya.
Done. Relationship over. I hate him. GG. But not end of stream. No, folks. We've got plenty more to come. We're going to be checking out some live from the ladder games. We're going to be also looking in on some games from people's match history that had a very intriguing look to it. So if I got some boys in chat, start queuing up. We're going to have a look quickly, see if there's any clear live options. I should have known Baltoon is going to be playing 4v4s. This man has got a LAN in T-minus 4 days. And he's playing, dude, like if you look at Baltoon's account, it's all team games. And here's the thing, guys. You might think, Baltoon is actually like, you know, baiting us. He's not really playing all team games. He's actually playing 1v1. No, legitimately, this guy, like every time I check his account, he's live with a 4v4 game. All right, so Voldemar, is Voldemar scrimming? Voldemar's probably swaying up because I think Voldemar is going to be there playing the offline qualifier. He, weeks ago, was practicing Garrison drafts, so I think he's coming. Elyona, Numidan would be sick, but... Oh, Numu's scrimming too, guys. Do you think Numidan's going to turn up? That would be... I don't know, man. Sweden's not that far away. Who's me and Micah got? Ugh, dude. All these people in their team games. How is it I've... Like, of all the names on my list, checked 2 people now, and they've both been in teams. Do you guys want some live or do you want some interesting replays? You probably wouldn't have seen these series, but I already put to the side some Louis MT versus Kiljardi, Louis MT versus Beastie, Dimu versus Jif, Vortex versus Kiljardi, and a few others. So we have options. Oh wait, is this like a tournament? That's the caster UI. Is there a tournament going on right now that we don't know about? That would be kind of nice. Let me have a look, guys. I mean, there's a tournament, but it's like team tournaments, so... Why am I looking at S tier? It definitely wouldn't be S tier. All tournaments. So we were 9th of March, right? Tournament of Power, maybe? Oh no, that's already done. I didn't even know about that one either. There's a 2 grand tournament. I didn't even hear about it. Am I just living under a rock? Hispan Gamers? That's not it either. Huh. Nope. Live, maybe? Yeah, that's not what I'm asking. Oh, you mean what we're watching? I just don't have the tournament details on this to cast this, so it'll just feel a little bit confusing, I guess, for people. But, like, it's using the cast UI, so... I don't know. I wish I could find the deets. It might just be that they're practicing for something. They left themselves observable. We said Numidan wasn't spectatable, right? So I think I'll do one quick sweep on the ladder. If not, we can check out, like, Louis MT. Louis? I wonder if, like, CSO not being able to make it to the LAN because of visa issues is actually going to be his secret power. Because he can do some secret strategies with him, right? Actually, no, screw it. No, he won't be able to because, like, Louis won't... Actually, no, he would be used to that lag. But I don't know if you can actually force... What server would you force instead of India? I guess the biggest problem. So... What a name. The Dude Man. So Gully's up against Jiff. Who else we got? Nothing too interesting. I think what we'll do, guys... Why are we watching random games on the Day of the Lord? Because no one wants to listen to the scriptures of Jesus. People want to pray to the sun god. And Imhotep. Sadly, we don't have an Egyptian enough civ yet for that. I just realized we didn't take the opportunity with Kings of Civilization to use the acronym name, which is COCK. GG. I'm so sorry, chat. I let you down. We should have been referring to it as COCK all the time. Like, I've grown up too much. I'm like in prep mode. Did you hear me earlier when I said thank you for the sub, by the way, Zaphras? I did, just in case you didn't. Just want to say that again. Did I say anything about Candy? I'm pretty sure I did in the moment. It's just I was like half paying attention because we were like muting. But thank you to Candy. I'll just say it again. Stapes, Finn, Zaphras for the subs. Appreciate you guys. Screw him okay, though. He still hasn't subbed. All right. So let me go to Louis' account. Already got 2 kids, can't be childish anymore. Yeah, I can. That's how you blend in. That's like camouflage, right? So then they outnumber your partner instead. It's very smart. Okay. Who the hell's Big Akron? I'm not sure who this Big Akron person is. Oh, sorry, Archon is actually spelled correctly. Yo, what is up, Kenton Brad? Very smart lad there. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for the sub. Welcome to Swarm. So, we said... we were going to have a look. We won't infringe upon his scrimming. I'm respectful. But, there is... Where was the game I wanted? Let me see if I can find it. So there was a game. Which map was it played on? LUMT had a very interesting game against Kilyadi on Himiyama. Or we can have the Beastie versus Louis game. Should we check on the Beastie versus Louis game? Which was that also on Himiyama? Yeah. Alright, so we're going to be going to Himiyama, guys. Give me a sec. This one? Hog! French Roos! Let's get ready to go. Alright, and let's get rid of the tournament logo. We're done with that. Whoop, whoop. Now mum jokes? Wait, that wasn't... Wait. Why are you guys making about things it's not about? Why you do this to me? Be chill. And get ready for the kill. Let's hop in. Why is the chat hidden in this? Oh my god, dude, I don't know what's been happening. I still haven't fixed that scene. I keep forgetting. I mean, it doesn't matter that much. We literally can just use this scene and do this. And then just do this. And Bob's your uncle. Haircut? I did indeed have a haircut. Finally! Someone noticed. Took long enough. That's good, right? Is this a tourney? We just had the tourney. We just had the King of Civilizations tournament for 2 hours. We can hop again some pub watch. One and all, it's the Garrison preview time. That's right, upcoming LAN, and we've got 2 of the participants grinding up against each other on the ladder here. Team Elephants Louis MT up against Core. Wait, Core's not on the LAN. It's not Core. Can you guys guess who it is? Who would look at Core, built like a truck, and instantly go, I want to be that guy? Smoking sheesh every day of his life. Beastie. This is Beastie, guys. We've got Beastie on the Rus up against Louis French. Interesting map for it as well. Him-e-Yama. Yeah, and a Pro Scouts matchup with 2 of the best Pro Scouting civs in the game. Interesting thought here is the linearity of the map could make it desirable for French to intercept you compared to, say, something a little bit wider spread where the Rus's 9 scouts can get more deer through. So going to be keeping an eye on that because I think the almost laning dynamic of like 2 lanes here for deer makes it easier for the aggressive civ to block deer from coming in. Negatives in this matchup for French is definitely going to be around the idea that they can't snipe gold like you would be able to in certain matchups, right? Like you're not going to have anyone moving out here likely anytime soon. So what things could core Beastie exploit the other way? Double gold ford's very interesting. My only negative for the Rus here is usually they're a raiding civ of horse archers, not an all-in civ of like spearmen, crossbows, knights. Spear crossbow would be a very interesting way for Yellow to go about this. We're probably going to be seeing a rat opening to protect the deer gathering. Did Louis get enough sheep to do anything alternate? 15 sheep, 14 sheep to what, 11 here? So it does have a slight edge, but this isn't like your 20 plus sheep count where you can say, I don't need pro scouts. More value in all in. So still expecting to come out here. With 3 on gold, he should be able to thread the needle quite nicely, considering the school of cavalry is only now being built. If this was going to be some sort of no pro scouts all in with sheep builds, you would have seen Louis trying to shove in this deer here. In fact, well, he doesn't even know about that one. But regardless, he'd be looking for a deer shove in quicker than just checking his backside, which statistically, at this stage in the game, is unlikely to have anything left there. Its core is Beastie. I mean, for the 5th time, yes, this is Beastie. You know how you can tell? You can't, because usually core would pick Rus. That's the genius of Beastie's camouflage here. If you were just getting in the game, you're like, ah, good old core. Very clearly core, because he loves his Rus. A lot of wood on this map. I mean, there's really not that much wood close by. The good news is Wooden Fortress extends very limited wood for a longer time, so you're less exposed. Bad news is it's not like you've got these fat tree lines that protect you, naturally. One thing that does concern me is, like, if Louis plays this right, like with French, you don't need that much wood per se, so you can make small wood walls here, and then horse archers can't rotate easily, right? So keep an eye out for that as the game goes on. Core is going to begin by moving across, so no deer shove-in. Interesting. Well, he'll force a little bit of out time. There's no world in which a French player doesn't protect their gold, right? So this will get repaired. That'll cost a little bit of wood. That'll lead to a little bit less gold. But nothing dramatic here. Like at this stage, Louis MT already has more than enough to get pro scouts and a knight with the drop-off now coming in. Which is what you're looking for. Core, aka Beastie on the other hand, is still a teensy bit short here. So should be mirrored timings. Upside is, of course, Yellow is going to have more scouts out initially. But the knight is going to be the offsetter there, right? It's going to block a lot of this potential opening aggression onto the deer. Why don't Rus spam scouts to grab all deer? They do sometimes, but it's always a give and take. If you spam too many, you're sacrificing your timing to go into the pro scouts, because in the other game, like typically, like you can see players sometimes use food instead of the wood to go for the ticket to begin with to generate gold, right? So like you could have more scouts, but you're not going to get PS as quickly. The problem with that is like it seems good, right? Like, you know, why wouldn't you do it? Malians do it. They build 4 or 5 warrior scouts and they attack. The difference there is those warrior scouts are more generically applicable. Whereas if you spammed up to 6 scouts straight away, to do that would be to delay your pro scouts. And if you delay your pro scouts, I, as the player on the other side, can now go spearman and be better off. So it's all about threading that needle. You want to be getting deer home sooner because A, that inflates your economy, but B, the earlier you do it, the less counterplay there is. And that's what's been making Pro Scout still continuously so oppressive in Age of Empires 4, is people just get to it so quick. And there's so little in place to stop them, right? Like at this stage in the game, we're getting the rats for the first spearmen. So by the time the spearmen start to appear for either side, first deer are going to be on their way home. God, yeah. Sometimes Pro Scouts feels like that type of thing that needs to be on like a clock unlock. I hate every game ever that's had to do those type of things. Like in some ways, I still hate that the Mongol primary TC has this weird, not arbitrary, but it feels arbitrary if you didn't know the history, prevention on the TC being close to the enemy TC, right? Like if you guys remember in the early days, we had humongous issues with Mongol TC rushes. That's why it was introduced. But conceptually, like that as a solution was, while necessary, feels completely out of place and confusing, right? So like, although I think if there was a hard lock where you could only start researching Pro Scouts at say 8 minutes would be a good change for the game, I think sadly it would be very difficult to implement because like we're not an RTS that uses things like day-night cycles, right? Like Dota 2 can have these things where like a relic spawns at X minutes and the dynamics change, or an XP rune spawns at X minutes because we have day-night cycles. We don't have anything cycle-based built into AB4 that would make sense for timer locks. You know, other than history when we were little children, having the 10 minutes of white piece type crap, you know? Like 15 minutes piece. So, start, we do have Louis moving out into the ball. This is interesting, actually. Outpost is up as well. He kind of got the sick spawn for it. Look at this little grove. Oh, that's sick. If Core rushes Castle Age, Louis can just wall himself in here and have 2.2k food safe. Good micro as well, so he isn't going to lose any villages. And the other thing that makes this really good from Louis is because his knights are so close to Beastie's base, even if Beastie knew about this, he couldn't peel off spearmen or scouts to go chasing it. And that's sick as well. He's actually aggroing a lot of attention from Beastie's scouts. Louis has got more knights on the way. Double knight should easily be able to mop up spears one by one. But there is a trade-off here, right? Louis is lobbing while Core is teching. AKA Beastie. God damn it, it's getting confusing. I'm so tempted to add a text field and just override this on the screen. Do we do it? I feel like it'll look very scuffed. I mean, that's way too big. Give me a sec. Let's see if this looks good or bad. Because too many people are getting confused. I know how you make this work. I actually know how you make this work. You ready? You gotta give me points. That's pretty smart. So, high trade house now coming in from Beastie. Oh god, that's horrible. Oh yeah, so I wonder what the thought process... Oh, okay, so the thought process in this is that Beastie set up the wooden fortress here because he needed the 4 defense to give him like a retreat point with the deer earlier. But the trade-off of doing that now is you get like the worst high trade house imaginable. Guys, get your numbers in. Oh, -1 villager. Nice little dive there by Louis. Like, once again, this makes sense from a survival standpoint for Beastie. Because it means the safety of outpost fire is basically, like, so much closer to the initial deer pack, right? It's half the distance compared to waiting for your TC. It's smart, actually. It stops the knights being able to dive use frequently. But the trade-off is genuinely this timing here. He's going to be weaker on the gold pump, which is going to be problematic if he has to go into gold-heavy units. Good news, at least there for Beastie. Realistically, you shouldn't be looking at gold-heavy units against French to begin with. You're thinking spearmen, and then you're thinking horse archers. Then again, we talked earlier about this crossbow spearman timing, and I am genuinely wondering if Beastie's going for that. In which case, the lack of gold is going to hurt. Because the hunting camps themselves are doing okay, sure. This high trade house is a little bit underwhelming. So Louis now going to follow suit. Probably going to be guild, yeah. And cool. Oh, okay, Beastie, he's actually going for it. This is cool. I like this. It's an all-in timing. This is really important because of what Louis done. Louis gone for the greed. There's a window of opportunity here for Beastie. It's a smart read. So Louis still trying to play Containment Protocol. There is a little bit of deer left here. Is it up here? Wait, where is... Oh, you crafty son of a... I'll tell you what, the red petals are hiding that quite well, actually. I wonder if anyone actually sees that, because these players usually play on lower settings. That's right, if you guys want to see the prettiest form of AoE4, that's why you come to my channel. Because usually the pros just want more frames. How sweaty. Nice circle in here, should be an easy charge in. Nicely done, Louis. He's intercepting the crossbows at the infant stage. That's very important. It buys a lot of leeway here. And what is up, Mr. Crackety? We're done already. I was going to get ready to cast some of your games. Thank you very much for the raid. Shout out to Crackety. Hope you had a good stream. Just in time for Louis MT versus Beastie. That's right. It's not your fellow German here. And thank you very much, Craven SC2. Appreciate the sub. You're old? Oh my god. Dude, look at this guy. When he's casting on the Hamburg line, he's going to, like, after one game, he's like, oh, I need a break. And then he's going to take like 10 minutes to walk over to a seat and sit down. You're going to hear his like hip creak as he goes down. All I'm saying is I'm not going to be the one helping you pee, okay? Baltoon can do that. But thank you, mate. Appreciate you. Classic cat move, 10 minutes, please. I swear cat is like actually having a poo. What if cat is a literal cat? And he has a little... No, I'm not going to... No, we're not going deep down that fall. Anyway... We have got archers on the way now from Louis. Yeah, archers won't be expected either. You don't normally think someone's going to build archers on a map like this because of the lack of wood. If he hides the play long enough, it counters everything that Core's doing right now. AKA Beastie. I'll come up with... Whoa. I'll have to check Beastie's match history. Has he been playing against Wham or Voldemar recently? I think the midweek Master Finals against Wham may have rubbed off on him slightly. That's a very ambitious wall. Right. I'm going to find additional pickings. I mean, every little counts here, right? This is 1 TC versus 1 with French scaling faster. Love the follow-up. He's already looking at relics. Beastie has got 2 on the way home, but Knights are in good position to block. Great find here. Spearman is going to be problematic. Beastie, if he camps this area, will be able to get 2 relics, but that means that he's not going to be pressuring elsewhere. So he's got to choose. Either get the relics, or you get the kills. And it looks like Beastie wants kills. You can change name at runtime? Is that actually a thing? I think you made that up. Not to my knowledge, you can't. Maybe I need to have an overlay crafted so that we can fill in names for pub games. It just didn't really come to my mind because, like, we spend so much time doing tournaments now, we don't actually cast that many pubs anymore. So walls are nicely up just in time there before the Knights come through again. Important as well, considering no textiles. There is still an opening, by the way. So Beastie, is he playing a macro game now? Or is there an eventual all-in timing? Because I'm kind of worried for him if his plan is to scale spear crossbows into French. You know, French will eventually, later in the game, get towards Arbitraire, right? And Arbitraire are king against this comp. How did we core name change? I literally added it to my overlay because I done on-the-fly production. Because that's how important your satisfaction is to me. Actually, it's not that important. Go to hell. But no, the things I do for you guys. There we go. Relics on the way home. Wait, he even got... Oh, he converted. He actually got one of the Knights. Okay, sick little wall there. Wasn't really expecting anything to come of it. Usually doesn't. But this is crazy. This is now 4 relics. Louis MT has lost the relic war. And knowing Beastie, I mean, if we're going to be seeing classic Beastie here, this is just an anchor down and tech play now. Or rather, anchor down and scale. He will have to consider adding in farms. Berries are going to give him a little bit of leeway, but not much. All right, guys. 1s if you think Beastie's going to win this. 2s if you think Louis is taking it. I think Louis has to play out onto the map a bit. He's got 2 TC coming, which is pretty brazen here. Like, if Beastie actually scouts this, I think he has a really good all-in timing. The problem is, right now, Beastie isn't looking at anything. No, he's focusing on sacred sites, which makes me wonder if the 4 relics may give him a little bit too much safety. Right? Like you guys have been there, where you've had that type of game, you're like, well, I got the relics and I killed 2 villagers. I'm gonna go and sit in my base. Nothing can kill me. Why is his army so much bigger than mine 20 minutes later? Right? It's that type of feeling. So for Beastie, he needs to make sure he doesn't just rest up and chill out. And the high trade house, by the way, ended up being 99 gold in the end. Wait, what? How was that 99 gold? Okay, even if we missed like a bounty tier, right? That would have been like, what? 79 at least? This game's a scam. Louis, a little bit of an awkward defense here. We talked about the archers being the be-all, end-all counter to this, but he needs mass. Doesn't have it right now. Sprint and placement should be able to help out quite a bit, though. And on top of that, check this. Louis, this is well played. He's intercepting reinforcements. Spearman mass is coming, but this many knights could easily evaporate that. So over time, Beastie, he reads it correctly. He can't stay here. He's killing himself. And he still doesn't know about the 2TC. Might be able to scout the gold. That could be big. Problem is, if you move the crossbows over, that you're going to buy enough time for Louis to counteract you entirely. Knights do get the minimum distance charging. Well played with the micro there, Louis. Better clean house here. He's re-rallying. Spear count doesn't look that great right now, though, for Beastie. He's got 13 in this fight. Men-at-Arms switch up on the way, but I just don't think he cleared the Men-at-Arms, and the Knights rather enough for Men-at-Arms to be justified here. No, farms are going to be coming the backside, so we'll have that longevity. I get why he's going Men-at-Arms. It's a counter solution to the Archers, but he's, in a way, gambling that these guys are going to be tanky enough against the Knights long enough, and I'm just not convinced before he has the farm set up. Like, once he has, say, 30 farms, this makes so much sense. Question is, what does Louis' economy look like at that point? He's now going into a keep drop, which protects him against a dive. It also gives him the discounts, and I do believe we are seeing Louis with the swift exit of archers on the horizon. Like, yes, he's still scaling now, but with triple or quadruple archer range, it's very easy to step over into arbitrary instead, which would counter this. Second TC now from Core. Beastie. Damn it. So, where is this going? When are we trending towards it? I feel like Louis is going to get a much cleaner Imperial timing. Guildhall's already up to 1,680 food. Also, on this type of map, I mean, a red palace drop up here is kind of vile. It secures the gold and the stone as well as the sacred site. You could even just go for the open field down here. It's double stone again. Like, there's a lot of keep drop potential here for Louis. And there's the arbitrary switch. Did he scout it? Yeah, he saw them in arms. He approached the army. He got eyeballs on. That's great info for Louis. Core's play was... Beastie. God damn it. Beastie's play was revealed way too soon. And why is it Beastie? Because he's trying to pretend he's someone he's not. So that when the LAN happens and people see these strategies that have been done by Beastie, they're going to be like, oh yeah, Core's going to probably pick this. And then Core's going to be like, why do people keep banning this Civ against me? I don't even play it. Idiots. And then Beastie's going to be like, surprise, you guys didn't know that I had this strategy. It's genius. You brought red switch keyboards for coding? What's wrong with your brain? I'm sorry, that was mean, but like, for real, come on. You want brown switches for coding, right? Click, clack, 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 clack. Well, wait, is it blue or the super clacky tactile ones? You want brown, which is the mid ground. Because then you can use it for both. Okay, so sacred sites haven't been decapped yet. Keep drop is on the way here from Louis. This is a bit bold, though. Does he actually want this fight? I think he's going to cancel, surely. Yeah, okay. Smartly chosen there by Louis. This is not the time for this fight. You can see he's getting ready for Imperial. He doesn't want to engage just yet. Question now is whether Beastie wants to hang out on this or if he wants to back away. The archers have arrived, so he's going to give over. Sacred Sight's decapped. This is where Beastie's going to be thinking, oh man, I'm kind of safe. I've got some runway then. He has to be suspecting, like, you know it's not Red Palace, Royal Institute, it's going to be Red Palace, right? Because when you look at the Knights, you see no upgrades. When you look at the crossbows, you see no upgrades from Imperial. So BC knows what he's up against here. He needs to find the timing. Does deny the castle again. Farm count is looking decent. We're up to 26. Not the hyper late game economy. Can't really afford Imperial himself. Nice. Love that. Kind of charged onto them to bypass the flank. Spear count is really low here. Guildhall has been pulled, remember. So Louis, he's starting to eat into his Imperial timing. We're just going to get found, so we'll be able to run away quick enough. Remember, he can afford losses on top of that. It's getting ridiculous. We're talking about a 25 villager lead for Louis. BC does at least have some passive gold income to offset the high trade house, the bounty gathered off the deer, the relics. So definitely not out of this game yet. If this Imperial play comes through, you got to be feeling curtains. Knights. Bypass comes in. There's belly and spears left. So an A-click onto the back line and a damn good fight. Louis needed this for the gold. Beastie's at least keeping pace on reducing the army count. What concerns me is what's happening next. Louis, instead of just taking the Imperial dub, is adding in horsemen. New wave coming. I don't think Beastie wants to be here anymore. I get why he is. So from Beastie's POV, he doesn't know about the horseman reinvestment. He thinks this is just now Imperial Age. So he's moving these troops here to block the keep drop. Little does he know, Louis still hasn't gone for the Red Palace. Dive in here. The Veterancy for Horseman isn't through just yet. But BC now realizes the mistake. He's overextended. He should have had more spearmen coming. How was he to know? Right, this is the craftiness. I love this from Louis. Louis is also a player you would expect to seek that late game as quickly as possible. So it's just a sick read from him to use that expectation to counterplay with a double down. And what does he really lose out on by doing this, right? He's got 2 TCs, which scale better than Beasties. He's prepping more farms behind this. So now he's getting to a stage where he can afford the mass horseman, he can go Imperial instead, and even if he does choose to eventually go Imperial Age, you know, he's going to have the ability to vomit horseman replace. So like overall, a lot of boxes ticked here. BC now starting to stockpile himself, has to be suspecting there is a transitional player. Oh wait, what? Louis does see that. I mean, he can see that, but he clearly hasn't noticed yet. That? So Beastie recently bragged in an S-tier tournament how he built, like he was one of the lowest wall builders in the game. Like he built less tiles than most of the other participants. Maybe we need to practice building those walls again because we seem to have a teensy gap. Luckily for him, Louis did not notice. That would have been a dirty sneak in. Maybe a back away. Walls are coming up. Louis anchoring around the sacred site. So there it is. Finally, Red Palace drop on the way. He's actually able to keep. He's like, wait, why am I doing that? He's already got double castle on the north side. Okay, this is about to be oppressive. Good news for Beastie. He will be able to play into the siege workshops and go for trebs that will be cheaper. You'll be wanting to think about trebs here compared to bombards because the Red Palace specifically is somewhat of a toxic landmark at times. Horseman switch upcoming. This feels rough though. With Imperial on the way, the Horseman's going to feel a little bit wonky because Arbitrary already have the Gambesons. It's just always such an awkward contention point. Like, I kind of love this from Louis. The fact that he prioritized all the blacksmith upgrades. He didn't skim. We've seen some players just forget about like melee entirely or ranged. What is it with Himiyama becoming this recently? I've just started to notice this more and more in the mid-late game. They should rename the map Prison at this point. The amount of times I've seen people just wall their opponents into a corner is getting ridiculous. But I kind of like it, right? It's a reaction to someone not being present. Beastie, he's trying to make his presence known with a tech up, but unfortunately, this is an eco lead for Louis, which is going to feel quite bloody problematic. And yeah, guys, in case you didn't realize, this is Cyril in the yellow. Yeah. Or is it Clem? I always get those two mixed up. And reminder, you get one free warning. If you start spoilering games for people, you're going to get banned from my channel perma. I'm trying to poke through. Almost breaks through the wall. Beastie, what's the out here? Tech up's complete, but you can't be immediately Streltsy. That takes so long. So the idea here is going to be to Horseman Blob. My worry is Louis has a gold edge. Theoretically, he could be rushing biology ahead of you. It actually would be the game-winning play. Instead, we've got him switching back into Knights. Burn through coming in. He's going to look for the entrance into the base. Cord, aka Beastie, does not want to play into him just yet. He's waiting for the elite techs. He's also scared because Louis has had an age-up advantage, so for all he knows, these horsemen could be about to be Giga upgraded. Funnily enough, instead, Louis doesn't care about the horsemen. He prioritizes the elite archers instead. Be a poke and a push back here. Horseman upgrade, meanwhile, for Beastie coming in just a few seconds. Already has the boys fortitude, so does chunk him up quite a bit. For Louis, this is all containment. He just wants to keep his opponent baited here for longer. It's working. And now the keep drops behind this. Oi, oi, oi. Beastie, I don't know how you get out of this. You need to switch into Siege now. Boiling oil on top of it as well. I don't know, man. I think for Beastie, the idea was kind of cool. It was this crossbow spearman all-in push time we talked about. But Louis, that double down changed the dynamics of the game entirely. Because at that stage, Beastie wants to end the game but can't, so he's forced to go Imperial. And at this stage, you're like, don't make me go Imperial. Not against French with mass crossbows. It doesn't feel great. Because your crossbows are just going to be inherently worse than French at that point. And the Streltsy switch, we've seen it so many times, it takes way too long at this stage. On top of that, he just doesn't have the extra gold access to mass clump them. Let alone the production. I think BC's at like, what, 4 archery ranges? 3 archery ranges. Underwhelming. Horseman's still not even elite up here. Because Louis doesn't care. He's getting ready for hand cannoneers. Bombards are now starting to show up as well. He's pinned. I don't think Beastie has the runway to sneak out on the flank either. Horsemen are hitting the back farms. That's also drawing the entire attention of the army, as well as the villagers. Good God. No, America, look away. This is not the game you wanted to come watch. Thank you, Armin. Appreciate the raid. What are you doing? You're raiding us into a Beastie L? He's pinned in the corner right now. She's like, my boy got this. He's built stronger things. It's starting to turn a little bit. Military mass with him for the time being. That's because Louis is converging into quality, right? We've got hand cannoneers now on the way. And he just revealed it. Okay, so this is good for Beastie. He can block more horsemen. What scares me is actually if Louis starts stonewalling the sacred sites, you're screwed. Oh my God, no. He's just got more stables on the way. He's fulfilling his My Little Pony fantasy here. It's going to be knights, though. This is kind of vile. Core, aka Beastie, hasn't built spears. And he's moving away from crossbows, right? He wants to go Streltsy now. So, like, knights is really smart by Louis. And reminder, you know, Beastie, this isn't, like, an intentional throw. He just doesn't know the knight transition's coming. It's so sleeper sometimes with the French. You just don't really expect it. But with all the gold veins he has access to the map, the fact he only needs to win 1 fight with the Sacred Site time to win, and the fact that the guild hall had been stockpiling thousands of gold, is why you can justify this. If this was no Sacred Site cap, this could easily be a game-losing play from Louis going into the Mass Knights, because it's like a one and done. But in this game, in this state, all he needs is a one and done. How do I see that he's making knights? Because I'm hacking. I can see the whole map. This is why I don't queue on the ladder. I don't want to get banned. But no, to answer it honestly, he has no way. And that's the whole point, right? Like, by the time he sees the knights, it'll be when they've arrived in the fight. I think the thing that Louis could do that would be beneficial is don't even reveal them. He just did, though. Okay, so this gives Beastie some core info. Get it because his name. So he could go back to like crossbows to try and contest this a bit better. Because my worry is like Streltsy, he just doesn't inflate fast, especially when you haven't built additional archer ranges. He's still on 3. How do you achieve that color configuration? Through great strain and effort. You tweak it a bunch. This game approach from the north side. Reminder, there is a double castle here. BC has made the correct call. The red pass is down here. This is much harder to get through. Also, this keep here makes him assume his opponent has additional defenses, and it just makes it more awkward to brute force. And he knows that Louis has been camping here for a long time, so correct read. He's going to go north side. Villagers will have to be pulled to defend this. Horsemen are going to go for the decap, but Louis should be more than content with the defense. In fact, Beastie is now overextended. There's no way out of here. He knows it. Sandwich is on the way. The hand cannoneers could easily cut reinforcements. 1 or 2 knights just to try and buy time. Keeps now being targeted by the bombard. It's not going to be a quick siege. Not with that many villages to repair. Louis MT with 1,000 stone in reserve. And 20 plus knights to storm the fight. This is ridiculous. 144 villages. Like, this is... If you cover the names I told you Beastie and Louis are playing this game, most people would have put Beastie on French. Right, he's used that player most synonymous with being the 144 villager plus. But bloody impressive the way he's done this. Clash is now going to start coming in. Nice. Oh, look for the bombards. He needs to snipe at least 1, possibly 2. That would be enough to keep the castles alive. 1 crumbles down, but the knights are now committed. And the bombards aren't backing up. This is it. Without the siege, BC cannot win this. The hand cannoneers just seem to be too high in quantity. This is full quality army. Louis MT, 40 might not look like a lot, but when it's hand cannoneers and knights only, it's everything to get the wipe. Louis MT with a dub over one of AO4's best. And way he played this was very interesting as well. I think this is the matchup that's quite intriguing because this is basically like LAN prep. Remember, we have got these two clashing in Hamburg next week. I gotta say, the feeling I got off of this one, if you get to that late game, it's the classic feeling Beastie had before. Louis MT still looks solid there. So Beastie, for him, I think it's gonna be more when we get into tournament play about playing overly aggressive. But let me know what you think about this one, guys. Really cool matchup. French versus Rus. We don't get to see it very often because at least one of those civs is usually banned. But to me, this looked like a fun one. I'll see you in the next chapter. All right. What serve are they playing on? Unsure. But both sides would get the lag. All right. Louis managed to get a visa? Yes. CSO had an issue. So he's been replaced by Gilyardi. And that was not a tournament. We just need to update because that was the first game after tournament done. Which is actually, no, I already updated the task. What it says, KOC done. So we literally, before this, we're casting King of Civilizations, which is a tournament organized by Jean Do. Now we're checking on some ladder games. Fact. Yeah, I need to look through those later and see if any of them are uploadable. Whew. That game was not live, no. We were checking out some recordings. So we're doing a mixture of live games and games from match history at the moment. Yes, reminder to people, the guy who done it earlier, don't freaking spoil games for people. Like, all you need to do is use your own brain for 2 seconds to know that you're spoiling the game for people. In fact, I feel like I was being generous just timing you out. Like, it shouldn't be something that needs to be reminded to you. It's like when something's being watched, don't come in and go, oh yeah, I've seen this one, blah, blah, wins, right? It's like when you see someone sitting down and watching TV, right? And they're watching like an episode and they're very engaged. You don't go, oh, I can't believe Tommy dies 5 episodes from now. What's wrong with you? Brain cells, activate. Come on. Even if you think there's some people in the chat that have seen it, not everyone has. So just be thoughtful. All right, so cool game. Yeah, I can't believe Tommy died, man. Like, why is it always the Tommies that die? Never the Timmies. Timmies get stuck in wells, but they always seem to survive. So we have... Wait, who is the I Beat Wham and B account? I'm trying to remember now. Let me have a look. So I remember I was looking at this account the other day, but I can't remember who it is now. So I beat Wamambi. Oh, that's Starflark, isn't it? And he's up against the Dot account. Dot account's from Germany. Do you guys want this game between Starflark and... Is it Core? Striker? I'm not sure who this is. So we can do like this one. Or we can check in on... Maybe... Dumu versus Jif? Or Numidan versus Jif? We got Vortex versus Kiljadi? Vortex versus Voldemar? Which one do you guys want? And thank you, Wii. Yeah, it's a banging PC. If you're wondering what's in it, !PC. There's also a panel down below that lists the specs. It's the top of the line. Honestly, guys, I've been using AMD for months now. Wholeheartedly recommend them. I've been impressed. I've been blown away. Vortex versus Voldemar. All right, guys, let me get that one for you. By the way, can you do something else for me in response? It's an easy thing. It's free to do. We've been using this really cool browser called Opera GX. I recommend you give it a go. It's got some really cool features. So we've been using this now for like 2-3 weeks. Love it. Loads of cool things in here. I love the game release area where you can just see what's upcoming. There's also a built-in VPN if you want to try and pretend you're from a different country to get better prices on games or access different things to watch. We're doing a sponsored month with them. So !Opera GX if you want to try and download it. Download it, create an account for free. That lets them know that I sent you. And that means that they might come back and sponsor your boy for future months, i.e. invest more money in the Age of Empires scene. So big shout out to them for sponsoring. Love the fact that 94 of you have tried it out. Let me know what you've been thinking of it so far. 94 of you, I'm sure there's at least 1 or 2 of you in the chat right now. And yes, I did build my $4,500 gaming PC myself. You should be able to see in the VODs, it's highlighted here on Twitch. I prefer you guys watch it on the YouTube side. It should be there as well. Reason I recommend watching on YouTube is that Twitch does not pay streamers for the VODs on people watching them, even though they play ads on them. Whereas YouTube, I would get a little bit of money from you watching that. But yeah, we built it with my mum. It was a very long stream. I think we spent about 8 hours building it because we were being quite thorough. I was having my mum do some of it, and she's never built a PC before. And we were also explaining a lot of it as we went. So let me get the Vortex versus Voldemar game for you guys. Where is it? Was it Cliffside? That was the Kiljadi one. We might check that one out as well. But there is... Was it Cliffside? Dude, what is it with Vortex queuing into Kiljadi on Cliffside all the time? Okay, so we've got Dry Arabia. It's French versus Shuji. Where's the built-in VPN? It's on the right side. So if you... is it going to let me show? One sec, because I don't want to spoil the game result. So if I quickly switch over to the browser view. Let me go here. So can you... I don't know. OBS screen capture might be weird about it. Okay, so you can't see it right now. But you know in the top right, like where my head is behind, you have the little like three-liner setup bar. If you go and then scroll down to privacy and security, there is a VPN option, and then you can go to the settings, and then you can set it up here. Okay, so you can set it up through here. Hope that helps. All right, let's get ready though. You're welcome, you're welcome. Is the finals over, or are we waiting to watch games? So the finals for the King of Civilizations is complete. We're now checking on some pub games, and it's going to be a mixture of live and recorded. Okay. Oh, don't worry. We don't need that name cover. These are the actual names. Well done. Golf clappers all around. And no, I did not upgrade to a 5090. I have the 7900 XTX, which genuinely is such good value. In fact, guys, I'd recommend looking at AMD's recent launch. If you're looking for bang for buck, there's kind of no denying it. It's the best value. Like, there's been some recent charts, like based on buck per frame, the new 9070 is like kicking ass. Really happy for that, actually. Like, I think there needs to be that type of competition. You know, like, I've loved NVIDIA for years, but you never want to see a Monopoly Man situation. It can get ridiculous. And no problem, Jar Man. Glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, I've been blown away by my 7900 XTX. It's like, it's not going to be a 90 series NVIDIA graphics card, but considering it's like half the price, and has 24 gigs of VRAM, like, yes, it's so good. If you're thinking 4K gaming as well, I definitely recommend looking at the 7900 XTX. I've been blown away by its performance in every game. Like, you know how people were moaning about Monster Hunter's performance? Monster Hunter Wilds didn't have a single problem with performance in that game. All right. Let's hop to it, though, because we're going to go into this one. What was that introduction? From the ladder. One and all, it's Vortex versus Voldemar. VV. And we've got French up against GG. Okay, so chat chose this one out of a list of games we were looking at. I'm sure we'll work through the rest of it live on twitch.tv/killerpigeon. But we're going to be helping out with Dry Arabia. Double 4 tree line, really nice for Voldemar to create a nice insulation against French raids. Voldemar has got more opportunity to raid in the mid game, actually. The gold is retracted, but the secondary and triple, yeah. I think like getting into mid game with a fast castle build for Voldemar is probably optimal here. The challenge is going to be getting there quickly, because the thing about French that's tricky is the way they scale mass knights while looking for a gradual tech in the Pro Scouts meta. For Juji in this matchup, you're usually inclined to add in spears, and the more spears you get forced to add in, the rougher it can usually feel. Because you're never quite sure if the French are playing a longer age or looking for some sneaky tech. And what we've been noticing in like the last 2 weeks is actually a move back towards more Guildhall games again, where Royal Institute was feeling dominant in Pro Scouts meta. What players discovered is actually that leniency of Guildhall allows you to just not be forced to an all-in around 20-25 minutes off of the Pro Scouts play. Instead, you can play for a much deeper timing. Don't know AMD, but NVIDIA go down pretty fast 2 to 3 years ago. I wouldn't care. So, like, NVIDIA's still, like, worth loads, but I think it was it not with their announcement? They lost, I can't remember how much it was. They lost, was it billions in market cap after the announcements at the start of 2025? I know there was a big hit to the stock value because people were expecting huge generational improvements, and it really wasn't. Medigarden now coming in. I mean, the big focus now, this is the thing, we're kind of moving beyond a point where GPUs are focused on rasterization improvements, like raw hardware tech, and more towards AI-assisted improvements. And some people find that lame, but there is actually a very logical reason, and it's because of consoles. Like, new consoles on the horizon, right? You want to have that tech prep for scaling. Like, you know, the reality is a lot of people don't really need, like, a 5090S card, because most games just aren't, like, outside the ones that just aren't being optimized, aren't really needing that much firepower. What they need is, like, better generational techs, things like, you know, DLSS, etc. Because the consoles hold things back. The consoles hold games back, right? Because, like, when you're a developer, you know, like with Age of Empires 4, if they could go back and develop again from start, they would be fixated on how do we make this optimal for consoles, not how do we make it optimal for PC only, right? From a graphical and performance standpoint. Because it's, like, so much extra market cap when you do it that way. Anyway, in the game, we have got tech ups complete. French are going to be opening the Knights as expected. Voldemar, do we have Rax Beginner, I'm wondering? He hasn't started Pro Scouts yet, so I think, yeah, it's going to have to be Rax first. He did go for the Medigarden quite wide, but I like this one. Look at this. This is juicy. It's going to be able to get 50 stone, 25 gold, and about 8 wood. So respectable number. The stone very handy actually up against the French because of the hand cannon slits. Graphics raw performance are not that good. Yeah, I mean, this is once again the case. Like, a lot of people don't really need that much firepower when it comes to... I'd say that the one area that I'm kind of disappointed, like, I understand the movement towards, like, generative frames and whatever. It kind of makes sense. Like, if you can actually get to the point where the input lag isn't felt, it's smart. The problem that I have is an area they're skimping on that isn't acceptable, I think, is VRAM. Because, like, VRAM, like, when you're talking about people moving more towards 4K, high res, like, that's where the VRAM's going to matter a lot, right? Even theoreticals are like 8K, right? Once again, VRAM is going to be the thing you need to scale. And yikes. Like, let's not be rude to console gamers, man. I mean, dude, like, you say that uneducated. I was a console gamer most of my life. For years, I thought FPSs belonged on consoles. Are you saying I'm stupid? I mean, you might be right, but... Now, what we can get angry at console gamers for is that aim assist. It's the only reason I ever lose to them, I swear. So Scout's coming out. Notice that Voldemar hasn't really played for his yet. Pro Scouts is there, right? But the stables timing is awkward. Vortex is just exploiting this detail because the reality is, yes, you built a Knight, but you followed immediately up Scouts. Voldemar, meanwhile, has been paranoid, had to go into Spheres, and stayed in his base. Looking at deer spawns, I don't like this for him because it means that Vortex can contest the second deer pack and end up at like 2.5 to 3 deers versus 1. So pretty rough position for Voldy. Mobile gaming. Dude, so here's the thing, like, I mean, do I think mobile gaming delivers peak, like, competitive? No. But I think anyone who mocks mobile gaming as if it's, like, irrelevant genuinely doesn't actually know how to do economics. And genuinely doesn't actually follow anything related to, like, you know, gaming, sales numbers, etc. Because legitimately, mobile gaming, big money. I think the thing is, like, mobile games are capable of delivering good games. I've seen a few of them. The problem shouldn't be, like, people shouldn't be angry about mobile gaming. They should be angry about the way that, like, gaming in general has been monetized. Because it's not even just a mobile game specific thing. It's across the board. Like, the thing that's kind of criminal and letting down mobile games is that the meta on how to make money on games leads to crappy products. Does that make sense? It's like AoE 4, like in 2-3 years, like from a technological standpoint, could probably exist on phones. But if it did, like you'd be like, build house in 20 seconds, or pay $1 to build it now. Whoa! Alternatively, if you just want to build something in 1 second, pick China or Juji. They do that anyway. So, looks like we've got Castle Age on the horizon for Voldemar. Vortex has taken a different direction here, though. He's going to double down. Okay, so we got Archer plus Knights. I don't know, man. I don't like this for Voldy. He's reinvesting now. PG feels rough, man. I get why he's doing it. It's to dilute the fight. So the idea is, like, Archers will basically shoot on the Palace Guard. What can be smart about this is Palace Guard move quicker than Spears, so they'll move their head of the formation, and the A-click will automatically go onto them. The negative is, if the fight gets elongated, let's say it gets stretched out, the Palace Guard will be so far ahead of the Spears, the Knight charging will instantly kill them. So it's all about finding that elegant distance to attack from. Spears pretty far out of the base here, Voldemar. Considering this is a feigned feudal into castle, you need to be careful about coming out too far. He's basically trying to zone to get the remaining gear. Unfortunately, Vortex isn't falling for it. Yeah, he moves in deep. I love that. He's intentionally running the scout by to force a reaction so the spin would turn for an attack, keeping them ranged the archers. But now, look at this. The Palace Guard Spears very close to the archers. Maybe a slight overextension from Vortex. Let's start a step away. He's got siege engineering coming. Dude, he's not going to stop. I love this, man. I absolutely love this. This is so cool now. Voldemar, I mean, the more you invest in the Palace Guard, the worse it gets. This unit is all about delaying your opponent's reaction, absorbing just the right amount of damage, and then bypassing. You don't want to be long feudal with Palace Guard. I mean, we saw Beastie versus Wham in the last KPMM finals. It was a complete wipe when you tried to do this mass PG build, right? In Feudal Age, it just doesn't function. It's all about how do I get to the next stage. It's like a worse version of the Sofa feudal play. At least with Sofa, I can avoid the bad fight indefinitely. So Ram's coming in. Voldemar, he doesn't know about it. Vortex intentionally stepped just out of range, so hide that piece of info. Kind of crazy, actually, that Voldemar didn't scout the back. I'd be super paranoid about what my opponent's doing there. Maybe it should be obvious to him because, like, there's been no move yet. Tech up complete. If he can just spam Lancers out, this can still look good. Notice that he didn't prioritize the Shaolin Monk time. No, this is all about a Zerg, Mount Lu Academy. We'll also give him a little bit of food off the taxation. Cute little wall from Voldemar. Isn't going to matter, though. Ram's still able to find his way in. Just starting to poke. Vortex not slowing down at all. So Vortex needs to find damage in the next 2 minutes. Otherwise, this kind of falls off. Remember, it's Pro Scouts. A lot of food underneath here. Voldemar. it's just going to be... Wait, where's his other gold? Oh my god, it's out here, isn't it? No. And he didn't want to run into the middle, right? Like, this is such a sick read by Vortex. Voldemar, this is like all he's got. Knight count is low though, so Vortex, while a cool idea, I think he went a bit too hard into archers here. Understandably, if you don't have enough archers, Voldemar will just build spears. He doesn't need the gold. As a result, now a stay of execution and confidence surging, Voldemar immediately goes for the monastery. Doesn't even wait until he's cleared the house. No, he's still got knights, archers in his base, but he seems to believe he's going to be here for a while. Archers are going to peel off to look for villager kills. Voldemar will have to pull away. No textiles, so you have to be respectful. Vortex. This looks a little bit rough, man. I mean, he's starting to stockpile for the age up. He has built a slight villager league courtesy of French TC. In fairness, Voldemar has been donating more and more spears here. But now we get the spam. What shocks me is the spam is going to be Palace Guard instead of Knights. What? So you don't really have a counter-offensive now if you're Voldemar. If you go into Palace Guard, it's cheaper to blow. Yes, that's the trade-off. But now, like, once you're at the base, you can't get across quickly. It's kind of wild. Wait, is he really going to try to build more Rams here? Okay, so something, Vortex has changed, 2025, one innovative player, no longer all in. Dude, this is literally 2022 Vortex right now. Okay, that's not true. 2022 Vortex would have almost 0 food, 0 gold, because all of it would be going into unit production. This is 2023 Vortex. It's ridiculous. How is he still not just taking the age up? How is this still working? I mean, finally Voldemar is pushing him away, but like Vortex kept him pending quite a while. The question mark now is whether it was actually worth it. I wonder if you, like, as Vortex, if you just saw them out in the academy, would it not have been your thought to go, oh, okay, he doesn't actually have a good monk timing, I'll leave. Maybe that lit a fire under his ass, because the problem is, although no shallow monks means monk timing can be worse, the reality is with Zhuji, they can supervise the monastery to get them out in 10 seconds, right? So actually, it's the opposite. It's more aggressive. It's just delayed. He's going to retreat now, and Vortex even goes Guildhall. He hasn't got many knights now, right? He's going to have to consider spears here, though. Spears arbitrary just seems like the comp he's aiming for. It's the only one that would really make sense against what Voldemar now has. If Voldemar can keep affording it. Does Lucifron still play? So apparently Lucifron's back to being a full-time coder. But if there's a lot of tournament announcements, we interviewed Vortex in the last S-tier tournament, and he said, he talked to his bro, and he said if there's enough tournaments coming up, he'll look to maybe re-enter pro play. Villagers on the front side do have to pull back. Vortex, at least dodging death with the eco so far, does get Garrison inside the TC just in time. Guildhall almost complete behind this. Voldemar, he doesn't have Undermesh! What? Assumptions make an ass out of you. Did anyone else just assume Undermesh after all this relentless aggression? At no point with Palace Guard spam did Voldemar consider Undermesh quicker. That's ridiculous. He gets cleaned up. He's pushed out of the base. Did finally get the tech ticking in now, but the Knight upgrade is already on the way, and Voldemar is now outnumbered on the offensive. Knights to the north side, though. This could be big. Voldemar, can he target them down? Not the cleanest way to try and approach this. Vortex has got the wheelbarrow to pull home, but he's going to lose additional village. In fact, if he turns around now with the lances, he can body block them. No. He could have body blocked them off. Instead, more will make it home than really should here. Still a good position for Voldemar. Just instead of being an overwhelming lead, it's more even. But the difference is now the monks. The monks should be able to secure a big, healthy lead here for Voldy. Wait, spear switch up on the way. What? Wait, what? Over crossbows? It's always tricky against French, right? You don't want to arbitrary crossbow it because like arbitrary win. The spearman seems confusing a bit though. I mean, he saw a small group of knights. We see the full picture, right? For Voldemar, you'd think he'd know if there were more knights coming though. Like, look at the position. He has troops everywhere. In fact, seeing your opponent on Berry should be kind of a dead giveaway that, like, Mass Knights isn't that feasible for Vortex. Like, what else could he have built here? Maybe just still doing the PG. I think the reason Voldemar's doing this is he's kind of half expecting crossbows, and he wants, you know, someone that doesn't get absolutely hard counted straight away in the fight. The hilarity actually is like kind of for Voldemar's Yuga could have made a lot of sense. It's scary when your opponent has like 20 knights, but when they have like no knights, it can be good. And there we go. We have got crossbows. That's what we were waiting for. So Voldemar is ticking that range box. Things are looking pretty good for him right now. Needs to make sure he doesn't get out microed against one of the best micros in Age of Empires. Lance is raiding in. Sandwich from both sides though. Do you consider Shiv's out here? No, he just says run away. Lance count seems too high for him to hold on though. No, this is a little bit overwhelming. 6 Lancers, 3 Palace Guard. And there we go. Shivs are out, but that's going to be GG. Voldemar gets the dub over the Spaniard. Who would have seen that one coming, man? Kind of crazy. I can't believe this. Vortex, what do you think? Was he a little bit too aggressive, guys? Should he have went left when he went right? It felt like we weren't seeing the new edition of Vortex, more of the old one that can sometimes get into more trouble than good off of his builds. But all the same, the weirdest thing happened here. Did you guys notice it? We caught a Voldemar win. What? Nani? Is that legal? I'm pretty sure Voldemar wins being caught on my streams is illegal. At least last time I checked it is. He wants to see KP win, play the game. I mean, if people want to see me play the game that much, they need to make sure they keep tuning in, but also sharing the stream around. We've already said what the condition is for us playing the game. If we become a 750 viewer streamer on average across a month, we'll start carving out a day in the week to go for conk. That was the deal. Very reasonable deal. I'm starting to think I scammed myself. I should have set a higher expectation, to be honest with you. Because you guys have been turning up in the last few streams. Love to see it. All right, so let's see who we've got on the ladder. Have a look at who we can watch. See if we've got any interesting live games. So who's Myriad queued into? Eliade? I've never heard of this person. Eliade or Eliade. They're ranked 400th. Something tells me you guys would rather see a different game. Am I correct? Maybe some Beastie versus Numodon?
No.
Let's see what we got here. French, Chinese versus English. Biz versus Order of the Dragon. Ottomans versus Jean? Kind of curious about Ottomans versus Jean. Give me a sec. We'll open Numu Chad's account. Actually, do you guys want Ottomans versus Jean? Or what was the other one? Ottomans versus Jean or Malians versus Byzantines? Malis versus Biz can be interesting, right? Ottomans. You want the Ottomans? All right. Well, I'm a man of the people. Bro, I'm thinking Numidon's going to be turning up to the LAN. I'm seeing some custom games. And I'm pretty sure Voldemar's going to be there. I think Numu's coming LAN. Hog? Numidon in Germany? Big poggers? Actually, do you want... Okay, so you want... I'm noticing a few different Otto games. Numidon's been grinding it. Do you want English versus Ottomans, Rus versus Ottomans? Or do you want... Where's the other one? Jean versus Ottomans. Different players depending on the matchup you want. Just checking if he's got any other Otto games. Or Juji versus Ottomans. Okay, Juji versus Ottomans sounds kind of dope. Right? So the English versus Ottomans is Myriad on Himiyama. Juji versus Otto is Lipany versus Kiljadi. That sounds kind of cool. I don't know, I like that one. I think we're Juji versus Otto. Let's go with that one. Whoop, whoop. Juji Otto Lipany is kind of interesting. I don't know, man. I might be the one who kind of wants to see more Otto games at the moment. I can't believe I'm saying it. I kind of miss them. Oh, guys, this is where the name cover is really handy on the other side now. Watch this, watch this. You guys ready for this? Big pogs for this. Chat, are we cooking? Obviously, it's not beastie, though. Look at that. Production details. Boom. What and all, I hear you're interested in Ottoman games. Well, allow me to introduce myself. That's right, we're on Otto Watch here in Numidan, the fabulous Swede, going up against Kiljadi, the Finn, playing as Juji. Lipany is going to be the map, and gotta say, it's not a crap Lipany. No, it's quite an open one, actually. It's more, I want to say it's just basically Dry Arabia-esque at this point, which is pretty cool, with maybe more trees. Yeah, this is the full entirety of the cliffs. Should be an interesting one, though. I've been looking for some new Ottoman builds coming out. I think, you know, there are certain elements of the new Vizier system that's underexplored. There's also, I think, some linearity to it that's making it a bit rubbish. It almost feels like right now it needs more branching options. Did I find my Discord wizard? Oh, yes, sorry. I needed to go through responses. I've been talking to one person. I'm imagining it's much easier if one person handles the Discord stuff. So I think we might be covered. Our boy Grim was interested in doing it. I basically want someone to like help organize the channels, get like role assignments, bots, etc. I just want to make the Discord something that people want to use, you know? Like, building a Discord community is so underrated right now. You know, with Twitter basically crashing and burning, and the value of deep-rooted communities to sponsors. Like, my next step is to really get that all sorted so it becomes somewhere, a hub where all you want to go when we're not here. Yeah, this is interesting. We've got the Spearman opening. Looking at the deer spawns, I mean, the reason it's interesting, we're talking about like a King Pro Scout Civ up against a Peon. We've seen a few players trying to do Otto Pro Scouts. It never feels good, though. It always looks like it's just subpar compared to the alternative. And that is anything but subpar. Are you kidding me? Kiljadi? No! No! The timing on that! You've got to be kidding me. See, he's going to have to cancel it. This is outrageous! He wanted the double berry pack. Yeah, because his own one, it wasn't tight enough. I can't believe that. That would have been, what, 72 food and probably like 25 gold as well as 25 wood? That is outrageously greedy. The Spearman finds him. Oh, this game just got so interesting. Holy crap. So obviously Spear shouldn't really be able to get the kill. Unless he can like cancel charge and get beyond. Then it maybe. I think the villager just about makes it back before dying. But this is rough. He had to pivot Meditation Garden on the south side. Instead, he's going to go for the 48 food, 25 stone, and it's going to be about, like, probably 20 wood. So still a pretty good Meditation Garden. He just doesn't get the outrageous one. And good, because that was insane. He literally walked over next to Numidan's base to do this. And, oh, body blocks. Oh, villagers are so awkward to body block, I swear. There we go. Gets in. Is it going to be good enough? It's a body block wall. Nah, Numadon, he wasn't able to get beyond quick enough there. So the Spearman is going to get denied. He would have needed a hit from the Scout as well. That's crazy. We're only 4 minutes of the game. This already has some interesting developments. Yeah, Numu going for Sultani Trade Network. We do see this a lot at the moment. Honestly, I'm a bigger fan of like Madrissa for some counter pressure and feudal. But I guess his issue here is like with this type of spawn, with the distance between them, you know, can you pressure quick enough? I'd argue yes. Your opponent has got double fort gold. So like Madrissa into say Sapahi could have been a pretty cool option here. I guess the problem is against Juji, like to make that comp work, I think if you want to make Madrissa good, you're ideally looking for Sapahi Spearman as a comp. And that's problematic against Juji because of repeated crossbows. Right? It's like, you know, horsemen tend to take more damage than they would against normal archers, and spearmen get annihilated. So for Numu, probably going to see him do a little bit of raiding off of Sapahi, just slow down the pro scouts, shove the deer in the meantime, and then look for castle. And I think he just misclicked that deer. Like, you definitely don't want to kill it here. You're told this is Lipany? Technically, the label says Lipany. This is like when something says it's healthy and it's replaced all of the sugars with like fake sugars and chemicals that are going to kill you in 10 years. Unlike our sponsor for the month, we don't have one. If you want to sponsor us, maybe reach out. Thanks. Overall, good deer shove, right? He got, what, 4 of the deer home? I'd love to see him just go for this pack now. This is already condensed, so you can bring it around the back. He could deny like 1.5 deer packs by missing out on these 2 here. Rogan? Okay, so we actually have Pro Scout still. He's doing the B build. Oh, this is so cool. This is actually cool. I thought maybe he wasn't going to bother now that he got the deer home. So why do this? How do you justify it? The logic is that because you're delaying your own opponent's timing by harassing him, and you've shoved half a deer pack in already, being like half a minute or so late into Pro Scouts doesn't hurt you that much. You still get this deer pack, right? I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it really over just going castle from this point. It's going to give him longevity. I think part of the thought process on why Ottomans have been trying to find Pro Scouts is so that they don't have to go Anatolian Hills. But correct me if I'm wrong, he already did. He's got 17 sheep compared to 10. So I'm pretty sure he already triggered Anatolian. Makes it a little bit surprising. In fact, yeah, guys, he legit. You can tell he already has Anatolian. Look at the gold gathering speed. So watch it. 1, 2, 3. Now look at this one. 1, 2. Actually, does he? I'm not convinced now. A moment ago, it looked dead obvious. And now my brain is actually double thinking. You know when sometimes you're focused on a count too much and then it feels like it takes forever or the alternative? I think he does have Anatolian, though. You know how we know for sure? I don't know. If Capture Age added in like a little UI piece that you could click open and see, that would be pretty cool, right? Okay, so Giliardi has moved in with these spears. I'm a bit worried he's overextending here, though. Numadon has got Sapahi. In fact, he's cutting him off. Yeah, this is only spears. The archers just reveal themselves. This is a bad position for Giliardi to be in. And the archers, I mean, they can counter this easily. Yeah, from both sides. He's already got spears waiting to intercept the next wave, and the Sapahi should be coming, but instead they're looking to block on the other side of the map. So maybe a bit of an overextension by Numu. He was gifted a fantastic fight here, but tried to contest the Pro Scouts on the enemy side. Still, production advantage on his side, right? Like, he should be able to fight this quite well. We don't have a meta coming through yet, but the Sapahi have blocked out one deer. Okay, yeah, this doesn't actually feel like it's worth it for Numu. And Anatolian isn't 15%, it's 10%. Say it like a true American. You'd like me to say a Finn's name like American. And I thought British people had an issue with appropriating cultures. It's Giliardi. Don't freaking come at me about accents. My accent drawer is deeper than you could ever imagine. because for some reason I'm actually obsessed with learning accents rather than learning languages. It's not as helpful in life, guys. It got buffed a while ago. Is it 15%? I thought they brought it back down because it was like too good. I'm pretty sure they brought it because like Anatolian Hills is too good. It's like the go-to. Okay, so yeah, apparently it's 15% on the Wikipedia. Although I don't trust the Wikipedia, so let me just double check elsewhere. You might be right though. Yeah, honestly, they should nerf it down to 10%. I think it's too good. Apparently 15%, like it's too good. It is by far the most picked Vizier point still in the game, and I don't like that. Check in game? Gee, I'd love to do that and spoil the outcome of the game. Crackety, I can tell you do the cast and not the observant. God damn it. You want me to have the cow set up, don't you? Spyglass. This is rough. Like, he's just getting out-kited. A little bit of missed micro there by the meta, but... Kiljardi, he didn't snipe it in time. That would have been huge. The meta kills are the most important here. Makes it really scary, because like when you have the meta, you kind of get that Tower Victory versus Jugennud kind of dynamic that used to turn that matchup into a full micro-focused engagement. Okay. So, looks like Kiljardi is looking for the switch up into castle. But Numidan's not really that far behind him here. And he has been scaling... Has he been scaling traders? No. Kiljardi has just been missing out on villager production, it seems. Bash coming in. This is a little bit awkward. This Sipahi need to pull away. Just a few Chuganu, too many left over. I'm pretty sure... No textiles. We didn't... Did we get double scout? I'm pretty sure we did not get double scout. No, so Kiljardi is like 1.2 villages behind. Because remember, Numidan has 3 extra workers with the Sultani. Overall, I kind of like Numu's position right now. Because like, if you're blue here, you can't actually just rush into the Lancer. I think the Lancer play kills you, right? Because your opponent's going castle as well, and he is just going to be better off due to the fact that he can easily get into the Janissaries. And no, remember, Imperial officials do count. So if you look right now, you can see it's 40 villages versus 36 and 3 Imperial officials. So something went wrong here. There was definitely a gap. Okay, so it's pretty obvious what's going to happen now. Like, Numidan was chasing, but because he didn't see a second wave, he knows it's castle play. What's crazy to me is how slow Kiljardi's timing has been. He's been overgathering food for quite a bit. The gold has been a little bit lacking. What can he do with this extra pump? I mean, scaling Horseman feels like a loss here, no? I don't know. I'm not crazy about the Horseman scale. Mount Lu Academy as well. He doesn't feel like he can take a fight. That's what this is telling you. Because otherwise, you'd be rushing Shaolin Monks because you know you can just get relics for free. He doesn't have that info. He doesn't see that Numidan is backed all the way up. So, shows a lot of respect. And understandably so. Like, if these two armies clash right now, no doubt about it, Ottoman army wins. Even without the meta. People been going for Lu? Yeah, it's because, like, you can rush the monastery on the side, but then you get, like, the extra food gen drop-off, as well as things like the single whip reform. I'm not entirely crazy about it in like, this situation, but I understand why he's doing it. I mean, in theory, Shaolin Monks can be quite nice against Sipahis, but you just can't pick the fight. I feel like if you're looking for the combat value of a Shaolin Monk, you're probably thinking more about infantry-based civs. And also, despite how good a guy with a stick can be, I find guy with stick gets shot in face, dies too easily, you know? But once again, if he was up against just archers and he knew it would only ever be archers, and then let's say, like, you know, if you're up against English building longbow men at arms, you'd probably be like, oh, Shaolin Monks can kind of get away with things that normally I wouldn't be able to. Yeah, there you go. It is going to be the Zerg timing. I wondered if he was going for this. So he just got the supervision improvement. He's now able to just vomit out troops at a rapid pacing. He did not re-supervise, though, so hasn't actually decreased the amount of time to produce again. Has just switched over the racks. There you go. 6 seconds to get the PG in. I get what he's going for here, but Numidan Sipahi hold, surely. And we already have the crossbow switch up. Dude, Numu's reading him perfectly. Yeah, like, did he see? Well, I think the Sipahi glimpsed the racks being supervised, and he now sees the palace guard, so he knows, has confirmation. Crazy thing to think about here, guys. Remember, Ottomans have got that passive improvement per age of production rates. So he's able to transition into crossbows a lot quicker than most civs would right now. Right? It's not quite on Juji levels, but I'd argue it's more easily scalable than Juji levels. Supervision very strong, sure. But, you know, you can only have so many imperficials. I can build 3-4 archer ranges. Well, if I have 4 archer ranges with this blacksmith improvement, it's like having with 4 archer ranges, it's like having 5.2. And arms as well to follow it up. So just a few to front line. Like, MAA crossbow just makes a lot of sense for Numu. I wouldn't even mind Janissary here. Janissary is kind of vile. Because I think Kiliardi has overstepped on the horseman idea. This is great if your opponent's coming out. And I think maybe that's what inclined him towards it, the logic being relics. But he's not really blocking all the relics, right? Like, Numu already has one on the way home. In fact, one already now being banked. In fairness, that was the Imam play, so not entirely sure if I'd say that was totally worth for Numu. And no, the tech you get on the supervision does not affect the amount of resources you get. It just affects production speed. Deli horses. Okay, so we were talking about this when we cast from Krakeny on the finals. I think Deli horses is like a bait tech a lot of the time. He's at almost 20 horsemen though, so it's somewhat justified. But the biggest problem with Deli horses is melee units, like, you know, fights rarely stay static for long. So attack speed increases don't really feel like their entirety unless it's range units. Even then, that can mess with your start stepping, but this dive looks really good for Kiliardi. We do have a few Janissaries at the back. Needs to get on top of them right now, but it's difficult. The archers are pretty much just being cannon foddered. And it's 15 Janissaries. It goes for the point. Out of the TC, quick reaction comes in from Kiliardi. TC is garrisoned. I mean, overall, when you talk about moments of the game that can turn everything around, the Janissary TC pool truly can be one of them, and that's what we just saw there. The extra firepower gets him a full stay of execution in a game where he would have otherwise been dead. Good strategic holding there by Numidan. Stockpiling the Vizier points, not over-investing them, rushing them into some sort of form, whether it's meta, etc. Now gives him a return strike point here. Jigenu now being scaled back into by Kiliardi, but we, you know, from this position, we know that Numidan in what men-at-arms to fall, that's going to be perfect here, is that front line. And he's prepping crossbows to deal with the PG. Crazy how much this game just changed in the last 60 seconds. Before that dive, Kiliardi looked like he was on a collision course for a GG. And Numu, I mean, sure, it didn't look that impactful at first, right? But he peeled off like, what, 5 Palace Guard, 3 Horsemen, didn't kill the Janissaries. It just split up the fight and kept the TC focused fire on it as well. Like, it gave him a lot more time to protect this back element from being dove. And now the meta is going to be coming back into the picture. Kiliardi behind this needs to find his way out into pocket resources soon, right? You don't want to have to be going granaries this early. So buries it now is. What a game. Yeah, Janissaries are a like polarizing element, right? We had someone talking about this on the stream the other day, like, nerf Janissaries. I'm like, why? They kind of suck in the late game. They're really good in Castle, but they actually suck in the late game. It's like, you know, Sipahi can in theory be good in Feudal. Janissaries have their role in Castle. And then Imperial, like, compared to normal gunners, they feel really bad. They're insanely squishy, and their base damage is lower. Janissaries, yeah, I feel like Janissaries get much more easily countered. Become way better in Imp, but like in Imp, we're talking mangoes, right? Mangoes equals smoosh time. There's no way, like, you think that Janissaries are anywhere near tanky enough to play Imperial, surely. Oh, dude, I love this. This is my favorite when we have a full clash. The 2 high-ranking players, we've got one say that they're good in Imp, one saying they're bad. Fight! 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 All right, you know how this works, boys. Pub lobby. Janissaries don't overkill as bad. I mean, sure, but they get smushed in like half the time. I think Janissaries are like best in castle. It's high pen, good attack speed, right? The health metric difference is like not as drastic at this stage. The only downside is like Janissaries need to be played, I'd say, about mid castle, because if you're against a civ that's playing feudal, there's a high probability they have archers, and if they have archers, they have the counter unit. The counter argument right now is I'd say you get countered less frequently because right now with Pro Scouts meta, people are more leaning towards heavily armored units and cavalry than they were before. So if archers are less on the menu, it means Janissaries are less counted. And agreed. It definitely works better. Like, that was the difference there. 8 Janissaries compared to when you added in the extra 8 changed everything. Because at 8, like, they're just not going to kill anything quick enough, right? But once you start scaling, it's kind of like the Zhugen Nu effect. Meanwhile, we have had second TC coming in. Looks like Kilyadi is going to be able to wrap around the back here. Might find himself some cheeky kills, and that is forcing a full reaction. Yeah, Numu's coming home. He does have the wall, so if Kilyadi goes a little bit too deep here, he's going to get killed. Can he sniff it out? He's hesitant. I actually love how hesitant he is. It's the correct call. So he's going to walk back the other way. I think what happened there is Kilyadi tried to click here, and then he started walking south, and instantly realized what had happened. So wall up. We'll just walk out the way he came. Guys, would you like to see the fragility of Janissaries that I was talking about? This is the fragility of Janissaries. Some might actually call 4 Nesta Bees OP, an overkill. I think 3 is usually good enough for Janis, but 4 is like, if I just shoot you once, you're dead. Yes. Nesta Bees are to Janissaries what a triple vodka shot is to someone who's never drank alcohol in their life before. Oh, sorry, absinthe would be to someone who's never drunk alcohol in their life would be. It kills you. He does need to get his army back here, though, because right now he doesn't have a front line. Oh, no, no. Okay, that was perfect. Numidon, he lost 3 crossbows to reveal the full play. So actually, like, overall, I think you're quite happy if you're Numu with that. You could think about going back to Sipahi. Knights actually is a sick option here. Kilyadi is adding in more spears now, but, like, he doesn't have crossbows to clean that up easily. Looks like it's going to be Sipahi, though. 3 sacred sites are now locked in. Final relic hall is going to be 4-1. This is... Okay, so this is one of the weird things about doing Mount Lu Academy first. I feel like when you do Mount Lu Academy first, going Yuan feels weirder. Does that make sense? Like, you know, if I go Shaolin Monastery first, there's a lot of obvious value in going Mount Lu Academy next. Not just because I'll get pagodas and Yuan, but because there's techs in here that are really good. But when I go Mount Lu Academy first, the idea of going Shaolin Monastery is like, okay, let me check my spreadsheet for like deciding if I want to do this. Do I want to build Shaolin monks? No? Okay, this sucks then, right? It's a very polarizing element about the order in which you do those things. Same logic as like going Jiannan and then meditation. Like, why would you ever do it that way? Yuan is highly underappreciated. The discount's insane. Let's not throw around the insane word too hard. So it's a 10% discount, which means every 11th unit's free. Which sounds pretty good, but like at the point in the game where you're getting it, you're not necessarily bulking as much as you think. Once you're past like 25 to 28 minutes and you have like a farm setup, I agree. That's when it feels insane. Because then you're just vomiting out hundreds of units. But at this stage, you can usually feel a little bit precarious. This is ridiculous though. We're up to 7 Nesta Bees. Done. Mass mango reaction. My, oh my. I mean, you got the extra range. So remember, guys, when you're up against mass Nesta Bees, mangoes have kind of become the new Springles. They're your anti-Nesta Bees unit. The alternative is massing Sipahi, which he's trying to do over time, but I don't know if he really has the amount of food he need. 3 berry bushes. I think you have 1 punt at it. And look at the positioning. Numu, he's essentially trying to invite Kilyadi into his base. Overextension into wraparound. Springles is pretty sick here, though. He has got the attack speed aura. And enough of them to pretty much reduce the pass guard down to like half HP at initial engagement. yeah, a bit worrisome considering how important that is to hold the knobs. In fact, with good micro here, Numidan can easily access the knobs. There's only, what, 24 Spearmen? And the Spearmen have notably less health than the Palace Guard. And less effective HP with the armor. Behind this, we do actually have 2 CC out of Gilyardi. Much later on the timing than what Numu's was. Kind of shocking when you consider the worker kills and the state of the eco still. Neck and neck, though. Gilyardi does have more military power to swing around here right now. As we approach population, you're going to be looking for that Imperial time on both sides. Nesta B shots coming in. Not quite able to get the kills. Mangoes didn't get return fire either, though. Knobs are going to start retreating slightly, but the Spearmen may be overextending on the west side. That's opening the gates here. Sipahi men-at-arms able to just ride in freely. Has to pull them back. Good widespread here by Numu. Knob shots. Good wall up there, but not able to eliminate the metas. The mangonels are being ignored here. I don't know what the hell the Spriels are doing in this engagement, but it just doesn't matter. The men-at-arms have reached their targets. The Mangoes have done just enough. The Nestabis get shredded. Numidan with a hold. Gilyardi, this is going to be hard to come back from. His granary transition was only just beginning, and he just lost a critical fight against an opponent who has a better villager count than him currently, still has some food to run with, and on top of that, remember, has got the military skills to now regurgitate additional advantage to push with. Damn. Numu. That was kind of crazy. It looked a bit dicey at first, but he essentially just spread nice enough that the Nesta B shots seem to be prioritizing onto half of the metas, right? And with metas having 180 HP, they're not going to die that quickly to knob shots. Your weak point is more your Janissaries, but what you've done very well there is spread them out wide, make sure you have the crossbows in reserve long enough, and kind of just force Gilyardi into an engagement quicker than he wanted. Aftermath now clear. This is the push timing. He's going to force Gilyardi to reinvest and reinvest and reinvest from behind. One of the benefits of Ottomans, if they start to get that swing in their favor with siege still behind them, they can leverage it into a full snowball, courtesy of all that passive production working from behind. I wouldn't even be surprised if Numu at this stage is saving up for, say, a great bombard. And no, you cannot have 2 different meta auras active at the same time. And I believe the way it chooses which one will be active is which one was in range first will be given. Because if you could have every meta aura, Ottomans would be instantly the most broken Civ in Age of Empires 4. Sipahi raid as well. Oh, Numidan did just double his worker kills. Okay, at this point, you see this and honestly, like, I would totally forgive Numidan for all chat typing ha 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 ha. With 27 minutes in the game, and the grand entirety of the Juji's farm transition is 5 farms. This is a very sad Juji player right now. No, this is where the song would have felt better than Yuan. Right? Which is why I'm glad he didn't go for the Yuan. Numu pushes on though, man. He feels it. Not so much towards the base. We got Gilyardi gathering on the front side instead of the back. Dangerous game he's playing here. Barely going unseen. No, he got a glimpse. He knows. Spiral shots are already coming for the tree line. Gilyardi yet to pull away. Oh no. Wait, does he even realize? I know he's an old man, but does that mean that he's still playing on like a Windows 98 monitor with a 4:3 ratio? Because he should have seen this by now. Finally pulls away, but that's all of a sudden an extra 10 worker kills. And the snowball continues. Into choke points, I might add. Mango, Springles able to win that. Nesta B shots need to hit that backside ASAP. New wave of spy coming through. They're just going to press the fight. Mangoes will pull back just in time for the most. But the redive comes through. The Nesta Bs get wiped again, and the outcome now undeniable. That's right, a rare sight, but we are doing it. We are seeing an Ottoman win. Not just that, it's against one of the best civs in Age of Empires 4 right now. Bet you didn't see that one coming. Okay, really cool game out of both the players. That was crazy with that villager pull at the start, though. think the highlight of that game is definitely going to be the hilarity of the Medi-Garden on the beginning, though. So, let's see who we can check in on next. It's got a few players online. Do we go for some like the tier below players, but live? Like we've got MSN versus GIF, Dry Arabia, GG versus Jean, if you guys want it. Did you hang up the suit and tie for good, or will they make a comeback? Dude, they always come back. What are you about? We'll be wearing them probably next week. Like, you just gotta, you gotta balance it, right? It's like, we literally have started wearing ties and waistcoats for our first day grand finals again. So, you know, it's all about, like, building into them, you know? If you do it every day, is special. Just leave yourself layering to the cake. So yeah, we could do MSN versus... So this one will be live, which is cool. We have got some more replays from top players. Maybe we save some of them for like tomorrow though, because we're going to stream tomorrow. Like tomorrow will be my final stream before I leave for Germany. But like we could have a look at like tomorrow we could have a look at more Numidan, more Louis games, maybe some Dimmu games, Vortex games. Final stream ever? No, you're not getting rid of me that easily. Gets extra special when I put on a dozen ties? Yeah, but that requires, like, charity stream. Okay. How long more this stream? Hard to say exactly. Not sure. Maybe like an hour or two? Like 5-hour stream sounds pretty good. 5 to 6 hours sounds pretty good. Or like maybe we do one of those formats where like I go and eat, watch a replay, come back, do another hour, possibly. You bought Red Switch's keyboard. You already told us this. You literally responded to it earlier. Physics, you're starting to seem like a bot. Hello, would you like to say things? Quick, just type in chat, want free viewers, question mark, go here, and then just add my Discord. That's the bait. Genius. I think, Lasagna, you found the wrong platform. This is Twitch. You want to maybe you need to, like, open Opera GX, and then go incognito mode, because Opera GX can also let you pretend you're somewhere else, and then you sign into like the P-Hub stream, and then you can talk to them like that, and they wouldn't know where you are. Yeah, so don't forget, exclamation mark Opera GX, you can hide your creepy boner exception. You're welcome. Opera GX VPN is not free? It is free. Pretty sure I tested it the other day. Nani? I think there's a paid version, but you can have a free version as well. Too slow? Interesting. I guess it depends what you're doing it for. Like buying other things, it's fine. I believe there is a premium version. I haven't really looked in the premium version, but there is a free version as well, which it's fine for a lot of uses. Proxy masquerading as VPN, yeah. There you go. Shout out to Hermes with the tips. Oh, your Hermes. When we get more tourneys? It's been a while. To lure people in. I don't know, man. Like giving someone, I mean. Sure, you can say it's like there's an upsell there, probably, but for the things I needed a VPN for, it worked fine for me. 14 weeks away, good lord. Alright. One and all, we are back live from the ladder to catch an interesting one. GIF music. This guy, he's come out of nowhere. Or is it gift music? Oh my god, this is the problem. This guy now being a relevant player is confusing me. I think he's fallen a little bit in the rankings to 81st, but he was in the top 30 a few days back. He's going up against one of the toddlers. That's right, he's here to beat up nursery kids. We've got Jean versus Juji and MSN on the other side. I didn't know that this was legal for MSN. This doesn't look like a Middle Eastern civ. Have you guys seen MSN on something that isn't ABBA or Iobits? I'm pretty sure that's like... Is he okay? Can someone do like a health check with him right now? Ah, no one can resist them, right? Juji, one of the best civs in the game right now. So Dry Arabia to decide this one. Meditation Garden going to be coming in. A pretty safe one, but it looks like he's going to be able to get like, what, 36 food, 25 gold. I think you could have went further north here to maybe clip more trees. Probably not. I don't think there was there anything better? Not particularly. No, kind of overall a bit of a shoddy spawn unless you want like trees and gold. But in fairness, I would say in the current meta, guys, when you're thinking about meditation gardens, you can actually think less about the food than you used to. And the reason is with the Pro Scouts meta, you don't really rely on this food source as much anymore. Pre-Pro Scouts, getting 36 food extra a minute with limited sheep was really, really good. Now it's nice, but not mandatory, which is why we've been seeing more players lean towards just going, say, like a tree line plus gold and stone in some cases. You stop saying Juji, it's Juji. Jushi. I say Ju, so once again, are you sure about Ju, not Ju? Juji. Also, I'm sorry, I didn't realize we had the Chinese police in here. I'm British. Did you not realize we get a free pass on butchering things? You're actually meant to praise us when we say something correctly, not the other way around. So, yeah, like, where was the praise for saying a bastards correctly, huh? Huh? So, Jean, on the other side. Coming in now with School of Cavalry. Does mean you're much slower in the Pro Scouts timing. So you're looking to play a little bit denial. We will be seeing the night beginning. Pro Scouts should be ready to queue up in a moment. Looks like the wood was a little bit lacking with the lumber camp coming through. Actually, yeah, that's a big difference. Is this an archery range rush? I'm kind of curious as to why it's like lumber camp into no straggler trees. That's not your usual, actually. Most people tend to go for the straggler trees just to offset the timing, so you get Pro Scouts in like 10-15 seconds sooner. Oh, MSN. Like, yeah, you can see the difference here, right? He didn't chop much of the tree, but he chopped enough to get him through. Oh, we should have done predictions. What do you guys think? Ones if you think Juji is favored in this matchup. Twos if you think Jean is. Ooh. Jean already on the move out. Should be a house built on the way and then like level 2, right? I kind of like this. You know, if you don't think your opponent's going to burn it down, it's not a waste. Just means you're a bit more efficient getting towards your opponent. I mean, in theory, you're missing out on some XP right now, though, right? Because you're not gathering. So it's almost like this has to be an outpost or a proxy base play to make it worthwhile. Is that okay? It wasn't even a building. That was just a lot of walk time. And now we're walking all the way back. I mean, he wants to stop the Pro Scouts, in fairness. Hey, why'd I be crazy for asking that question? Have you guys not seen the recent tier list? Jean in the same tier as Juji? What is happening in the world we live in? So for MSN, the goal here should be to be in feudal as little as possible. Because, like, once you get to castle, you have much better answers to Jean than staying in feudal. So you just want to try to protect the deer, get as many as home as possible. We've already got almost one deer stat back. They were looking to snatch from the other side. I'd actually love to see them just pulling these deer into the tree line and then leaving them there. Jiff might not see it. I mean, here's the awkward thing is, like, you're kind of relying on knowing what your opponent's graphical settings are. I'm not even kidding. If the graphical settings are low, They can actually see these deer easily. But if the graphical settings are high like we've got, the deer are quite muddied. Now we got the spearman added in. Interesting. Is he trying to encourage MSN into Zhug? Because if you can get your opponent into Zhug Nu, then you can force like a long feudal where you can like basically trade out and get XP. And because you went range Jean, you're not going to be as exposed as with melee Jean. Like melee Jean to mash Zhug just sounds like death, but range you can just tickle away and eat up as the time goes on. The other thing is like if your opponent does go Zhug and you get to say like 15 to 20 knights, you're ridiculously unkillable. Like Chivalry plus Divine Restoration makes it impossible for Zhug to get kills. This is rough though. She's been bailed on. Oh no. Okay, so Jean going down. Wait, what happened with that Divine Arrow? Okay, whatever. The Divine Arrow is a bit questionable. What did they Divine Arrow? Am I blind? Did I miss something there? Rogan? You also don't have spears upgraded yet for Jif. That's surprising. Wait, what? I don't think they realized. No. Because at first this could have been like a bait and switch. But... and no, she didn't hit the scout earlier because he had 100% health. Wait, can someone go back and check that for a clip? Because I'm wondering if there's a bug where when Jean shoots into a target that's going into like stealth forest, if she loses vision, does she not do damage? That would be very weird. Nah, surely not. That sounds so odd. Okay, so Jif seems like they want to go Castle Age, but the gold is a little bit lacking for that. They're now switching more over. For MSN, I think, there's kind of an all-in timing here, right? Which is wild to think about against Jean. But with the way that they've scaled, if they attack towards the base, they could gold staff her out. And with this many horsemen, she's at severe risk of just dying in the beginning of the fight. Like, right now, the problem for Jif is he needs more front line. Or, if you want to really play Spearman, at least upgrade them. Like, this is ridiculous. There's no way this is happening. Reminder, this person isn't like a noob, a low-rank, incapable player. Like, I think 2 seasons ago, we referred to them as an English main. It's pretty much all they played. But they've evolved quite well as a player, actually. Like, we caught 1 or 2 of their games the other day. They've been taking some games off top players. Matchups that wouldn't even just be an outright insta-win, either. And there we go. Okay, thank God they realized. That was beginning to worry me a little bit. What might be worrisome for Jif, though, is because of that delay in actually upgrading, their posturing on the map hasn't been as aggressive. MSN can now just go castle. Can you get a close-up on John? Why? Are you trying to look at her feet? Are you one of those people? See, now I know who you are. If you've been on Opera GX, you could have easily used an incognito mode. You could have pretended that you are from a different country, like the Antarctica, and then you could have easily created a fake account and then asked to zoom in on Jean's feet. Exclamation mark Opera GX. Make sure you use my affiliate code when you download it and create an account. See, Potato Cave. Also forgot to download Opera GX to hide himself there. We now know he's a potato in a cave. I mean, Jif just feels like a potato in a cave right now, though. Like, you've played Mass Knight Spears and you've sat in your base. This is weird. I mean, they're not out of the game, right? Like, they have a recovery arc with Royal Institute into Castle. They're going to need to pull the trigger on it, though, because Shalom Monastery is coming. I can't believe I watched Jean hunker down the base like this. Not often you see it. Not this way, anyway. Monastery coming through. Looking at relic location. Yeah, there's some easy grabs to be had here on the south side. North side should get a freebie as well. So 3 relics wouldn't really surprise me that much for MSN. GF wants to spread out a little bit. Like with good micro, the knights can still unravel the plan. But so far, GF has struck me as not a micro raiding knight player. They've been more focused on, clump and go. Which probably plays into their roots as an English main. English mains usually just like to get to that point where they just hold the W button on their Raxes a lot, and then A-click the fight. Sorry, English mains, but like at this point, you want to object to me, but you're also simultaneously nodding your head. So, checkmate. Uh-oh. Would you like to spot the problem with MSN's spawn? He has no gold access. Oh no. I thought Jif was going to be too defensive, but this is a sick timing now. Medigarden's going to be torched down. Are you kidding me? There's nothing they can do right now. They're trying to trade on the other side. Horsemen are going to chase in. It's like the wall did break, so Jif could end up losing a few villagers here, but he should be capable of a lot more damage on the other side of the map here. MSN is stuck with only taxation. Needs to get some relics home ASAP. The horsemen, although they've done some damage, are starting to get cleared up. Afterwards, it's just all Jif. The music bumping. All you can hear is the pounding power of this legend on Jean. Knights now chasing on the villages. That's a huge amount of idle time. 21 villages. Basically, if it's not garrisoned, it's running behind this tree line. And Jif has the potential to pin and kill. This is huge. Did he realize? I don't think so. I think he might be distracted right now. Was looking elsewhere. These villagers are going to dodge death. But MSN still has a huge gold issue. He is basically Earth in 2550 when we run out of gold resources but need it for all of our electronics. Where is it? It doesn't exist. It's as rare as hen's teeth. Redundant wall, no one cares about you. Knights are still mopping the floor here with what is spawning, but what he needs to do now is find the economy. One foul strike is all he needs. Instead, Jif backs away. What? Okay, so he doesn't see it, right? But, like, he should be suspecting it, surely. Spim's going to discover it. This is ridiculous. No. You've got to be kidding me. I mean, debatable whether he'd have enough knights to go in. I think he would. He's got 18 melee units here. MSN has 3 Palace Guard and one monk. If he sees this tree line, he thinks he's here for food, though. This is ridiculous. I mean, it doesn't solve MSN's problem because, like, his food gathering is kind of underwhelming right now. He's finally fixing that. He's getting back on the resources. Jif has not got Sean back in. This is sick, though. No, he just revealed himself. Shivs are out, but, like, this is now where Jif should see everything. So Knight's going to peel off, and they're going to wrap around. This is big. This is exactly what he needed. MSN. He was playing off such a sick play there, right? Hiding in the tree line. Now it's known. Can he actually intercept? Knights are on the way. They find a shallow monk on the rotation. Jean now back to the field. Needs to move across quickly. PG Skyland by MSN. I mean, he's trying to be cost efficient with his gold. I'm not liking this, though. This is a big army. MSN is going to rely on the outpost defense. So, quadra outposts will be enough to protect most of the villages. A few of them are going to be in trouble. And look at that. You cast a Jean game. A Jean Do raid comes through as the Jean raid comes in. Thank you very much, my friend. Big shout out to Jean Do, who did host the King of Civilizations tournament for this weekend. Really cool games in there. Hope you had a good stream. We're just checking in on Jif Music, who has just been raising his way through the rankings, beating out some known players. He's looking to do it to another one here. MSN, who we've checked in on before, the toddler, in trouble now. Double village strategy to try and protect him, but it means there's not much firepower from the outposts. It is still age 2 versus 3. Numbers are not in favor of MSN, but the kite potential is good with the Palace Guard. Able to formation shuffle away. Jean went the wrong way. She's not actually coming around quick enough here. Level 3 could be big. Like, range Jean, just get a few of the champions out as well to tank. Wouldn't even mind seeing the cavalry version from Jean in this game, just because you're primarily static in placements. And the champs are more useful when your opponent has spears. Whereas the riders, I think, just have a bit more utility against a guy who doesn't have a standing army. So MSN now just trying to kite away. He doesn't want to feed over the XP. Good micro by Jif to catch a few. We have to be getting close, right? We're 60 minutes in. Jean has died. Was it once or twice? Did get some extra XP between. Double ram now coming in. Okay. Be honest in chat. Like, fours if you would have just went Castle Age by now. How many people would have, like, you know, just chickened out of this? I don't feel like many would have went for this double, triple down. I feel like after the last dive, a lot of people would have said, okay, yeah, Castle Age now. Right, protect your scaling. But the cojones on the man from Alaman knows no bounds. No, there is no boxer size that can contain him. When he sits there gaming, he literally just has a giant bucket in front of him. Wrapped around his waist. MSN now just trying to get the fortifications in. But what does that do for you against double ram? No. He's going to try to go for the repairs. Melee lines are spreading out. It's going to be a mass repair, but the nice peel off. Textiles ain't going to matter much here. Outpost goes down. Lead extends. Jean is too tanky to kill with his PG as well. A lot of XP being farmed up. Undeniably, we are heading for level 3 Jean. At which point, MSN has nothing left. He's got no gold. Yeah, crazy actually. He never went back onto the gold line to try and get something extra out. He's been over-gathering wood. Level 3 is now in. And a GG's going to get called. Who is this Jiffly Musically man? And who the hell can stop him? Ooh. Oh, there's MSN in chat. Yeah, I had a feeling MSN was expecting Castle Age. Jiff is spooky, man. What a chat lord. Like, seriously, when I watched him a few months back, he was just... I don't want to say like, memey in a mean way, but like the fact that he was just pretty much always English all-inning, it was kind of like... It was memeful, if that makes sense, right? Hell of an evolution. John with the AL beer. Hell yeah, brother. Alright, 1 second. Is Emma here? Because we could go eat and come back for more. And then, like, I put a game up for you guys to watch in the meantime. And then when we come back, we could have a look at... maybe some Numu games. Could be intriguing. Numu versus Beasties, maybe. GF versus Dimu, maybe. Of course I got a fresh haircut. Dude, I probably would have got one a little bit sooner, but because I broke my ankle, I just like didn't feel incentivized to go get it cut. Alright, one sec.
Hello?
Are you at home?
Yeah?
What's the food?
Pizza.
Pizza! Wow, look at you, innovative cooker. Alright. Do you want to put mine in?
I have got your stream on, but mute.
Uh-huh. You're on stream right now.
Okay.
Alright, do you want to put the oven on, please?
Okay.
Love you.
It'll take like half an hour still, yeah.
I mean, like, it'll
I've
take
got
10 minutes.
I've got
and then,
preview.
yeah, I know.
I've got-
Yeah, go.
Okay.
Love you.
Right, bye.
Food! Poggers. Alright, so... there was an optional meeting that I wanted to check in on. I don't know how long they're going to be. How do I finesse this? Alright, guys. Alright. I got a plan. So, I got a very entertaining game for you guys. And then I can go speed eat. So what we're going to do, like, we're going to put up a game for you guys to watch. And then, when I come back, we'll look to cast, like, 1 to 3 more games, depending on how long they are. So we'll probably round out at, like, 6.5 hours. Not bad. I just don't want to, like, overdo the amount of games we could cast today, because we've got to cast some games tomorrow. So, let me have a look here. What would be a good game? Maybe the Beastie B game on moving out. That could be interesting. Or we've got... Oh, I don't know. Do people want to see probably the best culture win game we've ever seen? Voldemar versus Anatand? Okay, one's if you want the BCB game on moving out. Two's if you want Voldemar versus Anatand with the best culture win game we've ever seen. Sometimes wonder if KP knows how lucky Vimani is. I mean, I've still haven't like won the literal lottery, so chill. Wait, what did I say? Was it one's for BBC, two's for Voldemar versus Anatand? Two's like the Voldemar Anatand one has like the best culture win game I've ever seen, and that's not an exaggeration. Quick. Do I just poll it for like literally a minute? Maybe I poll it. Game, best culture game ever. BC versus B. 1 minute. Go. You got a poll. Go. Go. Vite. Quick. Oui. Je suis les choose. You guys are going to choose B, BC, aren't you? I mean, it's moving out, so like, memology 101, right? Alright. That's pretty close right now. Okay, well, don't worry, Lasagna. We'll give you a little timeout so you can do it in private. Guy's horny, man. Like, stick a chassis belt on it. Chill. Are you guys going to do this to me where, like, you don't even choose? Is it another one of those? You guys love doing this to me. Oh. Culture Wing is edging, similar to Lasagna. Oh, it's gonna win! Look at my dog! All right, Normalin. All right, guys, so this one was a while ago, so maybe some of you guys don't remember it. But it was from Midweek Muster. It was so good. Best, genuinely, I'm not exaggerating, best Culture Wing game you'll ever see. You guys ready? All right, enjoy the game. I'm going to go eat, and when I'm back, more live from the ladder. All right, so stay tuned. And maybe there's hope. Voldemar has done something a little bit wacky here. HRE is expected from Anno, but Voldemar, he had Deli. He had Chinese. These are the expected picks, and these are the ones that HRE can be happy against. Abba's less explored, but we are still in a Pro Scouts meta on a Pro Scouts map. Let's see what Voldemar has in mind here. I mean, he was in chat the other day speculating about the Culture Wing build we were talking about for Pro Scouts. Whether you can do that against HRE, I'm not so sure. I think HRE is one of the best Pro Scouting civs in the game, right? They're like, what, top 4, top 5. But he needs to here. Reminder, we're best of 3s. The next KPMMs are going to be moving over to quarterfinals, becoming best of 5, so there will be more hope for Voldy. Right now, he needs a win. He needs it desperately. If he gets this win, all of a sudden, game 3 is anyone's to the taking, right? Because it means Anno's going to be stuck with French and Malians, and you have Chinese/Deli. Probably Chinese for Cliffside, if he gets there. But he still does have to make his way past the Goliath. Looking at the spawn, though, is there anything beneficial here? Not really. He got double Ford Berry spawns pretty rough here against HRE pressure. The deer stack at the back doesn't really feel like one that you can easily wall off or secure. He's got a lot of wide area needing walling on the west side. In some ways, it's kind of weird the way that they split. Because if you had Anatan spawn, I think you'd be quite happy. Double berry back. Third one obviously very far out, but you at least have a second reserve. So Voldemar, I think he's going to Eco Wing 2TC here. And we all know how I feel about Eco Wing 2TC, right? Leaves me numb. It's not exactly a build that is inspired success at all. Semis best of 7s and finals best of 9? I don't know about that. We'll start with a BO5 an earlier round and see how we go. Voldemar should pull the Beastie Abba cheese build. What's that? Where they learn how to make cheese? He's doing it. This is the builds. It's happening! Okay, so let's check. His macro makes sense for it. He's got 4 on gold. So guys, the goal of this build is meant to be POC into Pro Scouts. The tricky part is by going POC, you are going to delay your Pro Scouts by an extra 30 seconds, right? But in return, you are already going to return most of the cost of preservation knowledge on the savings you get from Pro Scouts. And then the follow-up players is like all the eco techs along the way. As you scale towards Castle Age, you get very notable savings in the coming minutes. Tricky part is if you just go for a naked fast castle here, if Anno notices what you're doing, which he should notice, right? Like, it kind of stands out, then he can all-in contest you. HRE is a very good civ at sending it to punish fast castling Abbas. One good thing for Voldemar, if Anotan mirrors Castle Age, he's going to want to open Knights. You're in a good position because Abba will be able to go military wing, giving them 2 camels to buffer away. Now, the good news for Voldy, he's at least going to get 20 seconds of unknown here, right? Because Anatan, actually, it might be 40 seconds. He hasn't checked the west corner yet. He just completed the full circulation. And Anatan is dirt all for it. Only 7 sheep compared to 14 for Voldemar. And on top of that, Voldemar has cut him off. Now, the negative of this, now knowing that he's cut off, Anno should be checking the enemy side of the map. Hawk is on the way. Pro Scouts has already been queued by Anno, so he's already going to have that edge on the timing here. The worry I have about this type of build against a civ like H3 that can just immediately slap bang go into Pro Scouts, you now don't have any presence. You could go opening Horseman here, but usually that feels really bad against HRE. Just because this is a civ that quite confident in a lot of matchups will open the racks to try and pressure you, right? And the marching drills makes it easy to do so. Yeah, so like one big part of why we're making the BO5 change is because sometimes if you just get your draft a little bit wrong and misunderstand the opening map, it can feel very punishing to BO3. Now, we still want to keep the default map setup because I like the default map setup. I think it's a good way of harvesting data. Players are sometimes stubborn to what they like playing, right? If you allow them to pick Dry Arabia all the time as a default map, they'll pick Dry Arabia as a default map. Granted, I know, most balanced map any civ can play. But the balance of KPMM is meant to be prepping people for different map pools, prepping people for tournament play, but also improving the esports scene in multiple different ways. And one of those ways is getting refinement on maps, right? Because the last thing we want to see is a quirky looking map gets picked up for an S-tier tournament that has 0 existing data on whether it's good or not. So I think, like, you know, recently one of the players was like, is this the place for this format? And I'm like, I think so, because these are a week long, right? So if we get it wrong, and I'm not saying we're always going to get perfect, but if we get it wrong, there's a bad map, it's a week, right? Per player, that means you play that map maximum 5 times. And then we know it's bad, we move on. But if it's a great map, all of a sudden we have more diversity in map pool in AoE 4, which is not a bad thing. Right? I don't think we're at a point when map diversity is over the top. It's not like we've got 40 maps that get used regularly and competitive that are considered to be top tier. That's when you have this dilution issue. We have, like, at the core of it, maybe 8 to 10 maps that feel like they're really solid for comp. There's the spin reaction for Anna we were talking about. Voldemar. Is he turning this into a Pro Scouts feudal play? Oh god, he's going camel arches. In theory, it does count as spearman. But look at what Anno's doing. Wait, is he going fast castle? Oh, that's a sick read. Yeah, he's even got the outpost coming. And he'll be able to contest the goodies over here. The boar is going to get pulled, but these spearmen are way too fast. It's crazy how different HRE is ever since the marching drills. Marching drills being there by default changed everything about this civ. Voldemar is going to just drag some of the deer back from the seaside. Looks like his own haven't been contested at all. I think he took 1 deer from safe home, and the rest is now coming from his opponent's side. Remember, Anatan's tech time is going to be a lot more competitive here. Now, with Pro Scouts, as long as he gets enough food, he can just open Castle Age with Horsemen, which makes a lot of sense. It would be the best solution to what Voldemar is doing right now. The alternative for Anatan would be to go straight into Archer spam. Also, a pretty reasonable answer. Is the new DLC date announced? No. Wait, you mean you guys don't know that it's on... Sorry, I accidentally unplugged my microphone. Did you get all that? So Regnant's not on the way. Voldemar, he doesn't know, right? He must be a bit suspicious, right? If you're being attacked, there'd be a lot more troops coming already. HRE economy is that good. I mean, you kind of notice a deficit of 1,800 resources and pressure. But this is smart. I mean, Anno's doing exactly what he needed to here, right? He sees that it's the Camelot should play. He has got Horseman in the way, but Voldemar, he isn't just going to be one of those Camelot only boys. We're not getting a Deniskia type build here. We're getting the Spearman. I mean, the thing is, by the way, like, there's a lot of speculation on DLC at X or Y. I do think that we're at a point where we really have a requirement for the new DLC in the first half of the year. But I'm skeptical because it could technically be any point in the year. Did they give a season or something? I think they might have, I don't know. But even if it's a season, that's 3 months length, right? Although coming in, looks like we have got some interception plans for Voldemar. Difficult to do, though. Like, yeah, the Camel Archer is going to get way too close. Oh, nice micro there. Voldemar minimizes the damage he takes. Denies the Prelate. Second relic is on the way home for Anno. And this one is quite close now. However, Anatan may have misread this. Going Knights means you can't directly contest the Camel Archers. You're going to have to raid the economy. Is this actually going to work? I mean, I thought Camel Archers were balanced now, chat. I could have sworn I read many reassuring comments that this is not OP anymore. It's kind of looking OP. At least against this opening. You have to remember spears take bonus damage from these, right? Like melee infantry, get doubled up on the damage. And this is the cool thing about Camel Archers. This is the thing that made them look strategically very useful in the meta for a little bit. Is like, it's a feudal age unit that is cavalry that has basically got the same damage as a horse archer. It's more expensive than a horse archer, but also has more utility, more health. Not much to really hate about them. The only weakness really of Camel Archer spam is the scale point. It's very slow to produce these. The Knights are going to now start raiding in. Now remember, Voldemar, he's going Eco Wing, but he's still only 1 TC. However, with this play, he could just bloat 3 TC. Knight is getting good damage in, though. Yeah, slow reactions there as Voldemar does lose 3 workers to the first knight to arrive, and there should be more on the way after this. Prelates are still dragging back the goodies. Camel Archers are basically dancing left and right just to keep intercepting. We do have a move out for additional relics. Oh, no way. He's going to snake him, right? I think Voldemar is going overkill here. He sees the Prelate, he selects his army, and now Anatan can get the safer relic home. So this is still going to be at least 3 relics for the HRE. And on top of that, Anno isn't lagging behind here, man. What's that? Voldemar is about to go Eco Wing and play 3 TC. Gee, I'm going to go Imperial Age and play 4 TC. This is past the Swabia. We've got an old school HRE build. It's actually crazy how good it looks in this game. Did Voldemar make the wrong move, per se? I don't think so. Eco Wing wouldn't have changed his situation, right? Eco Wing would have allowed your opponent to rush Castle Age. He would have got the relics even easier. Pro Scouts also at least allowed you to take some of the food away, which means Anatan will eventually have an uncomfortable transition into farms at an earlier point than he otherwise would in this game. Like right now, I think he's actually down to, yeah, the final 2 div. So he's going to have to rush farms ASAP. And Pasta Swabia is worth 3 TCs. It's not just the fact that it produces at the rate of 3 TCs, it's also the fact that it costs a third of what villages are meant to, right? So what you actually end up with, kind of wild about it, is a TC with triple the production rate that doesn't spend more than 1 TC per minute. I wonder if Voldemar's aware of what's really happening here. We do still have Anatan trying to get these relics. You know why he's contesting it as well. Like, Voldemar could realistically now just add in a mosque and take these 2 away. you've kind of ended up this awkward situation where the remaining relics, like before this, Anatan done a really good job of making Voldemar dance, you know? Smooth grooves across the map. But now, the remaining relics are all in one location. So Voldemar's game becomes a lot more linear. I don't know. Is reinvesting into knights really the play? I mean, how diveable is he is what you got to really ask here. We've got a lot of stone being gathered, and we do have spawn replacements coming in. In an ideal world, you would have had enough resources to get past the swab and get cannons, but we don't live in that world. On top of that, he didn't set up outposts on the south side. Voldy will see how much stone is gone and be suspicious of what's actually happened here. So, you know how Anatan wasn't really active in the pro scene in, like, 2022 at the highest level? It's kind of funny how he's literally just building like it's 2022. This is an old school HRE build. Old school in that you used to always just spam knights into Imperial, right? Like, this was the bread and butter of this Civ for quite a while. Springle's now starting to get garrisoned in the towers. It's going to make this difficult to die for Voldy. Wait, what? 1% of DLC revenue should go directly into a budget from WoW 420s? I feel like in general, more games should actually take that approach. I mean, in fairness, Microsoft does provide funding and support. Usually it's just price pool funding in most cases, but I think some might get some actual production funding. But in general, there are a lot of games that don't actually do anything for the esports scene. It's kind of sad, right? Like ones that won't even provide prize pooling. They basically just allow tournament organizers to struggle to run events, and then they have loads of DLC and crap coming out. So World's Edge and Microsoft do at least put some money into the scenes. But like, I've always talked about how interesting it'd be if your game is, let's say you've designed a game that is carried on its esports scene. If you truly believe that's the way the game has to be, why not just give a profit share to like the top 20 scenes so they will amply invest in your scene? That's how you make esports sustainable. This is getting weird from Anatan now. We're up to 13 knights. Keep in mind, he didn't hit his Imperial Age timing, so now the free TC is kicking in for Voldemar. Wall's also going up, so you know, a game that looked like it should have been grim is starting to look pretty secure. On top of that, Anatan, for some reason, isn't building the farms up here. He's that paranoid about the camel archers. He's building a lot more farms behind the base. Take a percent of the marketing budget. See, that's the thing, though. I don't think. I might be wrong about it. I don't feel like Microsoft historically puts a lot of budgeting, at least in the Age of Empires department, into DLCs, etc. I might be wrong on that. Right, but Sons of 10 didn't really have much marketing, which was a shame. I hope ample marketing is done around the new DLC. I think the game deserves it. It's in a good place, and it's proven that it's worth it. But it's almost like because of how much money was spent on the launch of Age of Empires 4, we're not really seeing big spend again, right? Because they went crazy. Remember, you could basically see Age of Empires in Times Square. It's not going to be able to break in here. At this point, Anatan just needs to get out of the Age. This is hurting him really badly. The walls are up. The knights can't really do any damage anymore. He's got 2 behind the walls at least. There's still some gaps, but those are quickly being filled in. And it looks like we are getting into a macro game. Well, so, interesting comment there. The frustrating thing was having the most successful DLC of all time and not seeing proportional investment in the game's pro scene. The problem is, like, what does more investment in the pro scene get you in return, right? You got to, like, it's return on investment logic. Is it better to look at the delayed income of statistics saying that the DLC done really well and then put more marketing effort behind the next DLC? Or is it better to say, oh, wow, this actually done really well, but now the hype has died down. Let's throw more money at the limited scene, right? When you put it like that, the valuable investment is very obvious, right? Something that isn't as obvious is the outcome of this game. Voldemar is about to be an age behind. However, we have Eco Wing, we have the potential to scale a lot of farms. He has even got agriculture on the way. Is it a big enough eco lead to keep him competitive is my concern. Anatan, I believe, is quite a few more farms deeper, right? It's 9 farms for Voldemar so far. Anno's at 26. And now, he's going to be able to close the gap on the villager count at a rapid pace. So, we're just going to add more TCs, right? I mean, you could kind of do it. I think the issue is Voldemar, if he adds more TCs, he delays his imp timings very much. Maybe the better way here, possibly 4 TC, but before you go for the 4th TC, you have to trigger Imperial Age. Likely, we're going to be looking at Military Wing, big poggers. Get your hands on some gunner boys. Very rarely see it. If a monk is holding a relic and is in a transport ship and it sinks, is the relic lost forever? No. When it sinks, it will end up on the shore. Once upon a time, I think it used to be based on where you were last on land. I think now it's based on the closest part, the closest shore is where the relic will end up. The closest shoreline, rather. So wherever the closest piece of land it can find is that is like walkable, boom. Now, what I'm not sure of is if, for example, there's a tiny island that is full 360 cliff but has a tiny high ground, if the relic would go there. I assume not, because you can drop relics in like the shallow coastline area, so it would just end up on the coast. So I have some wide play here. Anatan, he's going straight into hand cannoneers. Kind of makes sense with the fact that Voldemar's just going raw spearman. So the more traction the pro scene gets, the more people watch, the more people stay invested or start playing themselves, best marketing. So the problem with that logic is, like, why are people looking at the game? Once again, new content is the easiest way to get people to look at the game. Unless you think you have a truly compelling esports scene that is entertaining to a generic audience to watch, you can't put the esports scene first before growth of the player base. And as much as many of us may love Age of Empires 4, if you are not an Age of Empires 4 person, I want you to think about it from a POV of someone who does not play or watch AoE 4 a lot already. Does this look enjoyable to watch? Versus Apex, Call of Duty, right? These type of Rocket League. The answer is probably no. So you have to buy people into the game first before you buy them into the esports scene. And that also drives participation in the esports scene, which is just as important to keeping a vibrant esports scene. Our esports scene would be dead already if you didn't have upcomers like Louis MT, Kiljari, and Azad. Same with the other generation just behind them, a lower tier, like people like Voldemar that are still climbing up the echelons. We've seen them this weekly. Myriad comes to mind, Cat as well. You need all of them, but they don't come through if you don't get new players in. Voldemar, he does still have the eco lead, by the way. I'm impressed with where he's caught up here. This is interesting, man. We actually have improved processing on the way. I don't think Anatan is in that great of a position anymore. The tricky thing with HRE is they're not really the OP Civ people envision them to be in the age they used to be. HRE are really, really strong in Feudal. Castle beginning, great. What makes them strong in Imperial is their timing. They get Imperial Age quicker than other people. It was the classic reason that the people thought they were ridiculous. It's like, very linear, but very powerful. Let's just rush in. Can you stop me? The problem in this type of game is, like, when we flesh out our Imperial on each side, who's actually better here? Abbasid or HRE? Well, HRE's big edge and Imperial is their economy. Hello, Abbasid economy speaking. Would you like to see all the ducats we have hidden in our treasury? Right? These guys don't really fall behind on economy in late game. On top of that, they have a nice variability between premium units and trash. Camels for the premium, and the trash can be produced at a ridiculous rate courtesy of the Golden Ages. So, tricky situation for Anno. He has only got 3 relics. It's not like a 5 relic game where, you know, Voldemar is definitely running out of gold either. And even if he does, this is one of the best civs at trading in the game. The trade posts are quite reasonably located. Not like golf, you probably won't watch unless you play. Yeah, kind of like that, right? Like, there are sports that actually do just get people, like, watching. I think what people sleep on with StarCraft's esports scene that pulls decent numbers still the reason it pulls decent numbers is because you have a generation of players who played it and now just want to watch it. Age of Empires 2 has this same thing. A lot of the people who enjoyed playing might not want to play anymore. They want to watch still, though. That helps a lot. That helps tremendously. A little dive in here from a lot of spears. Is at least keeping his opponent pinned, but I know for the time being still has some resource access. However, Voldemar... I mean, he's like a belt on the map here, right? He's keeping it buckled up, making sure those trousers don't fall and make him look a bit embarrassed here. If he can complete that belt across the center, Anatan is guaranteed to run out of resources first. But we do have the keep drop coming in, so it's going to be a denier against the Sacred Site win condition. Voldemar does see it. I don't think this is going to be quick enough to stop it, though. The hand cannon is just a little bit too effective. The build force a bit too strong. So castle definitely going up here. That's the front line with some of the hand cannoneers, but worth it to get this online to block Voldemar's win condition. Now, one thing that is interesting, we're not seeing it right now from Anno, even though he has quite a few prelates. This Inspired Warriors tech gets slept on way too much when HRE goes hand cannoneers. It's more critical to have that tech when you play Order of the Dragon, but there are certain unit types for HRE that also get just as much value, and hand cannoneers are one of them. Body. Man. Do you ever get that feeling that Voldemar spent his entire childhood watching Shrek? Pretty much just the onion scene on repeat is what I imagine. This guy is obsessed with his walling. We've come to know it, we've come to expect it. Awesome raids are starting to slipper in a little bit here, though. I mean, Voldemar, he can afford to lose some workers, right? He's pretty healthy and, well, healthy on the villages themselves as well, independently. He got the tech. Remember, there's a tech that gives you additional health for every single eco-tech you've researched. These villages have 117 HP each. Reminder, that's more than you'll get on a veteran spearman. It's almost more than you'll get on an elite spearman. Keep drops coming in again from Anno. I tell you what, this man's going to work a miracle if he pulls this one out, because right now the game looks incredibly uncomfortable, right? Like, you just don't have gold access. He did brute force his way in on the east side, though. 6,000 extra gold to work with that you wouldn't have expected him to have just 2 minutes ago. This is interesting, right? Like, Voldemar, he got the camel support, doesn't actually have camels. On top of that, Anno is splitting the map. So you don't really get that condensed fight that maybe would favor Voldy. Important as well, considering just how many the hand cannoneers Anatan is now throwing away. I mean, what's really missing here for Voldemar? Long-term trade, sure, but for the time being, he has a lot to still exploit. He's got, what, about 7,000 gold? Ah, no, 11,000 gold. So at this rate, Anno should run out sooner. Especially with the amount of HCs he keeps adding in. Sudico is terrible. He did just get idled on the farms, right? And also, he's kind of limited in the count. Yeah, only 20. Kind of crazy to see an Abbasid player at 140 economy having so little farms, but it's because he rushed all the gold. Like, if you look at his worker distribution, you see the problem here, right? A lot of people on gold, more than you've got on food. He's trying to rush the limited resource and put the infinite resource later. And the wall shenanigans. Wait, no, he could actually get this up quick enough if he just didn't bother the keep. What? Wait, no, there's... He'll be fine. It's a minute until the cannon. If that was cannon, it would have been curtains on the villages there. Actually, to be totally honest with you guys, even if it was cannon first, they have 123 HP. No, don't pay attention to the horseman. Just keep clicking. Just keep clicking. La 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 la. I can't hear you over the sound of my hammers. Does this work? Come on. People in question whether that tech is worth it. I think we can answer with a resounding yes. Public libraries, kids. This is why you should still use them. What was that? 9 villages, maybe 10? Those were elite horsemen. And it looked like a joke. Incredible. So castle goes up. Means you should be able to eventually at least contest this, but there is at least fortification coming with cannon placements there, so for the time being, Anatan is going to be able to get that gold trickle. Oh my god. All of a sudden, we have a bit of a series here. If Voldemar can just solve this food issue, Anno might start to run into problems here. Easy drop on the forward. Keeps weren't able to stabilize. Looks like the Culverin play did work out from Voldy. And right now, Anno is a little bit too distracted trying to take down castles of his own. He's going to end up losing a siege. He has to cancel the key. It's a pretty big investment by Anno just wasted here. The worrisome part as well is the fact that he's just bloating a lot of horsemen against mass spears. But Voldemar, does he have enough gold for adjustable crossbars? It feels like the logical way to go here. Mass spears usually is complemented well by mangoes. He might be a little bit scared that his opponent could dive in with the hand cannoneers because he does have the marching drills. All right, predictions in, guys. Do you think Voldemar's going to win this press 1, or is Anatan press 2? Anno's food is still just so much better. 47 farms now. Voldemar is catching up, though. He's now up to 44. Just adding in like an extra 10. And the best thing is, when a horseman raid comes in, you don't have to leave. No, guys, guys, stop leaving. Chill. Shh, don't leave. Just go back and work. God damn it. We don't have to be scared. We also have medical centers. Wait, actually, that's a really good question. Why doesn't Voldemar just build the farms around the TC? I think he's been playing too many English games recently. Because if you just build the farms around the TC, when these horseman raids come in, your villagers get healed by medical centers. Just like nothing happens to them, right? It would take probably like 2 minutes to kill a villager. You've done it a little bit here, but then like these extra TCs, yeah, you used that a bit here, but I mean, this one is a jackpot waiting to happen. I always love watching villagers work on a farm that's on fire. Like, woo-wee! This food is hot. Everyone wants it. I ain't got enough time to send the wheat off to the bakery to be baked. We're just going to do it here on the farm. It's healthier because it's toasted, yeah. What are these wolves? Rams are going to be able to take out the keep here. Anatan is definitely winning these fights, but it's coming at a heavy price on the gold. And he's running out fast. In fact, I think he's drained all of his gold. There's one left he could try and secure here. And in fact, he's moving for it now. And arms hand cannon is definitely not cheap on that pocket. So I think, is Voldemar at the maximum? No, you can go higher. Right? Maybe not. No, because it's a Pro Scouts build, right? So you already took that tech. I'm looking for eco-techs, chat. We need additional eco-techs. Trade techs don't count, I don't think. You'd need naval techs, wouldn't you? Yeah, you need fishing. So I believe 126 is his maximum. I think that's pretty good, though. Right now on the west side. Look at that. They've almost killed a villager again. Wow. Oh my god. Usually Abbasid players don't care about their villagers because they're cheaply replaceable. In this game, Voldemar doesn't have to care about them because they're self-sufficient. They just don't die. Feels like Anno just has to work so hard to do any real damage, right? He's starting to shrink the map in an important way. He's getting close to the base. We do, however, have stone walls in response. The Culverin plan looking pretty good here. Castles are starting to flop. And Anno, remember, he went mass men at arms, so he doesn't actually have that horseman strat to just dive in for the kill. I can't believe this. Voldemar, usually the expectation is mass mangoes. Mass Culverins is kind of intriguing, though. Right? You do 85 siege damage to an infantry unit, meaning you do 2-hit hand cannoneers. And it also means that you would, what, almost 2-hit men-at-arms. 6 goals enough to protect them. Kiljadi, he has all these spears. If he targets the hand cannoneers, I can kind of get behind it. And yeah, he is. Oh no, Anno. He needs to be rushing the siege weapons right now. He's losing quite a lot of hand cannoneers to this. The Colts do need to pull back. The gate is on the way. Voldemar has an escape plan in mind. He's gonna book it. Wait, does he not have greased axles? I mean, he does. I just forgot. Culverins move way too slow. Uh-oh. Hand cannoneers are going in. We do have a castle here. Just delete it already. Come on, it's a palisade wall. And remember, guys, you'll see that correctly. Medical centers does work on the Culverins. Is it me, or is this the craziest culture win game we've seen? This is, I think, the first game I can recall where every single tech from the culture wing has been a necessity. Medical centers, public libraries, and of course, beginning all with the preservation knowledge for the Pro Scout strat. This is the most valuable culture win game I think I've ever seen. In some ways, it's kind of easy to achieve this when you remember the public libraries is a more recent thing. It used to be proselytization, that very useless tech that allowed you to convert enemy units that no one ever got because it was pointless at 200 pop. I love these scouts as an answer actually to rounds. I mean, it's correct, guys. They do have bonus versus siege. The farms are starting to be caught out here, but I mean, behind this, Voldemar has at least, what, 40 farms safely in the base. Does need to think about more stone walls, though. $150 Vil kills without the HP tech? Exactly. Like, it's just actually ridiculous how many villagers have failed to flop. And also, think about the knock-on effect. Voldemar had some serious food issues at the point where he started to get raided. If it wasn't for the public libraries, I think he would already be dead. Nice raid onto the economy here. Anathan did pretty much tap the gold dry, though. We will eventually kill this one man-at-arms. Yeah, he doesn't have EAT. In fact, it's kind of crazy that he doesn't have elite army tactics considering he's been massing spears. I understand it to a certain extent that he was up against hand cannoneers anyway, so the extra armor doesn't matter. But you're also up against men-at-arms and horsemen. It's kind of crazy. Where trade? True. See, this is why Myriad is the Giga Chad this week. Remember, he's going to be up against B later. Because what Myriad's thinking here is, man, if villagers can get 126 health, how much health can traders get? I'm with you, Myriad. I know where you were going. This game is becoming really hard to actually gauge the victor for. I love it. Anno back into the horseman. Remember, all the safe tree lines are starting to just disappear, so players are going to have to start taking risks. Wait, what? I thought he would have at least taken these out by now. I mean, in fairness, he has been spamming hand cannoneers, so it's been more about food gold than food wood. Critical attempt is going to be a fail. Luckily for Voldemar, his villagers are so tanky they can take a cannonball to the face and not die. So yeah, guys, what we need here, we need traders. We need armored caravans. Traders, I think, go up to, is it like 156 health or something? With an extra free armor, so they'll be at 6 melee armor. But we're not getting them. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like, Anatan has raided here because I think he was expecting trade. And now he comes in and sees 0 traders, no marketplaces. You had to be feeling fairly good about this. We do all of a sudden have a lot of camel riders skewed up for Voldy. Surprised he actually has the gold to afford that at 45 a pop. Right, that's almost 1,000 gold into camel riders. Voldemar has nearly 2-to-1 destruction ratio and the game's still going. It is a bit deceptive, remember, because when Anatan has been killing spearmen, the wood would not process. But yeah, it has still been pretty good trades for him, right? Like killing a lot of hand cannons along the way. A little bit of a dive in from the HCs. Looks like it keeps R starting to fail them a bit. The camera riders have arrived. A good solution to the horsemen. Clutch repairs. Oh, no. That was so close. The final strike coming in just before the 2 extra horsemen died. It does get through some of the backline. Really important those culverins now, because remember, last time, that was how Voldemar started to shrink the hand cannon count. This time, he has to trust in the crossbows and the way of the camel. Find out if they're going to be good enough here. More men-at-arms are on the way. Small group left to hold on, and it looks like that should be good enough. Anatan starting to break through that front line, and Voldemar maybe struggling to actually keep the camels coming out quick enough here. Remember, Voldemar is missing a lot of critical ingredients here. He has no incinerary. He has no biology, no EAT. He's essentially playing Imperial Age of Acids with some of the sickest culture wing builds we've seen, but lacking the university text in entirety. You cannot make this up. It's insane. He has got a uni, right? He got Siege Works, but every other uni tech rather is just missing. That's insane. I mean, did he get anything additional alongside that? I can't believe this. No EAT, no incinerary, no biology. So many missing things here. And yet, even without it, he has once again been able to push Anatan away. The trash is winning, man. The trash is winning. Anno now trying to switch into spears to answer the camel issue. Crossbow count might be a bigger concern here, though. He doesn't have a solid solution right now. The horseman count is quite underwhelming. 3 sacred sites captured for Anatan, mainly for the gold trickle, because he needs it to get HCs back online. Mid-dive in the base, a tricky one with all these static emplacements. Crossbows, I love this, just camps in the middle of the production line where he sends the raiders in. Limited damage coming on the flanks. Not much that Voldemar needs to worry about, courtesy of the 126 HP. If he could just get biology or elite army tactics, I mean, maybe even just Incinerary is the one that's worth it here. Insane. Possibly the craziest play right now for Voldemar would be to prioritize elite army tactics. And crazy in a good way, right? Crazy in a, whoa, this guy brought everyone a drink at the bar, because what that does is essentially make sure that Anatan ends up a bit too much on the slosh side of things, right? With the extra melee armor, this plan into men-at-arms, horsemen, spears is going to be bad. Then you add in the camel arm on top of that, and all of a sudden, your spearman will never die. Crossbows have overextended, so it looks like Voldemar is going to lose the forward force. Did get the camel aura coming in again, so making it a bit more tanky, harder to kill. We have got the culprit. It took them all this time to arrive, man. Culprits are so damn slow. I can't believe this. It looked like he was going to be pushed out of the base. And Anatan will still be able to shove him out, but there's not much of an army left here. The sacred sites are still captured though, right? Like Voldemar still needs to address that concern. Most of the outposts are gone around here, so he should realistically be able to get the decap. Yeah, especially this choice. Anno, he went for fortification first instead of cannon placement. The culverins are in position to take that down. Which need to delay this a little bit longer. I think that's the decap. I know he's going to lose the win condition. And from there, he could easily just start to lose this game. Voldemar is now essentially out of gold, right? He's been selling quite a lot of food to try and just get enough to contest with Camel Riders, but he still does have 13 camels remaining. He's forced Anatan into full Spearman block. This is a good position to be in as Abbasids. Remember, they have the Phalanx tech, so they can have double the Spearman attack in the fights. They also have the extra armor from camels. This is exactly what he needs, and you've got to be kidding me. The 43-minute switch into veteran archers. There's one tech in there that Voldemar didn't have. He's got it, though. Composite bows has been researched. Anatan probably starting to feel there's a little bit over-blobbed into one unit type. He does start to queue up the hand cannoneers again. Game that just feels like it's never going to end here. Voldemar is still at 133 economy. So, do you guys like maths? You guys love maths, right? If you combine all of Voldemar's 133 villages, they have 16,758 hit points. That's the maximum. Oh my god. Oh, new wave of spears and camels is here. And Anatan is kind of lacking on that back line. This has been a crazy game. It just looks like Anno's a bit starved now. Because you're getting into a meat grinder, right? And that's food difference. That's an area where Voldemar's definitely winning. I agree. The Sacred Sites have just kind of been a freebie for a long time, but they're so expensive to address with the cannon emplacements, right? Especially the keep drop on this side. So I can't understand why Voldemar hasn't directed his attention towards them. We do have a backline coming in. It is going to be the archer crossbow spam now. All the EU4 talk yesterday got me back into it last night. Can't tell if I'm being sarcastic when I say thanks, KP. So Johan is happy to hear this. Yo, Johan, when do I get create a commission code for generating sales? I think I've earned one. It's like the villages have been found. Oh boy, so many of these villages are gonna die. I'm surprised he got one. And you are correct. Voldemar is getting the improved processing for 8% more resources whenever he drops off. A mini supervision effect for everyone, if you will. And the ram play, I mean, pretty smart. He's start getting rid of the infrastructure. Anatan can't really have much wood left, at least in safe territory. He's got the east side still being contested. There's a break into the farms, villages. I mean, can we not just get our ships out and fight? Nah, probably not. Elite army tactics would make it impossible. Archers are looking to mop that up. Voldemar has got a nice balance between backline and frontline here. However, Anatan is surging now into men-at-arms. And that's it. That actually convinces him it's over. No way. Voldemar, he just feels drained to the bone here. Anatan is actually going to get the 2-0. Even the best execution of a culture wing build we've ever seen could not be enough. And I'm sure Voldemar is going to be reviewing this game, looking back at the lack of university text coming through and feeling like that lost him the game. I can't believe this was the GG moment.
Wow. And I just realized we got back on track. We were casting Voldemar wins. We reallocated. We got back to the L's. What is up, one and all? I hopefully enjoyed that game. I told you it was an absolute banger. Appreciate Elite 5XX for the raid. Thank you very much, mate. Hope you had a good stream. Looks like usually like a dark and darker guy. Checking out some Age of Empires. Love to see that. We've got DLC theoretically just around the corner. We're teased. Not quite pleased yet. We don't know exactly when, but we know it's going to be hype. It has to be, right? Man, dude, I just need that DLC tapped to my vein already. So, back to some ladder cast now. So, we'll be live tomorrow as well. Like, I was just sorting some details out behind the scenes. So, like, yeah, we got the LAN in how many days now? 3 days? So, Wednesday, I'm going to be flying out, guys, to Hamburg. Tournament starts on Thursday. So this channel from Thursday, there will be content. I believe AoE Force Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, if I'm not mistaken. It's at least 3 of the days. I think it's Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, definitely. So this channel will be live. If you want to catch the Age of Empires 4 action, this is the place to be. Like this channel will be streaming the Age of Empires 4 content. I might make some appearances on that AoE 4 broadcast. Not exactly sure when, because Age of Empires 2, where I'm going to be doing the stage hosting and the desk hosting, will be the priority. So I'll see if I can sneak in for a few moments, maybe like a partial cast here or there. But it will be very play by ear. Was the pizza any good? Pizza was pretty good. The tikka masala pizzas are interesting, actually. They're not too bad. I do kind of wish they put more chicken on them, but other than that, it's good. Man, you'd be surprised, like the kind of cool pizzas you can get. I still think one of my favorite pizzas is bolognese pizza. Now, someone wants to judge that, but if you haven't tried it, you can't. You actually have to try it first. What's the other one? I like making chili con carne pizzas. Like, so, you know, we cook chili, we have leftover pizza, make a pizza fresh. Add in some stuffed cheese crust. Oh, put a little bit of spring onion on top. Man, that's a good life. They're delicious. Okay, so let's see who we can catch. Calzone it? Nah, dude, calzones are overrated. I don't even feel like calzone saves you that much effort. So we could. So I believe Krakedy is currently playing against either Scarlet Devil or CSO. I think it's CSO. So we could catch Krakedy versus CSO live. Or we've also got Vortex versus Kiliardi. We've got maybe some Dimu versus Jif. Blue MT versus Kiliardi. What's the preference here, guys? What do you want? Leak the answers quick. You guys. Vortex versus Kiliardi. Ah, the predictability. Let me see if I can find it again. Yo, what is up, Guzzle Dust? Thank you very much, mate. Made a difference there?
Kinda mate a differente fere. No feres something to at on the high level. Or some work, man.
What is that accent? All right, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the high-level games. We have plenty of other high-level games coming. Don't you worry. We're taking a break week for midweek muster this coming week because we're going to be doing the Garrison LAN in Germany. But don't worry, there's going to be like 14 more editions of midweek muster, and I'm hoping to have a talk soon with them about renewing. By the way, if you want to help us fund these type of tournaments, share matches, etc., basically like keep this channel running, some are free. You guys can do the obvious thing is subscribe. Definitely subscribe. I recommend that to dodge the ads. But up there, we're working with Opera GX this month. So I've been using the Opera GX browser, love it. It's got some really useful things there. If you're like PC can't handle like RAM hogging from your browser, useful for that. Same CPU. On top of that, it has got a built-in VPN, which is really handy for getting around certain limitations of being in X or Y country. And also, it just has really cool things like the game tab. I love the game tab for knowing when releases are coming. So if you guys want to support the channel, easy, free way of doing it, !Opera GX. Download it, create a free account, and that lets them know that I sent you. You'll be showing up there as one of the 94, and I'm sure scaling users. And if we do well this month, I think we have a good shot at bringing Opera GX back next month, which would be really cool. Get some ongoing support, because being a content creator, a big part of it is about trying to drum up and source sponsors, to be honest with you guys. So, am I coming to Hamburg? I am indeed. I am the stage and desk host for Age of Empires 2. So, you guys didn't want the CSO Krakedy, right? Which means we'll be having a look at the Vortex Kiliardi game. So, it's going to be a Biz versus Juji matchup. Okay, that's a fun one. Let me get the account open now. Hamburg. No, not OpenGX. !Opera GX. It's in the stream tile, if you get confused. There you go, guys. So click that link for me. Download it. Create an account. Let me know what you guys think. It is Chromium-based software when it comes to the browser side. So that's the same backend that gets used for Firefox, Chrome, Edge, basically all the major ones. So it is secure, is safe. The big thing is they kind of focus on like optimizations, allowing you to essentially trim down the fat of like extra things being used. I know a lot of people at the moment have been using certain ad blockers in their existing browsers, and they're finding that like the companies are cracking down. Opera GX has a built-in ad blocker for that as well, so it should help you on multiple angles. All right, let me find the game. Was it Cliffside? I think it was Cliffside. No, that's the wrong one. Ugh, that is a Rus versus Mongol one. No, we want the Juji versus Byzantines. Will I stream the Red Light District? I'm sorry, what? That's a bit random. I didn't think Hamburg's really known for its Red Light District. But also on top of that, I work in esports. What makes you think I can afford a Red Light District? Hey, like, I don't know what kind of paycheck that you're operating on, but apparently it's one that is rich and lucrative, which means there should be a sub emote next to your name. Damn right, you gotta have that protection while searching for Jean's feet. I'm clueless. I don't know what this is. What am I being baited into? Whatever. The Germans will mention to me if it really matters. Emma Split Fiction stream. Is it called Fiction or is it Faction? Split Fiction just sounds like we're going to like do the splits and rub against each other, which is definitely the wrong platform for that. And yes, the tournament is over. Hence why it says KOC done, which is the King of Civilizations tournament. All right, let's get into it. One and all, welcome back to the channel for a fun one here. Two of the most aggressive players we have in Age of Empires 4. It's going to be good old Juji versus Byzantine time on what I consider to be an aggressive map. Let me know if you agree with this, but I think Cliffside is actually leaned towards being attack-oriented. Despite the fact you've got these Sphin choke points, those can usually be leveraged to be a mean mother ducker, which is exactly what this man, Kiliardi, on his duck account is going to be looking to do. It's weird because he's called the duck, but he never ducks out of any matchup. This man will stare you down the eyes, your soul, and look for a kill. Other side, it is the OG killer boy. We have got Vortex on the Byzantines. I'm wondering like what the strategy will be here actually for Vortex. We have already been seeing one or two players experimenting with Pro Scouts Biz again. Not sure if it's entirely worth it. Maybe just the idea of opening quick Limitane for a deer shoving up to this tree line could actually be sick and worth it in itself, because I think he has got kind of like a padlock opportunity there. Shove the deer in, lock them behind the walls, no Pro Scouts to worry about. And what is up? Is that PC Shoe? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. 3 months in advance. That's a smart lad right there, considering that that is going to cover you for all our midweek musters for the upcoming weeks. This one, of course, being for the ladder. Just had to check in on that. Ducks are basically water pigeons. That is interesting, because I don't think like ducks go out their way to crap on all your stuff. But I see where you come from. Like, you know, if I had to like envision the pigeon, like the pigeon's perspective on like the bird world, and I had to think like, what like bird would I want to ally with? I could be on board with ducks, right? Because like people don't really feed pigeons as much. Like old people do. Like, you know, I don't know. I feel like I don't trust the old people throwing like the bread at us compared to like the amount of bread and everything that gets thrown at ducks, right? So if you make good with a duck, it's gonna share the goodies with you. And then the other one would be like probably a falcon, because I don't want to get eaten. Those things are vicious. But friend for life, right? Medigarden coming in here. Oh, I'll be your friend for life if I can have some of that. Double stone, 48 food. And that is like, what, 20 wood? That's insane. 50 stone, 48 food, and let's say like, you know, probably 18. So like what, about 116 resources on a Medigarden. Absolute jackpot. Stone very useful in the current meta as well. Remember, a lot of the time with UG is Pro Scouts into Fast Castle. Idea of that is you organically start building towards what you need for a TC drop, right? You usually, by the time you're thinking TC, you're at about 250 stone, if not more. If you don't want to go for the TC, the side play then is to go into hand cannon slits or spring replacements all over the place. It's a handy resource. You know, I think at first the stone just like got looked at and shrugged off, because a lot of people's thought process when Shuji first came out is, that's stupid, you're going to generate like 25 stone a minute, and if you're going to rush a second TC, it's pointless. Well, ever since this iteration where we see a lot of fast castle builds,
this idea of like, oh man, it's only generating per minute, it's worthless now, doesn't matter because you're not rushing the town center. It almost just becomes a byproduct. And what is up, XLab? Love to see that name. Thank you very much for the raid. Hope you had a good one. So with the Opera GX sponsorship, yes, if you download via my link and then you create an account, it should associate your new account sign up with me. So that's how they know that I sent you, right? It's like you have to install a fresh copy of Opera GX, create a new account, and they'll like, I think with the idea is with the download, because it goes through the affiliate link, when you download, there's like almost a meta tag associated with the install that says, yes, this guy sent you. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate all the support. I look for a nice combo of ways that people can support the channel if they want to, some of them being products that you would pay for and you get value out of. We've had that with like shakes before. But then these ones are just free to do. And I think quite beneficial for a lot of gamers. So, Outpost is going to be coming up. Smart choice here, because remember, Vortex, he's opening spears, but there's going to be a follow-up play, and it is going to be Western. Okay, I love that. That's really cool. You don't really see that as much. I want to say, like, Javelins has been taking the lead pretty heavily over Western here. But we're talking about a choke point-oriented map, a short distance to reach your opponent's base. There's more opportunity to raid here. And it is going to do reasonably well against the Juke opening. His Horseman to support. Remember, there's already Limitani in the field here. And there's the use of that stone we talked about, straight into the hand cannon slits. Tell them about Springles. We don't talk about Springles. They're fake. That's fake news, man. Like, one's in chat if you're building Springles. Very important that you guys honestly answer this. Because I like to say that you guys need to stop building the Springles, because what you're doing is, like, you're going to get the Springles nerfed, and I want them buffed. Because I'm mean. Nah, Springles are in a good spot. They function very well as a unit. They don't need to be buffed. They probably need to be slightly nerfed, I want to say. I think... let it play out. Let it play out. I don't think they're OP right now. So, Steel Dagger coming in. LBs always, in every gold player's mind ever, are OP. 7 tile range. How am I meant to reach that? Build a dozen horsemen and stab him in the face, which is what Kilyadi is going to be going for. So I think for Kilyadi, the goal here is to just try and sliver his way out of Feudal if he can. If he sees that Vortex is going all in, though, you can get away with a mass you can do blob and go. For Vortex, I quite like the idea of just like pressuring to the point that you feel like you force your opponent to invest and then bypassing into Castle Age. Lombos upgrade really well with the Veterancy, able to counter out pretty much everything from the previous age. And knowing that this is Vortex, part of me can't help but think there might just be an opportunity to ram here. Yeah, that's why I keep recommending Opera GX to you guys. Because, like, for some players, they can get enough RAM. They don't have to worry about their browser taking it all away. Look, a god like Vortex who will build 18 rams. Some of us are just more like 1 or 2. So we need to, like, moderate our RAM. Limit our RAM. And he's going to limit his aggression. Undermesh coming in. He did scout the Jugenu. Very important. Now, all of a sudden, you're mitigating, like, free damage from these guys. And Gileadi, we seem to have skipped a step here, mate. He's scaling Jug, but he does not have the blacksmiths. Yeah, this would be the point. I mean, it's kind of interesting he didn't sort of rush it. Because of the steel arrow on the Lombos, they hit like a truck right now. I'm not liking the look of this, especially even more so when you look at what Vortex is following it up with. It is indeed going to be ram time. Cairo Siphon's on the way in a matter of seconds. And agreed, Hermes. I think the thing with Opera GX is if you want to just do everything optimally out of the box, you're going to have a problem, right? Like, loads of browsers will have extras that you might not need. But if you strip them back, which is easy enough to do, configure it a little bit around, like, the RAM, CPU limitations. The Opera GX works really well. Hero Siphons? Cairo Siphons. Aren't you bothered it's built by Chinese support? Not really. So, like, that gets brought up a lot, but at the same time, here's the counter-argument. The company is located in Europe. They are... What's the word I'm for? They are restricted? No, they are held up to the GDPR standards, which is one of the most stringent and thorough data protection acts that exists for users in the world. So, I wouldn't worry about that. I saw raid coming. I worry about this for Vortex. What a move. We talked about this idea of out-aggroing the aggroer. It's exactly what the Duck is looking to do. Giliardi now with the wraparound. And in fact, I just realized we haven't been using our let me give you the real name thing. So let me switch that over now. Those are getting confused who the Duck is. Let's force from raid around the back. Able to push back against Limitane. Has bought time for the reinforcements to arrive. Longbows are back in the base and olive groves are being built. But this is pressure off of him. This is the point where Giliardi could consider just going for the next stage. And by the way, like the whole argument is like of security with software. I would point out. So usually the biggest problem people have is like, oh, they're going to sell my data. I'm going to let you in on a top secret here. If the product is free, technically everyone is selling your data. There is no exception to that rule. And by selling data, I think people usually get selling data mixed up. It makes it sound like it's going to be your passwords and crap. It's not. It's almost like your preferences, etc. Like anyone who is that paranoid about like their data, you're probably going to be looking for, I don't even know if they really exist, browsers that cost to use. Even then, I wouldn't like trust it to not sell data. And yeah, as Harmies is pointing out, like if you know, there are means you can go through if you really want to go the next level of security that would apply to all browsers. Even if you pay this sell your data, exactly. It's like crazy. Like, have you guys seen the trend recently where people are, I can't remember what it's called. There's like some email providers where the whole idea is people buy, they buy a subscription to have an email account for like a few, you know, like for a year's subscription or whatever. It's coming back. I can't remember the name. Is it Photon or something? It's like been a popular one for that. But like, that's crazy. No one would have thought that like 10 years ago. Like, you wouldn't want to pay for an email. Like, that's the thing, you know. The classic is if it's free, you're the customer. All right. Pyro Siphon coming in. Outpost is getting torqued down pretty quick. You need to be careful here if you're Giliardi. If you get the timing wrong with the burn is coming through, you can take significant damage on your units, including the repair crew. So gotta be very careful about this. And there it is, it hits him! 2 villages down! Horsemen are trying to get in for the trade, but the Lombos are standing their ground throughout all this. Good trade out. Vortex in a pristine position. This is what makes Pyro Siphons OP. I'm telling you, these things are unreasonable, man. Hierosyphons, or however you want to pronounce it. I honestly don't think they're reasonable. It's not easy to replicate, but I think players are getting better at getting the frequency of the burn actually hitting additional targets. It's crazy, man. Ay. Vortex now in a very dominant position. Gold reserves are going to be problematic for Giliardi. His backup gold is very far out on the east side. And yeah, this is meant to be a secondary, very far forward. This is ugly. Vortex has control of the game now. He kept a decent amount of longbows alive. Does need to be careful about overstaying his welcome in this age because obviously longbow scaling is difficult. You're limited in terms of the olive oil. Look at this. Another raid. I just love it. He never sits back. He never bows. Giliardi now into the base of Vortex. Additional worker kills coming in. He's now further and further ahead. Look at this. It's a 10 worker lead in this game. Which begs the question, what the hell happened to Byzantine macro here? The numbers don't make sense. Look at the trade out. There should be a 5 villager difference. There's a 10 villager difference here. Vortex has had gaps as wide as a buck-toothed teeth. Yeesh. This is actually kind of worrisome. Like, the game should theoretically just be Vortex cruising to a win, but that detail puts him a mile behind. Spin going in. Oof. Wait, you're paranoid about, like, secret code that can be activated at a whim? So you're worried about every single live server software in the world? Technically, that's what you've said. Like, time to go live in a bunker with our tinfoil hats on, because technically that is, like, the case. Like I said, there are overhanging bodies and a lot of these realms of existence to try and block that. Alright, back to the game though. We have got Castle on the horizon for Vortex. Unfortunately, after he was forced home, Giliardi can now do the same. Man, I'm kind of digging the vibes that Kilyardi's cooking with here. This is just a free play into Shalamont, surely. After that raid, I don't think Vortex is going to be looking to run out of the base again. It's 23 horsemen. But we've got another Mount Loot Academy build. Yeah, these have been taking over in like the last week or so. Like, all the ladder games seem to be this at the moment. So what happened with the Shaolin Monastery? I guess it's just like the initial strain on the production time makes you predictable, gives time to react. Vortex, we'll just go for the normal choice. Got Horn Tower on the way. And yeah. Another thing I'd say is Opera GX are here supporting a gaming streamer. So thumbs up for that. I get them concerns with these type of things. Like, I've talked about this before. When I look for a sponsor on a channel, I like to make sure I've done my due diligence. And, like, Opera GX is no less secure than all the other major browser competitors. Right? Now, if it not being more secure is a problem for you, that's one thing, right? But, like, my goal was to make sure it's not less secure. And because it's not, like, I'm fine to work with them. It will definitely not be for everyone. Some people like the gaming-oriented features. Some people don't. It's just, like, taste difference, right? But, like, what I'm going to show you guys is anytime I look to source a sponsor for this channel, just like when I thought about who I wanted to work with the PC build, just when I thought about who I worked with last year. Like, I see that. I see any brand integration as I've built a currency with you guys. And that currency is trust. And anytime that I do a sponsorship, it's almost like I'm spending some of that trust. So I need to make sure that, like, or rather, I invest it in a trust bank, right? I gotta make sure that it's not a scam bank. That's important to me. Because integrity matters a lot. Horseman Clash now coming in. Spearman. Uh-oh. I don't know about the integrity of this defense of Vortex. Yeah, we call him the Grand Attacker, not the Grand Defender. Akratoy is going to allow him to be offensive in return. So spears out onto the Horseman. Jiganu with the dive in are doing decent damage here, though. Only a handful of longbows left. Undermesh level 2 isn't there, but neither is there Steeled Arrow level 2 for the Juji. Behind this, though, it's the GG Fields, because we have got the Dark now going for the relics. Cybersecurity is for nerds. I keep all my passwords on a note document. Wait, you mean you don't just like keep them on sticky notes in front of your PC screen? That, like, your method just sounds less convenient, man. All right, ones if you think Vortex is going to win this game, twos if you think that Kilyardi is. I'm digging Kilyardi's location. Like, this is getting ridiculous. It's 55 villages to 37. That's almost a 20 eco lead. On top of that, the relic race should be won by him. He's already got 3 monks out. Decent map control. 2 of them seem very easy to coast into on the east side. Maybe you'll see Vortex pull 1 or 2 back. In fact, that's a good start. The monk is going to end up losing that race. Wait, where'd he go? Wait. Maybe he was in our imagination all along. Some people in chat are very aggressive. What do you expect to happen? We've got literally the 2 most aggressive players in Comp AoE4 on our screens. I would expect nothing less than aggression. In fact, what I need people to do right now is mash the crap out of K-Pick hypes to show your relentless aggression. That's very important. So what's Vortex's next move in his mind? I think he needs the Olive Grows online. Like, scaling the longbow backline is key here. Halsguard cannot deal with longbows as well as normal men at arms. The crossbow is going to suffer as Juganu. Like, most of your options go out the window until you've got a full granary transition going, right? So, like, for Vortex, getting more groves sooner, better way to go here. Systems are going to be key as well to try and, like, close that gap, but I don't fully trust it. The problem here is, like, you've lost so many villages that the system buff levels are less effective, right? Like, you know, he should be at 50 economy. If he's at 50 economy, that's adding in, like, almost an extra 10 villages. Right now, it's adding in, like, an extra 7. So scaling matters a lot here with centaurs. They're drinking? Wait, you guys can afford alcohol? Dude, that's the real reason why I'm going to the Hamburg land. I'm just going to have people buy me drinks all day. Which is dangerous, because I don't know what they're going to put in them, but, like, I hope nothing. Well, actually, no, I don't hope not. I hope triple shot is what they're going to put in. Okay. Relacol starting to pull back a little bit. Wait, is Vortex going to get free? Wait, let me do a check. No, not this again. Dude, neither of them know where the final relic is. Okay, do you want to know the most depressing part? Giliardi is less likely to check here now, compared to Vortex, who has a giant blob in the corner he hasn't even looked at. Go to Amex Lounge at JFK, order any drink, and make sure you got life insurance. There is... I'm sorry, I can't escape the irony of you saying going to somewhere called JFK and get life insurance. You think I get invited to America? All right, Clash coming in. There is a Springland placement here, which is a bit toxic to dive. The Nest of E is also a big problem for the longbows, but good split by Vortex. Landschnechter are doing reasonably well here. Yeah, good micro as well, just to take out the Jig, but Vortex, this feels like a bit of an overextension. Static and placement, Siege as well. It's going to be enough to scare him away. And we have more Siege on the way. I don't know, I like this. We talked about Vortex scaling the olive groves as a solution. Nest of Bees as a counteract is perfect. We do need to see more food income. I think that's the thing that's scaring me right now is that what Kilyadi is showing in terms of front line is not exactly that scary. So there's kind of a risk that your Siege is not protectable here. And we're seeing spears, but that's awkward, man. Going spears doesn't really work. Wait, that's a good one on the life insurance joke. I wasn't sure if Americans would have taken that too to heart, you know? It's like it's been quite a while. German beer is stronger and better than the stuff you get in the UK. I mean, sure, but like, I'll say, so, okay, this may either gain me a few followers or lose me a few. I think beer sucks. German beer sucks less. But beer and, like, if you gave me the choice between drinking cocktails all night or drinking beer, I will choose cocktails 10 times out of 10. Okay? Because, like, here's my logic, right? You can either enjoy the taste of what you're drinking and get sloshed, or you can be kind of disgruntled by the taste, and as you get drunker and drunker, not care as much and get sloshed. Right? Right? All about the cocktails. You know, get me some woo-woo, sex on the beach. We'll have... we'll go for some White Russians, you know. Maybe we'll have a few B-52 cocktails, shots. I call them cocktail shots because you could actually sip them. No, we're going for the porn star martinis. Metro, is it Metros? No, Cosmopolitans. Oh, the whole load. Hey, I'm a cocktail maker. When I'm at home, I'm making those cocktails. Like I had Friday off. I enjoyed the evening drinking mojitos. Oh, margaritas as well. I need to make margaritas again sometime. All right, so a little bit of push up here. This is really toxic, actually, for Vortex to try and den. So what Kiryadi's doing really well is he's using the natural terrain to make it impossible to flank on him. And the villagers! You gotta respect that. Nest of Bees are disgusting for this detail. Wait, but that... No! Kiryadi! Wake up! Wake up! Beep, 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 beep. He doesn't seem to be hearing his alarm. That's a triple loss! A hell of a donation. Now Vortex, the one thing that was handcuffing him, is gone! Chase is on here. Kilyadi, he needs supervision and a rush out of news. He's not even supervising right now. Gold also is about to become a problem. Remember, we talked about his veins, a big issue with the spawn, and now you're seeing it. It comes into the picture so much later. But that 4th gold there may kill him. Especially considering the high ground advantage of Vortex. The way that Kilyadi was using these choke points to protect his nest of bees, Vortex can now do the exact same thing with longbows. Marches in. Gold gathering now going to shift the east side, but it's only 2 villages so far. Kilyadi needs to send a lot more than that. They are on the way, but there's a giant gap in the defense. Wait, tequila's considered fine for fitness people? I don't understand the logic. That you drink enough of it, you puke? I don't know if I call that fit. It's definitely weight loss, but it's not fit. It's not healthy. And neither is Kilyadi's position in this game. Just a few Landschnechter laid in, so not that big of a deal, but the Unlimitane longbow. A classic, and now the Limitane leak in. Nom has to pull away. The problem is, if this was all Palace Guard, you could kind of believe in the holds. Half of it is spears. Lombos kill them doubly fast. Then, if you think about the PG interaction having lower armor, you're pretty much like munching through this comp at a reasonable pace, right? Double damage against the spears, reduced damage against the PG. It just makes it all feel very flimsy. The outcome feeling undeniable. Vortex just now firmly in the driving seat. He's fallen us up with Varangian, and he's cleared the way. No crossbows to defend. It's just a matter of moments before a GG at this stage. Damn. What a turnaround. Yeah, it shows you just at the highest level, just one slip up, one misclick is all it can take to completely flip a game. Old-fashioned whiskey sour for getting the truth. So like whiskey sours when I'm on the go. So the best whiskey sour I ever had was at a cocktail bar in Katowice. It's like the go-to place. Celebrities go over there and everything. Like if you ever go to IEM Katowice or whatever else you're going for esports needs, it's I can't remember the name of it, but it's a brilliant bar. Honestly, like cocktail making is an art. Some places over art it. Like I don't know if you guys have been seeing those Japanese videos recently where they just like, you know, there's all the overuse of what's it called nitrogen. I can't remember. Like the coal chemical. And it's just like fancy but unnecessary. Like a good cocktail maker. Oh, that's going to be a beauty. I think Kilyardi's going to need me to introduce him to a good cocktail maker in Hamburg after he sees that this got watched. Insane. Just felt like he was on the verge, man. Could taste the victory. And now all he tastes is the sour feeling of defeat. Or maybe, worse still, the bitter, warm brew of an American beer. There, I went there. Someone tried to attack UK beers. Please, at least we get it more right than American beers. Sorry, I just realized 20% of my audience is American, but you guys really need to check out some German beer sometime. You'll find me. Vortex is just approaching the farms now. He just scouted out. Hilliardi, in theory, there's one more fight to be had here, but my worry is there's just too much melee blob again. This many Nesta Bees, like Vortex, it would take him screwing up on the micro, and we saw how he was in that last engagement. Even against one Nesta Bees, he was methodical about the spread. Just so good at this with the concave staggered formation. And there you go, easy dodge out. I mean, with Lombos, because you stay further away from your target, you give less wiggle room for mistakes, right? Because it takes longer for those rocket shots to kind of reach you. You see them coming sooner, arcing shot nicely. Makes it easy to dodge. And you can see what he's doing. He's actually bringing just enough forward so that they're slightly in range, but the back line is still able to hit into the PG without the Nesta Bees threatening. That's just sick micro. Now Lombo's actually going to snipe out the knobs. Yeah, these aren't clock tower. That's the big difference maker, right? Like if these are clock tower Nesta Bees, you wouldn't even dream of trying that snipe without volley, which you only get in Imperial Age. But speaking of, Imperial Age is just around the corner here, folks. Oh, Kilyardi, I think he's masked to the point that he's going to get for his last stand here. If he had no pressure on him for like 2 or 3 minutes, I could see a way. But you see how Vortex is stockpiling for a tech up and then backing off only momentarily. This should be Foreign Engineering Company. There you go. So that's going to give him the volley on the Lombos, which is going to make them the true threat to everything. Knobs. I mean, they're not even hitting the dense part. The actual backline is here. So we'll back off a little bit more. And wait, they actually did find that relic in the end. So a few worker kills and the relic's finally coming home at 28 minutes in. Kilyardi to be in this still would need to find a way to Imperial now. Instead, he's finding a way to the afterlife. Varangian actually got into the farms again. The eco lead just seems to remain solid now for Vortex. And remember, it's a big one at this stage. The assistant levels buffing him up by 22% on this count. Kilyardi just feels like is not just age behind, probably like 1.6 ages behind. And there's the Elite Limitani upgrade. Look at that, 25 seconds till it comes in. Can do the same thing for the Elite contract. Just needs to switch Dialecticus. I have tons of German beer. Yeah, I've heard like the craft beer thing is good for like America. But like the British have the same kind of thing, especially with cider. So I don't know, like is that the fair comparison, or are we just going by like your Strongbow equivalent, you know? Or like, what was it with you guys? It was like, well, Corona. I find Corona one of the most hilarious like flip points during the pandemic. People thought that like with that name, their the beer brand was gonna die, but their sales increased like by almost 100% year after year when the pandemic hit, which is wild. Oh, my favorite thing about ciders is how like here in the UK we see Swedish ciders as premium, and in Sweden they see British ciders as premium. Keck W. Just like these Nesta Bees are Keck W against the Mangonel Tower. Oh, God. Uh-oh. So, Kiliadi, this is why he needs out of the age. This Nesta Bees idea is kind of ill-advised because it's foreign engineering company. Remember, a few weeks ago in Tournament Series involving Beastie, it was hard to discover just how brutal Royal Cannons can be against Siege in general. Really, really good unit. They hit for 78 damage, courtesy of the bonus for being Royal. And on top of that, with 10 tiles, they also have a quick deploy. So they pretty much just show up, sit there for like a millisecond and shoot. It's a very powerful unit. I still think that this is genuinely the best cannon in the game right now. Even better than Great Bombards because of the utility element. Great Bombards have more range, but the pack-up deploy is horrible. Like, these are the goats. Look at... Ooh. Vortex, he's getting cheeky. We've got Rams moving into the Mangonel Towers. Need to be careful, though, because this can easily die. Mango Towers are surprisingly effective at dealing with Rams. SB shots are coming in, though. Vortex has to pull away, but the cannons have arrived. Longbow's now reaching, and these boys are eleated and yeeted. I'm ready to yeet Kiliadi out of the game. Yeah, this was the door die push, and I think it's fair to say it's a die. Cannons are just sweeping through. Longbow casualties nowhere near high enough. And Kiliadi will know. It was that initial triple Nesta Bees loss that lost him the momentum that he worked so well to build in this game. At this point, you're just processing and never lost. Let me know what you guys think about this game. Might make it up on the YouTube side. Remember, I've got loads of videos going up on the YouTube. 1 to 2 a day. I don't mention the live streams 4 days a week. I'll see you all in the next one. Whew. I think like that one was decided by the interesting detail is the goal placement matters so much there. Oof. Nothing like Strongbow talking about tons of medium-sized breweries all over the country. Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Like when people try to mock like British beer or whatever, right? They're just literally talking about like the what's the term it's called? Like all the import beers or whatever. If you want to get fancy, you can get fancy in any country. I haven't been to that. I haven't been to the was it the Alchemist in London? I think I've heard it mentioned before. I go to London sometimes, but it's like wherever you end up, right? But because I don't live in London, I'm like an hour out by train. So there has to be events there. We need, guys, what we need to do, we need to keep growing, become like a 2,000 average viewer streamer, and then get invited to all the epic London events. Live stream from them. Force Fat Rat to dance on a pole for us, you know? Get it all. Wait, what? Rogan? Sup, LeChangrets? How's it going, bud? Ludo killed Yardi with all his olive oil, and then he just couldn't slip through, right? Ew. I think we probably look to do one more game. Maybe like one more. Maybe 2. We'll see. So, is there anything live? I'd love to do another live game. I like live games. 2 more, well, 1 more stream. Almost down to the final stream running, guys. We'll be live tomorrow midday-ish. So I'll have my physio, I'll come home, I'll shower, because I'll be stanky. And then we'll look to get our final stream going before I fly out on La Wednesday. That's right, Wednesday I'm going to be flying into Hamburg. Meeting up with some familiar faces, some new faces. Get to see my little babe, Nilly. Little vodkas floating around. Bunch of other people as well. Should be fun. So we said we were going to look on the ladder, didn't we? Do we have any of the boys on?
By the way, did someone say there's rumors that Puppy Paw is going to be coming to the German land? Is that true? That's going to be... Surely not. I'd be surprised. I mean, I was surprised Louis MT and CSO were going to. But the difference there is they have a team, right? So the team is likely willing to pay the expenses to get them there. Because with AoE 4 and Age of Myth, like, the events aren't big enough for it to make sense for them to pay the costs of getting like the players there, right? So any players that are coming are doing so like out of their own pocket. I know some people are not going to like to hear that, but it just makes sense. Like the devs are so the TOs, like, this is the thing. I don't know. I didn't like when people like, yo, they should like, why is AoE 4 so small? So the tournament organizers, like, they talked about this on a podcast. They were really open about it, actually, guys. They said that like they're speculating five-figure losses for running the LAN at this rate because they weren't able to get as many sponsors as they would have liked. So like my hope, like, I hope everyone supports it. Age of Empires 4, Myth, like 2, all of them support it big time because my view on it is if the event is seen as a success, if it gets the traction it needs and it can attract the bigger sponsors next time, then not only do you see it return for Age of Empires 2, but 4 as well. And it could even be bigger for 4, right? I think that's important. That's why I always like to say like positive reception and engagement and indulgence with an event goes a lot longer way than like negative indulgence, right? Like being, I don't know, I think that like, you guys feel like that in general? Like being negative in life feels really good in the moment, and until you realize the aftermath effect, like, oh, I've burnt a bridge, or oh no, that's gonna like, they're not gonna come back or whatever. Like I get it when like, you know, when you're just dealing with someone who's messing around the phone for like weeks on end. I get that because like that bridge is already burnt. Like burn them down, baby. But like, I don't know. I think I've talked about this before, where I think in the 21st century, with the way the internet has like changed the way we interact in general, most of us, I don't want to like tag you guys with, but I think society in general is more willing to be negative than positivity. And part of it is to do with like the association of your actions, right? So I think we're gonna have to do another recording game. But like the fact is, because like people can't see or directly react to what you're doing or saying, you can get away with more, right? Once again, not saying all of you like this, but I'm saying like society in general. So let's have a look here. A look-see doodles. We've been doing a lot of Numu today. Do we do more Numu? We sure do live in a society. Are you sure we're not just animals in a concrete jungle? Whoa. Philosopher pigeon. What's this? Do we maybe go Mongol versus Otto? Canadian showdown? USA. USA. Yeah? Yeah, we got an interesting one here, actually. We can check in on... Oh, a sec. So we have got Gorge. Yeah. Ottoman Mongol showdown. Go Wildcats. Dude, like, is it bad? It is bad, right? Like, when I hear Wildcats, my brain's like, Wildcats in the air. Like, the whole, like, bullcrap from, was it High School Musical? Why does that stuff stick with you so much? Even if you don't like it, it just sticks in your brain. You know what sticks in my brain? People who subscribe. I notice and remember that always. I don't know where that call out came from. I was just thinking. Wait, that's not... Let me get rid of that cover. We need to switch on the other side now, don't we? Ooh, let's create a new name cover. So let's go... And then we're going to want... Oh, this isn't going to fit now, is it? It's almost like I need... Wait, I think we can get background. Yes, we can. Chat, you ready for this? Oh, this is going to look so freaking good. Oh my god. Why didn't I do this sooner? Saves all the people going, who's this? Who's this? Who's this? Who's this? AP, I need you to determine who they are. Hack their account. Alright. Boom. Crap, we have to make it bigger.
you go. Now people are going to ask, why is his name so big? Actually, in fairness, though, there's a cleaner way of doing this. I just need to add, like, white space to the sides. In fact, then we can make it even smaller. Boom. I am artiste. One and all, it's Shakespearean in here. It's the NA Showdown, the Battle of the Beasts from the North American region. One of them, so North American, he needed to name himself that. It is called Puppy Paw and the Mongols going up against his bro Wham01 on the Ottomans. I've just been looking for more Otto games, man. Ottomans and Mongols? Like, this is going to be a fun one, man. Just think of the potential. Magadai on one side, worse Magadai on the other. Okay, we're probably not going to see either of those units, but curious to see if we see pro scouts. Mongols have been known to go it more recently. It's definitely something that can work for them. My curiosity is it better than Ottoman pro scouts? I'm not entirely convinced. Well, actually, we'll see a spin beginning. This is pretty nice because he can go for the initial deer shove in, but also look at the gold location. And I like that reaction coming out from Puppy Paw. This is really cool. So he drops the sheep here to gather the food he needs while he goes to the tech up, and then you can switch into gold, right? So it's like a nice dynamic where you can react with what you need more of in the moment. Pretty cool. And Silver Tree already on the way in. Apologies, we hopped in a little bit later than we were like. We had to modify our setup so that we can basically account for people not naming themselves their actual name. Oh, wait, we screwed up. It's not Puppy Paw, it's one Puppy Paw. Ah, fire me. There you go. You know what always bugged me, chat? Why is it Wham01 and one Puppy Paw? Like, why is it not 1-0 Puppy Paw? Right? Right, like, where was the unison in this moment? I think Puppy Paw was like, man, dude, my fingers hurt from all the typing. You only had to put in 5 characters, okay? Like, can you step it up, bro? I used almost double the characters. That would be 10? Yeah, but then when you're in game, it'd be 0-1 and then 1-0. Boom. You mirror. Why didn't he just call himself More? He could have been 10 more. Perfect name. All right. Anyway, we do have the gold orientation from both. The difference is this is not going to be actively trading. Dare I say we revamp this some way? I don't know, man. It's kind of sad. Like, even when it would be a viable opportunity to go and actively gold trade, people never actively trade with the Sultani trade network. Maybe I'm asking for things that people don't want. I don't know if people actually want to see more trade again in the game. So what is the win conditions in this matchup? I think what's key is whether we're going to be seeing pro scouts. We have got the stables drop. We haven't seen any scouts queued up yet. He has got some food issues, actually. In fact, oh, no. Wait. Okay, he has got more back here. So trader's coming out. Keshik seems very lightly here. I think pro scouts with Silvertree usually seems very greedy, but I quite like it. Villager. No. Oh, that was a sick little rotation. The 360 no-scope stab. Did you guys see that? He turned around to switch aggro, then turned back just out of aggro range to get the recharge. Gets the worker kill. Beautifully done with a free spinman. Why forward trade? Because you have to forward trade here. If you mean why would the Sultani trade out, why would you want to trade with it? You only get 18 gold per, like, trader, right? Per minute. So if you can get, you know, maximum distance trade, it's undeniable that actually actively trading is better. So, considering we don't have pro scouts coming, no, at all. Wham is going fast castle here in reaction to the trade. So, like, he's going to aim to add in a few Sipahi, poke down the trade, basically just look for the gaps in the Keshik defense, which is quite easy to do when people get greedy like this, and then play for your age free. Dude, no, okay, we do have pro scouts. I wonder if you still just play for fast castle here, or semi-fast. You don't want to, like, naked rush it. Like, the Sipahi is key here. You want to find some pressure, because otherwise your opponent scales way too much trade. I kind of like this, though. So the reason why you're able to get away with this is the Sultani trade network. And now he opens with the stables play into Sipahi. It's also going to kind of hide the fact that he's doing this, or would have, right? The problem is, with this mill drop, you almost just give yourself away. This is like the weird one, right? It's like you think, okay, so if we want to smuggle the fact we're doing pro scouts, then actually Madrissa would be better. But Madrissa doesn't solve the problem, because if you do Madrissa, your opponent can tell if you're going to go for pro scout still because of the gold gathering, right? See, Milan Stable is going fast castle. He can go semi-fast castle. What are you talking about, Willis? Like, surely... Does going all in on the trade work here? I'm just thinking about the way that he's trading, right? It's like he's already leaning his economy west side, so he's going to be encouraged to build outposts out here. I guess you could get enough Sipahi. Also, I like how Sassy likes to sit there and chat flaming me. When are you coming in the commentator booth, buddy? I'm 6 hours in. I ain't looking at the mill. I'm focused on the bigger conversation. So, double racks. Okay, we're going full melee blob here. I mean, this is all seen by Poppypaw, right? So there should be an archery range reaction coming in. You don't want to play Magadine to Sipahi, which is... Yeah, that feels like a death sentence. So you're going to be forced into archers. Surely he's not thinking just like spear Keshik blobbing this, right? My thought about like archers versus spears here is like Keshik's is already going to lose a lot of food, and he hasn't got pro scouts. So going archers leaves you a little bit more efficient with your resources as time goes on. I wouldn't know what they do in AoE 3 because I played that game for like 8 hours and then stopped. I will give AoE 3 credit where credit is due. The Scottish, like, hero unit was pretty pog. Was it per shekel or something you used to always say? Very Scottish. Well done. Although, infinitely disappointed there was never a very loud yelled freedom line. Does Mongol get buffed pro scout from Uvu? No, because... How to put this politely? If you clicked on that and meant to, it's time to just leave the game. It's a really weird one. You basically do extra bonus damage and that's it. It's like, yeah, it means that scouts can kind of kill boar quicker, right? Actually, like, quite a bit quicker. Is it worth it, though? Not really. It's a sad ability. I think if I remember correctly, it doubles your damage, right? Because no, actually, wait. What was the damage that scouts do against the boar? Sorry, it's no, I don't think it actually impacts your damage against boar. Correct if I'm wrong. TLDR, it's bad. It's not worth 100 stone versus using that 100 stone to build an extra military unit. You just feel weaker for it. I mean, technically it is improved. It's not false advertising, right? But it's the kind of idea of like, hey, you could buy this monitor here that has all these features, or you could pay $400 extra to get a cup holder as well. Oh my god, I can get a cup holder and a monitor? Yeah, like you're probably a dumb purchase because like you end up spilling the drink down your monitor, but you can do it. I'll take it, man. Screw my kids' college fund. They don't need it right now, but I need a cup holder on my monitor. That's how it feels going for improved pro scouts. So Spy are going to start poke raiding here. Wham is getting ready for the castle play. So it's... I mean, I wouldn't say this is like a full feudal commitment, right? He has blobbed quite a few units, but we haven't seen him like commit for real damage. He's just looking to contain. So he's basically just trying to poke down the flanks and force a reaction, and he does. Wham! Now free to go for the castle play because his brother's already mirroring it. Step readout coming through. All right, ones if you think North America, aka Poppypaw, is going to win this one. Twos if you think Wham is going to take this one. Because once we get to castle, man, like my concern is you've gone Silver Tree into step readout. No matter what you're trying to do, you're trying to be gold oriented. Does that not just set up Janissary to be kind of like a semi-free win here in castle? I just see food issues in the Mongols' future. Triple pasture's not bad. But I do feel like he's a little bit handcuffed. Okay, so he's going to go for the men-at-arms opening. This is slow, though. The tech lead is not that substantial, surely. The other scary thing is, like, your men-at-arms get relegated down to feudal men-at-arms due to the meta. Double melee armor is a big deal. Yeah, like, double melee armor with Spearman Sipahi, you can actually defend against men-at-arms quite well. Like, 1-to-1, sure, men-at-arms beat spears, but no, that's not what the Master's going to be in this fight. Not to mention the Sipahi line assists from behind. I do hope that the new DLC is going to bring more unique units along the idea like Sipahi, actually. It doesn't necessarily have to be cavalry, but I like this idea of activatable abilities that have trade-offs, you know? Like, okay, here's one. Here's a kind of crazy one. Imagine if archers, like, there's a type of archer that had the ability to shoot faster, but they couldn't move. Do you think that would be interesting, guys? Like, rapid fire, they get, like, I don't know, a 30% increased attack speed, but they can't move for 10 seconds. Maybe it has to be a little bit bigger. I'm trying to be careful not to make it OP. Like, saying 50% attack speed is kind of crazy. Then again, English do exist. Spearman, good unit. Spearman, very good unit. And look at that. What? Okay, I didn't expect this. We've got a Kinji. In castle, basically. That's very surprising. Remember, this is the range unit. The horse archer unit for the Ottomans. This used to be called... what was it, cavalry archer? They changed it to a Kinji so it had a less generic name. It's a 2-burster. Free Kinji, 1-shot of villain castle age. Interesting. What about 5? Why stop? It makes sense if you think about it. Like, you know, base damage wise, they get fairly high, I want to say. Is it 9 damage base? Possibly 10. And you can kite your opponent. This is going to be really effective at taking out the traders as well. Like, if it's 10 damage, double strike, you're doing 20 damage to a trader. That means you only need, like, what was it, 4 hits? Because traders... Actually, 5, right? Because traders have 90 health. Then again, I don't think he's even... No, he hasn't bothered to rescale traders at all. This is wild. Love it. Okay, so 5... Just to clarify correctly. So 5 Akinji, also 1-shot a villager. But... How many Akinji to 1-shot the primary TC? 3,500 Akinji. That's a good deal. I'd buy into that, chat. Look at that. Round of applause for Krakedy. This man brought the math. This is why we pay him the big bucks. Okay, this is no... he just wants to... Like, he wants to try and stop the trade if it's happening. But, like, look at the poke already. There you go. 10 damage per shot. Okay, so interesting thought process here about Akinji. It's kind of like you are actually a counter to Spearman. Or any unit, right? Because you... Like, compared to a normal horse archer, you're almost getting double damage because you shoot twice. That's a very interesting element about this. Man, Wham is cooking. But look at the response. It's another fast Imperial Mongol build. These things have been growing like weeds in a garden. They're everywhere. He's going to have a lot of pressure on him, though. It's already 10 Akinji. At this point, what Wham is really missing is just a way of dealing with the outposts. Wouldn't actually be against the idea of just siege engineering to double ram here and then go in. Akinji is the second best unit to make from MS after Lancer. Oh, military school. I was like, Microsoft? Yeah, I mean, have you forgotten about a Janissary? Scout with the yoink. I've yet to see a Kinji in an Imperial game, actually, now that I think about it. But in theory, very good, right? With the decent base damage, plus incendiary arrows and biology. So take out complete. Wow, he started to stop out a little himself. Is he going to mirror fit him? I mean, I just don't think you have a dive point with a Kinji here. Right? You haven't reached that point. So looks like he's going to back off. Yeah, we've got mirrored him. The Pro Scouts is running out at this stage, surely. Yeah, so I think there's not really much left of it in Wham's base. He's down to like 3 sheep here. He's going to have to start getting berries. I mean, the alternative is farms, but I think if you have to go farms here against Karganet, you just kind of die. Because at this point, Karganet, considering the size of their economies, respectively, this is adding in quite a lot of unit mass per minute. Like, what was the maths on it? I'm trying to remember. Was it about 1,000, like half a thousand? Right? So like 500, 600 resources a minute? Trying to double check my maths on that. So yeah, dude, so yeah, look at that right there. You're going to get your hands on 3 knights in 44 seconds. 750-ish, yeah. It's varying a bit, right? Because it depends on what units you're producing. But like, this is the RNG on this to get double elite knight is kind of crazy. I feel like you kind of hit the jackpot there because at this point in the game, it's perfect to look for raiding targets, right? Like, your opponent can't counter dive you, but a few knights can easily get in and do some serious damage, especially if you find the timing when your opponent is going for his tech. And what is up, Diablo? Is that like meant to be a take on Diablo blowing it? Because they blew it. Hey, I appreciate it anyway, Muddy. Thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to Swarm. If this was you, it'd be 4 Weepy Pals in a row. Sounds to me like you just haven't played enough Mongol games. Oh, look. Speaking of... But wait, guys. Hear me out. When Wham scales to 200 Akinji, you can hit the front row one, or shoot the front row one, and then when the boulder hits, it'll hit the back row one. So, Weepy Pal will eventually be useful. And good point about the military academy. We do not have that coming through. At least not the improved version. No, we've got normal though, right? Improved is pretty damn valuable here. I guess he's prioritizing, like, what? The archers? Or the hand cannoneers? Like, when he can double produce. Man, this is the build we've been seeing so much of, though, right? It's just a rush towards hand cannoneers. And all of a sudden, it discredits what the Ottomans have to their favor. Right? Because for Ottos, the power play here is, hey, man, like, I've got, like, Janissary massing. The reality is, Janissary is very good in the Castle Age. You put them up against standard hand cannoneers in Imperial, they look really underwhelming. They're not a very pop-efficient unit. The upside for Wham is, like, we've got a long way to go there. Downside is, like, he's not prepping for gunpowder at all. No, this is just more and more Akinji. Akinji that don't really outrange hand cannoneers. Because this a key little detail about this Karganet build. Silver Tree seems like a throw when you want to go this late. Because now I can't get the extra range. But wait! With the Karganet Palace, I can easily, eventually, as long as RNG smiles upon me, as it has for North America here, get a Khan Hunter for free. Meaning I will outrange the Akinji. Akinji are trying to intercept. Yeah, get that wee pal! Oh, okay. Starting to realize why people don't build a Akinji. The problem with this unit is it just feels a little bit pricey. Right? Like 170 resources. I feel like if it was cheaper, it'd be kind of OP. So I don't know. I would rather the Ottomans had some more eco elements that were beneficial. Like, would it be OP to give Ottomans a better gathering rate on berries? Or would that be reasonable? I think that would also encourage more, like, feudal presence from Ottos in general. Well, raid coming in, these knights, and they are starting to take scalps. Remember, they do come with the poleaxe upgrade. So easy 2-tappers. This is getting ugly. Instable Observatory is on the way up. Wham has at least gathered a lot of relics. But North America ready to rise up here. Puppy Paw is on the prowl. Almost a third of his army are going to be hand cannoneers. Instable Observatory on the military schools? It doesn't need to be. It affects all the blacksmiths the same way. Now, the military schools like might get placed there, considering they're not going to exist at this rate. Pressure's coming in. The Weepy Pow is about to arrive. And right, when you're watching Wham, it's bam, thank you, man. But when you're watching Puppy Paw, it's pow! One down. More to follow. He's going to force the defense. Puppy Paw needs to get more military mass here. The Akinji, very slow attack speed, it has to be said. The Janissaries are trying to come in clutch here.
But they're basically shooting the wrong thing. No, the Keshiks, Knights, everything that's cavalry based was on the north side of the engagement. So Johnny's losing a lot of their value. Wow, looking like he's going to lose this game. This hand cannon near core is just too big. There's barely anything left of a front line for either side. And when you get down to that, on the basics of it, the reality is the hand cannon is a tankier than these alternate options from WAM. Let's go dive into the Wee power now. Hand cannon is should be able to mop up what little is left here. We did see the Janissaries now getting elited up. But what Janissaries? There's only 2 of them. Right now, it looks good for WAM because he does at least have the siege to hold. But my concern is behind this. You know, look at the eco count. It's very clear what's happened here. Poppy Paw has gone back into traders. We're up to 7 so far and inflating. Still, just extras now coming. We've also got Nesta Bees added into the equation. Also making pro scouts a car stage tech. So the thing I said alternatively to that is like you almost have a timer that it unlocks at, but it's just very unnatural. It's unfortunate because if you think about the idea of a timer unlocking when you can do something, it's actually very genius for a game like Warcraft, the way that they have like day-night cycles it can work, right? Like same with Dota 2, where it's like, oh, this minute, like this will spawn for the first time. Makes sense. I think Pro Scouts almost feels like it would need that element, but it would just feel wedged into the game in a way that I'm not comfortable with. Because we don't actually have like timer unlocks logically built into the game. Like at 7 minutes, something happens, or at 12 minutes, something happens. Like imagine how different like you would feel about that idea if let's say an average like in standard AoE 4 at 8 minutes in, bandits started spawning on the map. Now, I'm not saying they should do that, but I'm saying if those type of things existed in Age of Empires 4, the idea that Pro Scouts would unlock with one of those cycles is an organic way to balance Pro Scouts. Because the issue is the timing, right? Like, we wondered if we were going to get a game. I was so tunnel vision on finally having a game that wouldn't have Pro Scouts, and then wham, done it. And it just changed the dynamics, right? Because at that stage in the game, it's very hard to actually have a counterforce in place to stop it happening, to stop it working. Like the full moon game mode? I guess. I didn't really play that one. I've said this before, though. I feel like I don't really... I take a glance at limited time game modes, usually, and I'm like, that doesn't seem crazy enough. I want crazy. Like the charter mode they have, I think, accidentally released. I don't know if it's intentional or not. That's kind of cool. Like I actually think that limited time game mode should fundamentally change something big. And I've been vocal about why that's a good thing. Like you can use that as experimental mode, right? Like if you're not sure if a big change is good or bad, introduce it in limited time game mode and get the initial feedback, and then implement it if it's good next patch. This is exactly what Apex Legends done with its limited time game modes. They have Evo shields, which the whole idea is as you shoot people more, your shield gets stronger. That was originally a limited time game mode. They didn't just immediately put it in the game because it fundamentally was changing a core mechanic of the game. Like, yeah. And beyond that, I'd just love to see more customization of maps. I still want to see us be able to have neutral neutral walls, rather. Like, imagine a version of Gorge where there's the actual neutral wall down the center. Right. Poke on the raid here. This feels superfluous in the grand scheme of things, though. We've got a diamond in the base. Numbers just don't lie anymore, folks. This is over. The siege isn't going to last that long anymore. The men-at-arms are about to reach it. Nesta Bees are already dealing the backside. The Janissaries, I think, were trying to repair around the siege. So it's going to be a win for the Mongols. Ottomans not able to get the dub this time. And would you believe it? Pro Scouts takes the L. Heresy. In 2025. Oof. Akinji losing? Monka. They use the season modes to test stuff. I'd rather they take the opportunity to test something more dramatic, though. Like, what are you referring to they use the season modes to test stuff? Like, what stuff have they tested with season modes? Right. I guess you could say, like, so here's the thing, right? So, like, I still remember the monster thing. And you could argue the monster thing was them testing things. But my counter argument is like, it was too modest. Because the monster thing was like, a villager would get buffed and then the monster would disappear, right? That's pretty lame.
I'd rather like the monsters like, hey, you know, if you find me, you get a damage buff for 4 minutes or some crap like what? Right? And then he respawns elsewhere. But it was a one-off as well. I don't know. I think like there's just not enough. There's not enough adventure taken with the limited time game modes. I want them to be ambitious, right? Like one thing I recommended the other week was imagine if they just had a limited time game mode where instead of there being resource gathering with villages, you literally had capture sites all over the map that gave different resources. I'm basically saying let's try the company hero system, right? Now, some people go, oh, I hate that, Darren. That's like not for me. Why would you do that? It doesn't have to be for you. It's to see if some other people like it. And I like that. What is up, Hermes? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate you. Subscribe for 6 months. Smart lad. Gets it all done in one big lump payment. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate the support. Oh, wait. Or was that just subscribe for the 6 month in total? I don't know. Sometimes the wording is confusing to me on Twitch. It's been a long day. But, like, legitimately, just, like, you know, the reality is if they'd done that type of company hero system, some people wouldn't like it. Great. Just don't play it. You might get some new players who play the game. But also, on top of that, you've at least tested it, right? Like, it's the same thing as why, if we keep growing as a channel, I want to organize a crafted map. 6 months in total. Okay, gotcha. Well, I appreciate all the same. What's up, Wakar? Thank you very much. Look at that. 5-month streak. Boom. There we go. Legend. All that money at Amazon, no money for Grammarly. Oh, dear, oh, dear. What? Big word? What mean? So, like, the thing is, though, you know, I just want them to test things. It's the same with the crafting maps I was just saying. Like, it's funny because sort of this morning, I was in his chat and he was talking about it. He's like, yeah, I'd love to see them try crafting maps. I'm like, I've been saying that for years, right? And I know I'm going to have to be the one who does it. No one else is going to go and do it. Because, like, but it's not going to be cheap, right? Because I'm going to want good crafting maps, which means I'm probably going to have to, like, financially incentivize some map creators to make them. Because also the crafted map tools are drastically different to the generated map tools. So it's really funky. Because I remember before, like, you know, I asked, like, I think I asked Avali, like, support and how to make crafted maps. He had no clue. Sorry if it wasn't you, Avali. Sorry for the slander. But, like, I remember one very talented map creator was like, I haven't used that. And they opened it and they went, oh, man, this tool is a mess. I don't know where to begin. Right? But, like, if you know, the thing with crafting maps is, like, it's kind of, in my eyes, a 1, maybe 2 and done. Because people would basically grind it to repetition. I think crafted... So here's the other value of a crafted map tournament. And why now would be the perfect time to do one. But it's, like, and for me, it's an issue of funding. I'm not going to do it right now when we've, like, got midweek masters going on and I'm not, like, making buku bucks out of the content just yet, right? Because I need to go pay people to do the extra stuff. So, like, the reason why now would be the time to do a crafted map tournament is when you've got a lot of players who are coming from StarCraft and, like, looking for a new home potentially because they feel like the game is dying or whatever, right? You've got laser showing up as a perfect example. So those type of people, because of the way that they've learned StarCraft, it would almost be, like, more soothingly encouraging for them to approach the game from a crafted map standpoint. Does that make sense? Because instead of, like, the high degree of complexity in civs being unique and RNG in maps that we throw at them, which makes sense to us because we've been doing it for years, they'd have the organized element of everything spawns in a fixed location. This civ can function in this many ways, right? So it almost, in a way, decomplicates the game by changing the way it complicates it. And what I mean by that is it becomes about repetition to perfection. That's the whole idea. Like, what StarCraft is at its core, and I'm not, and like, this is to actually unlock the proper game where you can then, like, basically be very innovative. It is repetition to perfection. So you figure out the build orders, you optimize the build orders, and once you've, like, optimized the build orders, you can then go off the beaten path, right? Whereas AoE 4 definitely has some of that, but there's deviations because the gold might spawn differently, the wood might spawn differently. I might not get as many sheep this game. And while StarCraft has the interaction point of, like, he might do something to mess my strategy up, at the core of it, the beginning of the game, and there's a funnel feeling on how you approach, if that makes sense. Is there a new tournament starting this week? For KPMM? No. But there is an upcoming tournament, a LAN, if you were not aware, we will be live for those days. So reminder, guys, that because we have got the garrison going on, I won't be doing a midweek muster this week. But midweek muster will return starting on... God, we might actually have to start it. Screw it. We'll start it on like... I think I'll talk to Tune about it, but we should be starting on like 14th. Maybe we like push it to 15th. The whole idea is like some of the players aren't going to be available until like Monday. Basically, when I return on Monday, first stream will be on Tuesday most likely, so 18th. And we will go through a lot of the midweek muster games. So I think week of 17th, I'll look to stream on Wednesday again, just because like quarterfinals, semifinals, I want to try and get them the justified coverage. And then like next KPMM grand finals will be 20th of March. Because next week, this channel will be live with 13th, I believe 14th as well, 15th and 16th for the Age of Empires 4 action. I think I'm going to talk to them about that because I don't know if they originally were thinking using my channel for 2, but I'll just tell them it probably makes more sense to use 4, even though like it might not feature me much because I'm doing the stage hosting for 2. But like for you guys, most of you come here to watch Age of Empires 4, so it just makes more sense. But yes, I will be stage hosting, not this one. I'll be here we go, main event. Boom, there I am. Wow, look, it's me. Yeah, there you go, Hermes. That's the info. Might be actually, I might still have some tickets. Am I casting the DLC show match Friday night? What show match? Nice try. Haha, yeah, you thought I was gonna. Yeah, you're adorable. Nice try, mate. I see what you done. Ah, you almost got me. Yeah, what an idiot. The DLC reveals on Saturday. You come, but you'll be in New York City? Dude, look at you, Mr. Fancy Pants. I don't get to travel as much these days. I kind of miss it. I'd love to be able to get back to doing some semi-frequent events. I think if I did, I'd start to do like RL streams to catch up you guys. See, and then like the other thing, so I'm going to try to do at this event. I was really hoping, dude, like I was talking to some different phone brands and they just kind of were walking me around in circles. Like, okay, so like if you're a PR person, I'm going to be blunt with you because I want you to be blunt with me. If you just don't think I'm big enough to work with or whatever, just say it. Don't say this is interesting, we'll like look into it, and then just like ice me for 4 months and then come back to me when I'm like double the size or triple the size or whatever, right? Because like I was saying to a few phone brands, I was like, I'd love to feature you guys because I've been getting contacted about mobile game sponsors. You always get them. I'm like, it'd be a great way to feature you guys. And then on top of that, I want to start doing vlogs. I want to start doing behind the scenes more when I'm at events. And your phones would be great for that. I'd shout you out in the videos, etc. There's just no responses. Just like, oh, let us look into this. And it's like, you bump them 4 times and you get no response. I don't know. Respect goes out to the people that are blunt. Like, I love my Gigabyte guy because, you know, we didn't find time to work together last year, but when we got to work together on the PC thing, like, the thing that left a good taste in my mouth is he was honest in that he said, I'll reach out if there's something that fits, but I don't see anything right now. And then half a year later, via another contact, he gets shoulder like massage to come in on it, and he loved it. The guy loved working with us, right? I respect those people more. AoE2 commentators commentating AoE4 games? No. This is for the AoE2 event. So the AoE4 event is going to be here. So they don't have the commentators announced yet. But this is like, this is a side event, basically. It's $7,000 that's been raised. The main event is going to be the AoE2 40k. So there'll also be some amateur tournaments around AoE 1 and 2 and Myth. So cute little things on the side. But this is, you know, the way that really people need to remember this is that this is essentially an AoE2 event rather with AoE4 as a secondary element, and then like some amateur and AOM as a territory. They'll have Lash there for the German side. Crackly should be there doing some of the 4 rather. I'm not sure who else. How big is AoE2 compared to AoE4? AoE2 has a very, very large legacy audience. So Age of Empires 4 has more capability to capture new gen audience, but AoE2 has a long-standing legacy audience. Like AoE2, you know, has grown over 20 years, right? I don't know. I think sometimes people just want 4 to immediately be the big focus, and I get the urgency, but at the same time, like, don't need to build your kingdom by tearing down another one. Like, we'll get there. It just takes time. I think, like, the DLC that's coming, and then the DLC afterwards, you know, I'm hoping we'll see a double down on marketing, because, like, the only real issue with 4 is it has no marketing. The problem with 4 is they spent the house on launch marketing and then not much since. I'm half tempted to see, I kind of rather see them, like, release Age of Empires 5 and it just be Age of Empires 4 with a UI update. And what I mean by that is it's like a soft relaunch, kind of like what Overwatch 2 tried to do, only let's not mislead people and say they're going to get a campaign, not give them a campaign. But, like, the idea behind what they were doing with Overwatch 2 made sense. It's very hard to remarket a release game, even more so when that released game has a number in it, I find. Right? Like, it's easier for, like, an Apex Legends to recover from its slump because it's like, it is the one. But when you start adding 4 and 5 and 6, like, I think people start to assume expansions, right? Or replacements. So, like, I don't know if anyone else had this with, like, with 2. I've watched 2 in the past, but my logic was always, like, from a caster standpoint, it's oversaturated. There's no point. Be starting from behind the start, like, the post, and long walk doesn't matter. Like, people for years have watched T90 or Mem or Dave. Doesn't matter what you offer unless, like, it transcends a ridiculous level of budgetary constraints to overcome that. So it didn't make sense, right? So I was like, I'll tune in for the next one. And I did before. 4 was a perfect point for me to start figuring out the stories, to be part of the narrative from the get-go, to help build, right? And that's for me as a content creator. But as a player, as someone who just wants to play a game, when you see a game that's been out for X years, you start to think, oh, that's really cool. I love the look of that. I'll hop on the next one. You know? Because it's much more freeing and less stressful. Because part of it is over time, the casual audience dissipates a bit. They go off to their other games because they're basically seasonal people. The hardcores stick with it. And then that like doubles down the problem. It's like, as a game exists longer, the skill base on the game on average should rise. But then when you take the casuals out, it rises more aggressively. So, you know, I always use Valorant as the perfect example of this. Is Valorant was like, a lot of people wanted to play Counter-Strike for years. And they can't. Because to do so, they have to get kicked in the balls for 40 hours of like figuring out the basics before they can even compete at a bare level. That's not fun. Most people don't want to do that. So most people would rather pick up a brand new game, be there at the beginning, and then do okay, you know? Well, like 400 hours? Sure, I'm being like generous with the people who can aim, you know? Like, I think in 40 hours you can do reasonably well, like if you have good aims and game sense. But like this is like an interesting thing to think about, is like sometimes a game existing too long is actually more harmful. Right? Unless, once again, it is not a numerically dashed game. Like Dota 2, I sometimes wonder if it has this problem eventually. Probably not, because the thing with Dota 2 is that it reached a scale point where like you can get beyond that problem of like, I'll wait for the next one. And also Dota 2 is like team oriented, right? So it's peer pressure. I always say MOBA succeeded because it's peer pressure. Like there's two big reasons why MOBAs existed. Do you guys know what those 2 reasons are? I just gave you one of them. Do you know what the other one is? Also, what's happening on Reddit? Can you guess what the other one is? It's decomplexification. That's definitely a word. It's reversing the complexity of RTSs. So like MOBAs were essentially saying, hey, like the RTS is all these elements. Why don't you focus on this one element? Which is crazy, actually, because MOBAs, I'd say, are more complicated than RTSs. Hands down, easily. Right? Easily more complicated. People wouldn't believe it at the time, because when Dota 2 and League first released, like, you know, you had build orders spanning years in Warcraft, StarCraft. But the reality is, there is more permutations that can happen in a game like Dota 2 and League of Legends than there ever will be in a game like Age of Empires or StarCraft. Right? Because you can say the way the map spawns and the choices you make along the way, but then I counter-argument the amount of different items you can build in Dota 2, the order you can build them in, the fact you've got 10 unique heroes, the different mechanics on the map, right? Like, there's so much. So, like, it was very deceptive in that when it first arrived, the RTSs were so blown up to the complexity point that it looked uncomplicated when it wasn't. It was secretly more complicated. But then the second element that guaranteed people picked it up initially and then stood around for years learning it was peer pressure. My friend plays it, I play it. That's literally how I started off in Dota 2. I would never have picked up Dota 2 of my own whim if it wasn't for a friend. Uni been like, let's play some Dota 2. Same with Heroes of the Storm, right? I would not have bothered with these games. It was friends who got me into it. And I can still vividly remember my first experience in Dota 2. Similar to people who meet French for the first time in AoE 4. That's OP. That's not reasonable. That's broken, right? Thing I've always loved about Dota 2. And I sometimes wonder if we didn't quite hit it fully with Age of Empires 4. Like, we have good balance, right? But like, it's not to this extreme where everything feels broken. I kind of like that philosophy. I'm a really big fan of that philosophy. And the reason is that if everything feels broken, everyone feels good about what they're using, but can simultaneously feel bad about what they're getting crushed by. So what it does is it gives you these insanely high peaks and dips, right? It's why I'd love to see, like, that's why in the past I've talked about finding ways of speeding up the pace of AoE4. Maybe it's not simulation speed, maybe it's the amount of damage each unit does to its counterparts. I like that because, it kind of makes you feel like the game you're playing, the things you're doing, are so much more impactful. Like, we're talking like Dota 2, there was a hero who he'd use a spell that would use almost his whole mana pool, but the impact of that spell when used correctly could guarantee a kill, right? So you just felt, wow, that crap is popping. Warcraft kind of has that on all the level thresholds. Yeah, agreed. But like, obviously we're not looking to Warcraft to fight. You know what I mean? So like, it's the way you do that with an Age of Empires, I think, is like each unit has like counters, for example. Like the unit counters make them stronger. Like, would it be crazy to say, let's make archers do instead of doing 2x damage, do 3x damage against spears? Maybe that's a little bit too fast. Maybe it's 2.5. But I'd love to see us trying to scale it a bit more. And I think the thing that like that can be good for is we don't see late game as often anymore, thank God. Because when we do see late game, it becomes a meat grinder, and it almost feels like the meat grinder doesn't... Don't know what I'm doing with my hand there. Stretching it. It almost feels like the meat grinder doesn't conclude quick enough, right? Cutthroat mechanics could just end games of first fight. I mean, the whole idea is like, if the counterplay like countered you harder, then if you then counter that play, you counter it just as hard, right? I don't know if it has as much of a snowball effect as you're suggesting. Dota 2 has too many point and click abilities for my taste. Sounds like you just need to play Wraith King. There are literally heroes in the game that like are pretty much just you A-click. You'd like them, apparently, by the sounds of it. I don't know. I like abilities, man. So like the reason why I'm a big fan of abilities is I will always rate micro-oriented RTSs or games in general. I love micro because I like the skill expression of being able to beat someone over more than where I allocate like resources, right? And also, to me, it's more divergence points within an engagement or whatever where you can do things that matter, right? It's like if you just have units that like counter certain units, it's like click the right unit and they click. It can be quite intensive, don't get me wrong. But like compared to, okay, now you have this ability that like can enhance you, but also has a negative for X seconds and stuff like that. Dude, that stuff is just like, oh man, that makes my toes curl. I love it. Warcraft 3 better than AoE 4 in that logic? Not necessarily. Warcraft 3 is always going to have its place. It's a legendary game. They're different games though. Like what I'm asking for doesn't Warcraft defy us, because Warcraft is really at its core about the heroes. You can never get away from it. Warcraft 3 is like, it is a hero RTS, right? Like in some ways, it sometimes feels like the RTS is support to the hero, right? Now we have heroes in Jean, right, in AoE 4, but at its core, even when you think about Jean, at its core, the game is still about the RTS. Now, adding in more skills doesn't change that, I don't think. Adding in like more units that have activatables, etc., doesn't change that. if you made it so that like every civ had John and like, you know, you could basically get level 4 and you don't care about building workers anymore and stuff like that, yeah, then you have a very different game. Oh yeah, the Khan was supposed to be a hero, yeah, right? I mean, the Khan was linearly poorly done originally. So like the Khan had to be nerfed multiple times, you guys remember, because his base damage was too high. That's like boring ways of making hero units. I think I talked about this like years ago now with AoE4. Is I kind of love the idea, and this is what I mean by limited time game modes, right? Like imagine this for a limited time game mode. Limited time game mode, you create a unit type, a general, like what you get in Rise of Nations, if anyone's played that. In Rise of Nations, you'd have a general that can apply different buffs. It's kind of like what meta does, right? But give them different abilities. Every civ gets this type of general, and it can impact your fights in different ways. Right? That, now some people right now like, I don't like the sound of that KP. Don't like it at all. That's not the AoE4 I know. Yeah, but I'm not saying we stick it straight in the game. I'm saying we stick it in a limited time game mode and we see how it feels. That's what limited time game mode should be for. Drastic changes that either provide a different perspective that gets new people in, etc., or in some cases is cool enough and productive enough to the next step of the game that it can then be implemented into the full game. Warcraft 3 is not very strategical. It's mostly about pure execution. Yes. So, like, something I like about... like, one of the big things that keeps me around about AoE4 is I actually like that it's not just learning a build order. I actually think those RTSs are kind of boring, if I'm being bluntly honest. Because, like, the way I view those RTSs is quite often, it can feel like you're watching someone try to play the perfect game. Now, AoE4 does a better job of doing it the different way. It's not about playing the perfect game, it's about making the least mistakes. That's so much cooler. It's not perfect. I still think there's a lot we could do to amplify that element over the build order element. And I do think that, like, you know, I've stand by my statements so many times before that if you really want that core principle of make least mistakes, not play perfect, because they are different things. They sound like they're the same, they're absolutely not. They are fundamentally different things. Because one is almost like you saying there was a clear, obvious way, and the other is like there were things that you had to deal with and you didn't deal with them right. So, like, if you really want to embolden that idea of make least mistakes versus play perfect, team games. Team environments is the #1 way. It's just, unfortunately, with the way the AoE4 functions, like, pace-wise, and the size of the maps, and the dynamics of team games, it's great for casual. I don't think it's great for competitive. And that's not a dig at AoE4 specifically. That's a dig at RTSs in general. I think there is seldom any RTS that does a good job on making team games its focus. Possibly the closest one is Company Heroes, and Company Heroes doesn't exactly nail it either, right? Company Heroes also has other issues around its core gameplay. But like historically, when I think like Co 1, I love that game for team games. Same with Dawn of War 1. Those are probably my favorite team game RTSs in the world. I think units should get rank ups like EE. I was curious about that, right? Because, by the way, that is a thing you can do. There is a modified file for that. But that could be, once again, a limited time game mode you test. They would need to do a UI overhaul, though, because like one of the biggest issues with the UI is like you legitimately can't... you can't freaking tell like if your unit has been impactful. And what I mean by that is like one thing that really tilts me to this day that we don't have and StarCraft has had for ages, and it doesn't feel like a hard thing to implement. A kill count. It's great for the casting storyline. Like, this knight has killed 20 units. That's insane. But also, like, it's a cool feedback for a player. It's like, whoa, I lost 20 units to that thing. All right, I need to counter it now. But then also, like, from a modding standpoint, it makes it very easy to then start implementing, like, XPs into all units if you want to try that thing. Co 3 is the only RTS I've played where team is better than 1v1. Exactly. And it's like, you know what it is, right? It's like the core concept is designed around the mid-map instead. Like, the biggest problem most RTSs have, when you look at them from a 1v1 versus team balance logic, you guys know what the biggest problem is, don't you? You're encouraged to kill the other player. Yes, KP, that's the whole point of a PvP RTS. No, but here's the problem. What Company Heroes does differently is the way you're encouraged to kill the enemy players is by taking map control. Because you start the victory point system. Like, Ko intentionally makes it very hard for you to dive the enemy base. They have defenses in place, so you can only do it later in the game. It's very hard early on. So, actually, attacking and trying to end a player permanently is seen as suboptimal. And then on top of that, the resources between players are shared. So, like, as in, you still have your own resources, so you can have someone rushing, like, you know, Castle Age equivalent. The whole idea is when you capture a site, everyone starts getting resources from that site over time. Those two things together create a dynamic where we're in this together, but also we can't be slain by losing just one player. Look at AoE 4, especially when 4 released, when we had landmark snipes. Your optimal strategy is to kill a player every time. That's multiple levels of negative, actually. So that creates a more linear dynamic than a comeback mechanic quite often. Although the comebacks can be epic if they can somehow happen. It can lead to someone literally being out of the game. Even with the landmark change, you can still be out of the game. If you lose all your villagers, you're out of the game. It doesn't matter, right? Because allies can't repair your landmarks. And then the other interesting thing it does is it makes someone in the system suffer immensely, right? So what I mean by that is, like, if I lose 80% of my villagers and we win the game still, I still was basically a mat for the enemy team to wipe the dog crap off their shoes on, right? Like, compare that to, like, the example of Dota 2 again. Like, Dota 2's comeback mechanisms, it's like, you know, if you're really far ahead and someone's really far behind, you start killing them, you're not going to get much XP or gold. But if they kill you, they get crap tons of those things to come back. Not straight away, but over time, right? We don't, like, most RTSs don't have that dynamic interaction at all. Rather have it be an option, though, but where you need to skill to deflect it. That's one thing I liked about SC2. It felt like MMA. Sometimes fights ends with a single round house. Yeah. But, like, I don't think SC2 done team environments that well either, per se. Still comes down to mostly to Cav being able to outmaneuver everything. Yeah, and, like, there's multiple issues as to why, like, that is the case, right? It's like, one problem is genuinely map design. I think if I had to choose one single thing that holds AoE4 back from progressing to the next phase with team game, like, dynamics and making it better, it's map design. It is the number one culprit to blame. It's not the only one, and there's still other big steps, but maps more than anything else stop Age of Empires 4 from being a good team game. And, you know, some people disagree with that because they like the team games of the current format. Those people are probably the ones that are picking Irobids and building only Desert Raiders, or picking French and building only Knights. Like, you need to have very different maps. And the problem is, with the way that maps spawn, especially if you scale up to 3v3 and 4v4, any uniqueness a lot of maps have lose their uniqueness. Dry Arabia and Lipany don't look any different, right? You know, even these maps, like Cliffside starts to feel like kind of Dry Arabia. Still got that cliff in the middle, but, like, it's such a minuscule detail, the grand deal of the map. You know, have maps where people spawn really close. Gorge is literally the only map that looks like it had some imagination put into it for team games. And I've said this no end of times at this point. Stop trying to make maps generically applicable. Dry Arabia could just be a 1v1 map. It doesn't need to be that there's a Dry Arabia for 4v4s. Just like, you know, there could be a version of Mountain Pass that's good in 4v4. It doesn't then need to be a map in 1v1, right? Like, that is one of the biggest problems. You guys want to know why, like, Holy Island seems really cool in 1v1s and why Phrygian Marshes seems really cool in 1v1s? You literally can't play them in team games. They don't spawn right. I think they might not even spawn at all in some cases. Like, Adney didn't care about that. He was making 1v1 maps, and that's literally what is missing on the development side. Is there's too much obsession to make maps rather, that work for everything. And all you're doing is kind of like what I've talked about before, you know, like, I'm going to expose Emma. The other day when we, like, got into politics for a little bit, it wasn't even deep politics, it was like philosophy, actually. She's like, you shouldn't talk about that. It's going to polarize some people. Like, it's not really that deep. And even if it was, like, honestly, there's going to be some people that agree with you and some that don't. But the people that agree you back you then to the end of the world, right? So what do I mean by that? Like, you know, there are plenty of people out there that hate, you know, oh God, Sneeko. This guy seems like a bell end. but there's a core audience that love him. Enough people that apparently love him. I don't know how, but like there is, right? And the reason I'm using those kind of comparisons is like that's like an extreme example. There's a lot of people that like hate Ice Poseidon. And maybe a lot of people that watch him just do it to troll him, but like he literally makes a living off of like content creation still, right? So someone's going right there for him. But like what that's highlighting is no matter how much of a dick he is, right? In the eyes of a lot of people, at the core, there's a lot of people that like his content or whatever. And that's what I think the map designers need to learn with 4. Is like, should we just casually watch some in the background? I guess you guys are getting sick of looking at my face, so we'll casually watch some in the background. It's like, with 4, why must we entertain everyone with Dry Arabia? Why not just say this is only for 1v1s and 2v2s? You know, why must this map that like seems like it'll be good for team games then need to be adjusted so it works for 1v1s? It just you're appeasing everyone, and the problem is you can't appease everyone. It never works, right? People have different tastes, so same logic as like some people really love, you know, Holy Island, and other people will hate it, and some people love Golden Heights, others absolutely disdain the map. Not everyone likes anything. I mean, Jesus, if there's anything we've learned in the last year, like, you know how everyone thought Mr. Beast was loved by everyone? The amount of people over time who just went, yeah, I actually can't stand this guy. It's smoke and mirrors this idea that there's anything that's universally loved. Except hummus. Hummus is good. I'm going to get someone in chat saying they hate hummus now, aren't I? There's a knight in the CPU call-up? There is indeed. That's not just any knight. That is the victory screen from Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Absolutely go game. I need to try and get a contact at Ubisoft. I want to be involved in Olden Era for its launch campaign. Have we got anyone known online? I don't think we do. It's a very quiet Sunday, isn't it? I've been very surprised by that, actually. Ban if someone says they hate hummus, exactly. When's the finals? The finals is 5 hours in the past. Finals already happened, mate. Yeah, the King of Civilizations tournament was quite quick. SC2's co-op mode helps a lot of the community. Yes, and that's another big issue with AoE 4 in general. Like, we need more campaigns, a lot more campaigns. Do you think team maps would have, which have a lane would be better? I mean, you're linearizing the interactions. It could be interesting, like as a one-off. Like, so I'll give like some like back end here. I actually proposed a map that is literally just what you just described. So it would be, and you could do a water form and a land form. And what it would be is you would literally have. Oh shoot, dude, do we do the paint? You guys love the paint, right? Let's do paint. So what would be? Here we go. Sorry, you got white flashbanged. But let's do map boundaries in what, brown? So you would literally just have (4v4) like that, right? And yeah, team spawn. What colors do we get the team? Here, team spawn here. Team spawn here, right? Doink, 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 doink. Jousting fields? Yeah, but jousting fields sucks. Because, like, I'm going to have to chop through to you to even begin doing this. I'm talking from the get-go, you will have access. Sorry, jousting fields great, but, like, they did build jousting fields when chop throughs was a thing. But, like, does this not seem like it would be an interesting dynamic for a 4v4 map? I want my chair to be low enough to lean on. Does this not seem like it would be a really cool concept for a 4v4 map? Isn't this the pit? No, because the pit is like, you're missing the extra one. Like, you literally want to design it in a way that they almost feel like, you know, you can come back and assist, but, like, coming back and assist would be tough. But, like, okay, so this is one concept. Do you want me to blow your mind with a completely different concept? Some people won't like this because some people don't like water. Congrats, you have a drastically different map again. drastically different map again. This has some cool dynamics. If someone wins one water side, that could then okay, so like this is where you get interest dynamics, right? It's like, okay, let's say this player here loses his water, but this player here wins his water. This player could now switch into land and then come through a naval invasion to this side. Yeah? So like you know, this is someone that Ko actually has a lot in the 44s. His company here is just like give and takes a territory. You might be winning the north side but losing the south side. So do you reinvest to secure the south side or double down on a push through for the north side? Like AoE4, because of like the pacing, the distance between allies, etc. There's loads of different reasons why there's kind of a problem. Like you don't get that flow. Let me propose another example that this is like a limited time game mode. And by the way, at this point, like Microsoft should just take my ideas and pay me a royalty. I know, chat. I'm so humble. Let's go new. So here's another idea. Let's just go for your standard Dry Arabia type spawn. Right? Blah, blah, blah. Player A spawns here. Player B spawns here. Actually, those colors are really similar, and also I'm annoyed that we're using pencil because that's cringe. We want brush. So yeah, so player A spawns here. Player B spawns here. So normally you'd have a 6-villager start, right? Player A's secondary base spawns here. His secondary base is made up of a select number of villages. Let's say maybe it's double what you have at the starting base. And player B spawns over here. KP, why have you given them 2 bases? That's cringe. Well, you could give them 2 bases, astute Twitch viewer or YouTube viewer. I do see both of you. I'm going to keep an eye on both of you, don't worry. But here's the interesting thing. Instead of us doing it that way, what you could do instead, don't have a second TC here. It's just a lightly palisaded area. Right? So they just start with a secure. That's very interesting. So now, do I take all the villages home, and it's really far away from the base, or do I play a risky economy? Ooh, choices. Very interesting choices. You get dynamic gameplay straight away, risk-reward association. It gets you out on the map, it encourages you out on the map, it gives you a starting point as well. But like I said, you could even just have this be that there's a secondary TC, and that secondary TC only has 2500 HP. So then I've got like different strategies. Do I greed with split economy? Do I feudal all in? I mean, I'm not saying there's not always going to be an optimal strategy lean towards. Statistically speaking, no matter what you do with the meta, there's always going to be an optimal meta in Age of Empires 4, just like any game. But like, these are the type of things, like, there's so many different ways you can be creative with map design if the tools allow for it, right? It doesn't just need to be every map looks different. I think something that seems to have been lost with Age of Empires 4 that has been present in so many older RTSs is the idea of scenario-based interactions. We've done something drastically different with the way this map started. Play. I mentioned the idea of a wall separating 2 players. That's an obvious one. But you can go so much further than that. So many different things you can do. I wish we'd had it. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't think it's feasible from the modding side either. A lot of these things would actually require direct dev integration. I think it's even awkward to try and like manually spawn villages and buildings, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Also, selectable spawns in teams would be cool. Oh yeah, like I'm surprised we don't have that. That's like a basic, right? What civs do I think are best at the moment? HRE, Rus, Chinese, and French. And then after that, it'd be Juji and Biz. Actually, Malians before Biz. But yeah. Good time for French mains. About time. English mains have had their way for a long time with farm meta. But yeah, like HRE is the one to learn, Roos, after that. An HRE, I wouldn't expect to get nerfed, because statistically on the ladder, guys, did you know this? They're a 48% win rate. They're actually negative. You want to know why they're negative? Because so many people play them and don't know how to play them. OTD? I would put OTD maybe slightly above Biz, maybe. OTD have some good timings, for sure. And no, Jigglypuff. The map showing how OP you are doesn't exist. It's uncharted territory. You would have had a map designed after you if you had found a new strategy, but you seem to still just be building cataphracts. Now my question is, when are you going to build a Kinji? What a noob. What a noob. Sorry, mate. It has to be said. I say it out of love. I have to verbally abuse you so you appreciate that you haven't evolved into your full Ottoman form yet. That's the next step. Thank you. All right, guys. That was a good talk. We're like 7 hours live now. I've got a few games I want to hold in reserve for tomorrow because it's hard to tell how many games are going to be viewable from like Louis and Beastie and Numidan and with the land just around the corner. So tomorrow will be my last stream before I head off to Germany. I'm going to be flying in on Wednesday, and then the tournament starts on the Thursday. I will be the stage host and the desk host for all things Age of Empires 2 related, and I will look to make some appearances at AV4 as well. But in terms of streams here, we've got one more from my home setup. And then Thursday to Sunday, there will also be content here. So you want to be subscribed here because you don't want to have to deal with ads. The stream will be pushed on this channel. Go-to place to watch it, mate. Definitely make sure you guys are tuning in. What's up, Type Aerodubs? Thank you very much, mate. Forward to the Garrison stream. Hell yeah. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate the support. 20 months. Look at that legend. Yeah, guys, like make sure you're tuning in here Thursday through to Sunday. Sometimes it's scary giving someone else control your channel. Because like if you're not there, the more people tune in, less. I don't know, we'll see. Like I said, market with notifications on, this will be the place for you to catch those games for sure. Outside that, yeah, Monday stream tomorrow. I'm going to treat it like a preview day. So we might sprinkle in some non-Garrison contenders, but we'll try to focus on looking at games from Beastie QT, Baltoon, Cat, Louis, Dimu, and Kiljadi. And we might sprinkle in a few extra because obviously there's an offline qualifier, and I know of a few that should be going, so we'll try to keep an eye out for that. But like tomorrow will be, I guess you could say, the Garrison preview event, right? Check in with the players, see what they've been developing, cooking on the ladder. So it should be a fun one. We'll be aiming to be live about probably 1 p.m. CET to 1:30 p.m. CET. So that's when I'll be live. You two, I'm going to stop the stream now. Thank you for tuning in. Much love to all of you. I don't think, did I fail to respond to anyone there? I think we're keeping an eye on it. But much love to you guys. I'll see you